Traders Corner. I'm Anthony Chapman, and I'd like to thank all of you for joining us for today's Prop Traders special event, How to Pass, Profit, and Prosper. We are in an incredibly exciting time for prop trading. More traders than ever are discovering the benefits of trading with prop firm capital instead of risking large amounts of personal money. Prop trading offers traders the ability to access significantly larger capital, scale multiple accounts, take advantage of the short-term market opportunities, and potentially generate meaningful income while controlling personal risk. And in today's volatile market, opportunity is everywhere, but succeeding in prop trading requires more than just finding good trades. It takes discipline, execution, technology, risk management, and the right strategy. That's exactly why we assembled today's panel, and we have an outstanding lineup of professional traders and industry experts who will be sharing what's working right now in today's prop trading environment. Throughout the event, I'll also be placing promotional links in the chat box for each presenter. And very importantly, we are giving away $100,000 in Gladiator valuation accounts. So there's going to be four $25,000 accounts sponsored by PropShopTrader. So make sure you check that out. The registration link for the giveaway will also be placed in the chat box throughout the event, and the winners will be drawn at the end of today's summit. So let's get started. Our first presenter today is Price Headley of Big Trends. Price is a veteran trader known for his disciplined and highly focused options trading strategies. Today he'll be presenting how to trade options on the SPY using the 340 signal and overnight momentum. In this session, Price will show traders how to use precision SPY setups and momentum triggers designed to capture overnight opportunities using short-dated options. So everyone, please welcome Price Headley.
Well, thank you, Anthony. Good morning, everybody. Thrilled to be able to kick off today's Traders Corner event. I'm glad you're taking the time to continue your education, because it really does start with being more educated to make better trading decisions. As Anthony said, with the prop focus here, we like to trade a lot of major market vehicles, and of course, it doesn't get much bigger than the S&P 500. The SPY is our favorite vehicle to use that. You can adapt this approach if you were using futures or other things. But what we like to do is really just pick up what the patterns are on a day-to-day basis to position as we head into the next day. So basically holding from one signal that we get at 3:40 p.m. Eastern into the next trading day. But a variety of things you can do with Big Trends from a day trade perspective as well. So let's go ahead and get started. Remember, the information I share with you in today's presentation is based on our proprietary research. It's intended for illustrative purposes only and should not be considered specific advisory recommendations. As you know, stock and options trading have large potential rewards, so let's face it, they've also got large potential risk. You got to always manage your risk, so we'll talk about how we do it here. Remember, the past performance of any trading system or method is not necessarily indicative of its future results. So remember, future results are going to vary. What you cannot allow to vary is your consistency in execution, right? And also being consistent in your capital allocations. Don't get too high or too low as you're placing your trades. You're going to have winners, you're going to have losers. The big thing is that does your system play out to an edge over time? That's one of the big lessons I've learned in 37 years of stock and options trading. Now, see our terms of use on our bigtrends.com homepage. Like I said, been trading coming up on 4 full decades. Got interested in the markets while I was a student at Duke University, and then really got into not just stock but options trading at the start of the 1990s. But basically launched bigtrends.com at the end of the 90s, November 99, launched the company with the power of the internet, and essentially just said, look, this is a great way to get our word out in real time. Thanks to the now beauty of our instantaneous communications we have through internet, through text, through email. We send email and text alerts. And it's all about a trading system approach, right? I don't care how much experience I have when it comes down to execution, right? You still have to be able to execute your system. What you can't allow to get in your way is your ego, right? Your ego wants to be proven right. And that means if you want to be proven right, what can't you do? You don't allow yourself to take a loss. Sometimes taking a loss is the best thing, right? So a big part of staying in this game for a long haul, for your long haul, the rest of your lifetime, is knowing when to cut and run as well as when to hold and shoot for more, right? So we're going to focus you today on how you can get laser focused, right? A big challenge, I think, probably for me, my biggest challenge is information overload. We have so much data information coming through us, thanks to the web, thanks to all the media, thanks to all the stuff that our brains are trying to process, right? What happens to your brain if you're doing too many different things at once or trying to process conflicting sources of information? You'll tend to freeze. We don't want to freeze like a deer in headlights. We want to be able to always be able to know with clarity, what do we need to do? buy, sell, or hold, right? So that's what we're going to walk you through how our system and our setups work here today. So you can start to know exactly how you can put it into place. With our system, we call it Overnight Spy Trader. We'd set it up for folks who didn't want to day trade, but still want to take advantage of market gaps and likely follow through patterns from one day to the next. So you can use this same approach on intraday. You can use it on a variety of other things. So we're going to get you into why we think SPY is one of the best ETFs and vehicles to trade, right? Because of course, it's the S&P 500, right? There's 500 key stocks that make up the S&P 500 index. Is what most major mutual fund and hedge fund managers are using to gauge their performance against. As you know, probably like S&P is probably beaten 80% of active managers over time, right? So it's just a great vehicle to get the liquidity, to get the diversification. If one stock gaps up or down, it doesn't mean as much as what's happening in the overall market, right? So it smooths out some of those fluctuations. At the same time, with the like Anthony said, the incredible opportunity that we've seen in the market, especially lately. You've seen, the snap down in March tied to the war with Iran, and then you've seen the huge comeback and more in April and May, right? So you know that the volatility is there. So then the question is, do you have the patterns to put that to work so you're not chasing in too late, or rather taking advantage of the next opportunity rather than what was happening in the past? So you got tight bid-ask spreads in the options, within 1 penny typically on the S&P options. That we like to look at, and then plenty of volume, oftentimes hundreds of thousands of option contracts trading in these short-term vehicles. We're going to be trading relatively short-term before the expiration here, and that's where you get even more activity, okay? It's where you get more leverage, but you have to still have a plan to manage your risk, right? So we're going to talk about how we do that too, and so it's SPY, SPY is an ideal vehicle. Trading options on it can take it to the next level. So what are we targeting? We're targeting doubles. We're targeting doubles in 24 hours or less. Sounds unrealistic, but we do it plenty of times, right? So the idea is that it's not going to happen every time, right? We're going to have times where we win, times where we lose. But the idea is that we're going to be looking for these patterns. These are daily candlesticks on the SPY, okay? And so when we go and we look at patterns here, what is a red candle? It means we closed below where we opened. A wide open body that's colored in green there, those are closes above where we opened. So what we look for here is that we look for unique patterns either on pullbacks or on breakouts, right? And so this was actually one of our patterns that says the high low, what's often called the wick on a candle, right? The total high low range here, right? You see here the low was way down here, and then the high, of course, is the little high tick up here, right? So those are your high-low ranges. That high-low range for that day was actually wider than average, right? So we've got a certain ratio of how much wider than the recent average. If you get an important kind of a reversal pattern like this, where we look like it was very volatile, look like we've been heading down, and then actually, even though it's a red candle, we actually closed higher than where we were the prior day's close, right? So the prior day's close, of course, you probably know how to read candles by now, but the idea of the prior day's close down here. So the idea is that despite that volatility, despite that little shakeout intraday below that prior low, we finished back up. And so that actually triggers for us a bullish entry, and so we want to buy calls when we're bullish. So you can see we're SPY trading there around 683. So what do we recommend to our subscribers? We said buy the 682 strike calls. Now we're going to buy very short-term options. And by the way, this was the first trading day of 2026. This was January 2nd. It was a Friday after that New Year's Day holiday on that Thursday. Market had sold off just a little bit right into the end of 2025, right? But the idea is that we said, okay, look, we think this is a good snapback pattern here. And so what we're buying is we're buying just 2 days until expiration. See, one of the great things about SPY is that you have a situation here in which it has every single trading day expirations, right? And when I got started trading in the 90s, we had monthly expirations. The third Friday of the month, which we just had yesterday, we just had the May monthly options expire yesterday. That was the one that I started cutting my teeth on. That's all that was available was the month-by-month options. Then they came out eventually with weekly options, where every Friday you had expirations on some of the biggest stocks out there. Now tons of stocks have weekly options. Hundreds of them have weeklies every single Friday. But then now they've introduced SPY, as well as just a few other major vehicles that have every single trading day expirations. So the idea here is that now you can customize your expiration choice for what you know your is your best risk reward play. Why would we buy 2 days from expiration? Because we're going to hold this up to 1 full day. By the end of the next trading day, we're going to be out. And by the way, when do we get into that signal? At 3:40 p.m., give or take a couple minutes. Why do we do that? Because we want to know what the daily pattern is at near the end of the day. We want to give subscribers plenty of time to still get into the trade, because guess what? SPY options don't stop trading at 4 Eastern time. They stop trading at 4:15. So we get in at 3:40. We've got just over a half hour for you to get into the trade. You get real-time emails, real-time text alerts through our overnight SPY trader system. And then we tell you exactly when to get in, exactly what your price target and stop should be. And then we'll tell you the next afternoon to get out if you haven't gotten out. So we'll never hold it more than 24 hours, you know, from one trading day to the next. So again, with all that understood, 3:40 p.m. entry signal. What does that mean? It means it guarantees you'll never have a day trade with this system. You know, that we're not going to get our target or our stop in that last half hour as we get in. Our target is a double, our stop is half of that, a 50% give back. Okay, so what do we pay on this one? We bought the 2 days out expiration, knowing we'd only hold it 1 day. We never hold them into the last day of the options life. We're out the afternoon before. We buy the 682 calls that are about $1 in the money, meaning they're worth about $100 intrinsically. So we're paying $319. Now, why are we paying about 2/3 time risk on an option that's only got 2 days to go? Because we're only going to hold it for a day, and that's where your leverage is massive here, right? If you think about it, what would it cost you if you bought 100 shares of SPY at 683? It costs you over $68,000. What are we controlling that $68,000 worth of stock for? Just $319 on one option contract controls 100 shares of SPY. So you've got the theoretical leverage here of more than 200 to 1 that you're controlling for the next 24 hours. Okay. So we're not holding it very long, but our pattern says we should take advantage of this into the next trading day. We do. The next trading day, you see it gaps up and it keeps going. It actually trades as high in this example as about 689, maybe 689 and a third right here into the close. So we not only gapped up, we kept going that day, right? But when we get a double, I don't care what's going to happen later that same session that we're taking the profit, or what's going to happen the final trading day, the next trading day of that options life. We're going to take the double and we're going to run back to the sidelines. We're using an example here today that what if you put $1,000 into each of these trades? So if you put $1,000 in, that would get you 3 contracts controlling 300 shares of SPY. Basically, just over 200 grand worth of SPY controlled for less than $1,000, just $957 invested. So when that 319 doubles to 638, now how does it double? Because of course, the more it goes up, you've got a right to own the SPY at 682. If it's at 690, that thing's worth $8, right? Now, you know, we cashed out at 638. So just even intrinsically, that'd be like 688 and a third, give or take, would be the intrinsic value where we need the SPY to go to, but we actually don't need to go quite that far because there is still time value in this option as well. So probably around 687 or so, we're getting our target, give or take, and we're saying take the money and run, take the double and cash in on a profit in this example of $957 for the 3 contracts, minus your commissions, which commissions shouldn't cost you more than $1 in and $1 out, $2 round trip per contract, or say $6 round trip. So we make about $950 net on this trade, and you say, thanks very much, let's get back to the sidelines and wait for the next setup, wait for the next pattern. Remember, past performance in all these examples never guarantees future results. There's going to be wins, there's going to be losses. It's letting the system play out over time. So our basic strategy guidelines here are: we get in at 3:40 p.m. on one trading day, we're out by 3:40 p.m. the next trading day. So we'll never hold it more than 1 full trading day. Never have a day trade as a result. What's our strategy here? Our strategy is there's not 1, but 4 different price action patterns that we're looking for on the daily chart to look for both call buying opportunities to bet on the upside and sometimes put opportunities to bet on the downside. So like I said, we're only going to buy a call if we're bullish. We're going to buy a put if we're bearish. We're always going to use the 2 DTE, 2 days until expiration choice. So if I had gotten a signal yesterday, I'd be using this coming Tuesday's expiration. If I get a signal up this coming Monday afternoon, I'd use the Wednesday expiration, just a couple days out, right? But I would know that I would never hold it more than 24 hours. So that way you're going to have time value to recapture win, lose, or draw and go ahead and get on back to the sidelines before the final trading day of that options life. So you never have to worry about missing a trade or being hung out on something and getting caught into an expiration. We don't sweat that. So point being that, again, we send real-time emails, real-time text alerts. So just one of the beauties of this approach is that it's a once a day trigger point potentially. We're not going to trade every day, but it's just, you know that it becomes very time effective, right? If you've got a lot of things going in your life, I think most of us do, it's nice to know that you're not sitting around watching the market all day worrying about what's the next tick on the market, right? That's very stressful. I've done it, and, what I find is that my return on my money is one of my important criteria of if I want to follow a system, but return on my time, what's my leverage on the time I had to commit for that trading strategy, is actually now for me as I advance in years more important, because there's a lot of other things that I want to do with my life, right? So it's like one of those things where I love trading, but I also have other things going on in life, right? So to me, this is the ultimate time effective return that you can get a lot of bang for your buck on. Like we said, we'll get the trade alert out usually around 3:40, but we say to subscribers sometimes it's too close to call as we head into the 4 o'clock Wall Street cash market close on all stocks and major indexes. We know SPY trades till 4:15, so we could get it out even a few minutes after 3:40. So it's possible, but we try to get it out there around 3:40, 3:45. So you got at least a half hour or so to go before. But remember, once you get that real-time email, real-time text, you're just logging into your options platform. We've told you exactly which option to buy, up to exactly what price. So all you're doing at that point is saying, okay, what's my capital allocation? I'm putting $1,000 in. How many contracts do I get? Go buy 3 of these contracts at this price or less. So it's really quick and easy, a matter of few minutes to get logged in and get your order placed, and boom, go ahead and get filled on our newest recommendation. So that's what subscribers get the benefit of. Now, the beauty is that, of course, it's also eliminating a lot of noise. It's allowing to leverage the power of 2 days till expiration. You hear a lot of people talk about 0 DTE, right? The last day of an option's life. Now you're really cutting yourself short on your runway about, really sweating that you just don't have enough room for something to move potentially in the final hours of an option's life, right? Well, here we've got, basically we're playing into taking advantage of a total of 6.5 hours of movement from one afternoon to the next. Okay, so we got plenty of opportunities here, plenty of profit potential, and manage risk, right? So when you go and look at our past history, getting a lot of bang for our buck. Our average contract entry price has been $3.06, meaning got to multiply times 100 for 100 shares controlling each option contract controlling 100 shares, is at $306 on average. If you're putting $1,000 in, on average, you get 3 contracts in and out. We don't do any partial scaling. We don't try to sell a contract or 2 and then hold on to one. We just say, okay, whatever you're in for, 1 contract or many, you're targeting a double using a 50% stop. If we don't get either of those targets or stops hit by the next day, no later than 3:45 p.m. Eastern, we're going to tell you close it out. Time stop is what that final thing does. This avoids holding and hoping into the last day of the option's life, right? And we'll show you examples why that was a good idea. So, like I said, each day can fall into one of 5 categories. 4 of those categories are tradable price action patterns. If a 5th category hits, we don't take action, right? So we should get plenty of trades with this methodology, and we do. And then we use history, right? We're using oftentimes 10 years or more look back on the SPY day by day history to say, is it a good time to buy calls or puts, or is it a good time to stay on the sidelines, right? Part of the secret of great trading, by the way, is knowing not just when to trade, knowing when not to trade, right? So that'll keep you in the game for the longer haul. So what are we looking at here? We can't give away exact settings, but I alluded to it before. We look at the current bar's range, and we use something called the average true range, which actually Wells Wilder developed. Same guy developed RSI, ADX, and a bunch of other stuff. But average true range means it encompasses gaps as well. So if we gapped up or gapped down today, that gap basically says you need to go back to the prior day's close and count that. If you gapped up, count the prior day's close as your low. Don't just use today's low. If today's low is above that, we get more total price action movement. So what ATR, average true range, allows us to do. So we're looking at price action patterns to determine if they're giving a bullish or bearish confirmation, but it's not just that we close higher or close lower. There's a lot more going on to it tied to volatility patterns. Okay, so here's another pattern let's look at on the daily chart here. This is SPY. You can see back here, September 11th expiration, bought on September 9th, right? 2 days before. You can see that in this example, we're getting another one of these examples where we got a slightly lower low on that trading day, just barely. And then we got a higher high and we got a higher close, right? So we got a really nice kind of reversal pattern back up. So we're buying right in there, right near the end of the day, 340, 345, just around or a hair above 650. Excuse me. So an at the money call, right? So an at the money call. Remember, all options trading involves risk, but let's face it, this is not a widows and orphans strategy. When you buy an at the money call with 2 days left, that is all time risk, right? So each contract you buy for $246 is our average entry price. We track our subscriber fills. We might say getting up to 250, so some people might have gotten 250, some people might have gotten 242, right? But we average 246. But the idea here is that we use the average entry price, and then you say, okay, look, if nothing happens the next morning, so let's say that this thing just stays flat for the next 2 trading days, your 246 is fully at risk. We acknowledge that. I want you to be aware of that, right? That we're trading a leverage instrument, and where do you get the massive leverage? It's usually at or slightly out of the money options that go from at the money to in the money, right? So that's what happens here on this next day, is that it gaps up, right? We caught the nice reversal pattern late in the day. Oftentimes, by the way, the first hour is often called amateur hour. A lot of newer traders will set their stops off the prior day low, get flushed in that very opening going that next trading day. You've seen it time and time again just this past trading week, right? You get a lower open, then a snapback. Had that happen at least a couple of times in this past week. And the bottom line is that we don't want to get flushed like everybody else. The last hours where the institutions will make a lot of their decisions because they're trying to position as we head into the next trading day and beyond. So we were near 650. We opened in this one up here around 653 and a half, traded as high as 654 and a half. Remember, we have the 650 calls at 654 and a half. There were $4.50 intrinsic, plus they have some time premium. But since we only paid $246, we're able to get our double target at 492 intraday there and say, take the money and run. Glad we did, because you can see by the end of the day, it's reversing back down to 653. So in this case, you bought 4 contracts would have gotten you in for $984. You get 4 contracts out at the double, you make the 984 minus your $8 a commission at most. Some brokers aren't even charging closing commissions now. It's a great time to be an options trader. So the bottom line is that, okay, it's just, you don't care what happened through all that past look back. You don't care that you missed out catching the low or whatever. You don't play those mind games. You just say, all we really have is this present moment, right? All we have is this current opportunity, and we're looking ahead to the next trade, the next play that we can make, not worrying about the past, right? Even if we had a loss on the last trade, even if we had a win on the last trade, it doesn't mean you should load up or you should cut back. It means you should keep on executing your system consistently. Here's another one where we had seen, like, this was back when that huge red candle on 1010 at the start of this chart was like when President Trump had threatened 100% extra tariff on China. Of course, we've been going through the news about, you know, the U.S.-China meetings here just this past week. Bottom line is that, we're not sweating that stuff. We're saying, look, here's another example where we have a nice positive close back to the upside near the end of the day. We're finishing about 671, buying the slightly out of the money 672 calls, paying $290 a contract. So on $1,000 invested, can't get 4. You can only get 3 contracts in for $870. You can see it gaps up the next day, right? We get the gap up to 676, trades to 678. We own the 672 calls. So at 678, there were 6. Right before that, of course, at 580, we paid 290. So double it, you take the 580, and you go on. Sure, sometimes they could go on to be even bigger than that, but we've seen many times where taking that bird in the hand of the double is a very sensible approach, and we're still targeting twice what we're risking, right? If we hit a 50% stop, we'd stop that out. Now here's another pattern where things have been down and we actually get an interesting pattern where if things are really volatile, after a pullback phase, you get this really volatile wick, right? We opened higher, we slammed down lower. Most people would call that a bearish engulfing pattern in candlestick terminology, which means it's a big outside reversal day to the downside. Most people would think that we're going a lot lower. But our patterns say that, what, when you get that kind of volatility tied to a recent pullback, it often can be kind of a sign that the markets are getting ready for a snapback. So at least for the next day, right? So we're playing that. We're basically buying in here near the end of the day when we're trading just about 652 and a half, 653. And you can see in this case, we're having to buy a little bit more out of the money because guess what happens when you get those volatile candles? Volatility will expand, meaning the options price you have to pay will grow, right, as volatility expands. So we're not sweating that so much because we know that volatility is not going to change that dramatically from one trading day to the next. So that the reality is that we don't expect we're going to lose that much volatility as we get the snapback. We do get the snapback the next day. That 397 bucks turns into 794 bucks per contract. We only got 2 contracts in, so we made 794 bucks on our 794 invested, with minus our $2 in, $2 out commission, $4 round trip, 790 bucks net profit. So, what happens though when a time stop gets hit? Well, it could be a winner, could be a loser, could be break even. So the idea here is that you can see that was a pretty choppy phase here back in mid-February. You can see though, we like the pattern where we actually saw the undercut. I call that a flush. So I'll put an F by it here when we undercut that prior low. And then we reverse back up and we close higher. We're getting in right there, right near the end of the day, near 684. We're buying the near the money 684 calls, paying 425 bucks a contract. So you can see sometimes we'll pay more if we think that it's better to have a little more stability. It'll be a little harder to get a double target if you pay more, but it also will reduce your risk of getting stopped out. If you buy too far out of the money, you can get stopped out way too easily if the market opens flat or just a hair lower against your call position. You can easily get stopped out. In fact, that's what happened here. That you see, we opened lower. We had gotten in about 684 and change. We opened at like 682.5, right? So there's your open down, right? So we're initially losing that next morning on February 20th. Now, you shouldn't panic because you know what's your stop. If you paid 425 bucks, your stop's down at like 212 bucks, okay? So the idea is that, okay, you could lose 212 bucks a contract or so. There's always gap risk too. You could lose more if it gapped way against you. So I always tell subscribers going in, especially when you're new coming in, getting started, I've got a great trial offer for you here in a few minutes to tell you about. But the idea here is that I want you trading small at first. I want you just getting comfortable with what winners look like, what losers look like, that you're cutting your teeth on. Frankly, your first goal should not be how much money you can make on your very next trade when you get started. Your first goal should be prove to myself that I can consistently execute this system through the ups, through the downs, through the wins, through the losses, and that I'm confident that I can, therefore, after a reasonable sample of trades, after trying it out for a little while, eventually scale up. You see, we caught a nice reversal up. By the end of the day, we're up to like 689.5. Right? You say, well, that thing should be worth like $5.50 intrinsically near the end of the day, but that's not getting us our double target. Our double target was 850, right? We paid 425. So we're out at 635. You say, oh man, such good momentum. Why don't you hold into the next day? Well, then you're in the final day of the options life. You're rolling the bones. You're getting a lot more volatility they're bringing into that last morning's gap up or in your favor or against you, right? So we say, let's just take the 49% gain, 420 bucks made on a 2 lot, and say the time stop kicks us out of the trade. No complaints, right? You're still making 420 bucks for 24 hours of work. That's fine. So you can see here's a great example as we snapped down in late January and then started to snap back up. And now momentum is on our side to the upside. We got a gap up with follow through, right? So if you get a gap open higher here from the prior day's close, you can see that you think, okay, well, that gap up, what's going to happen after that? If it gets sold off after that gap, guess what? The institutions didn't want more of that. They were happy to take some profits into that strength. But you can see from that open to that close, we're going up more, which means the institutions want to keep buying. It means they probably have more money on the sidelines that they're looking to put into play here. And frankly, they're also feeling the pressure. If you're a money manager, you're compensated a lot of times based on not just your absolute performance, but how you perform against your benchmark, which for a lot of them is against the S&P. And so the idea here is that if you got too much cash and the S&P is going up, you know what that means? It means underperformance. It means you're not participating, you're losing ground to the index. So that puts pressure on institutions to keep on plowing ahead. So they're just as susceptible to piling in, piling out as any of us are, right? It may be more so because of their compensation being based on it in a lot of cases that they beat their benchmark, right? So that's where the pressure hits. So the bottom line is that, okay, and near the end of the day, we're getting in there, buying the 692 calls, 312. We do get the gap up the next day. It does trade from the close about 692.5 to about 696.5 at the high, about up 4 points. That's just not enough. We're usually needing about a % move in the index to get our double target. Even though we've got theoretically even more leverage than that, you're losing some time. So in this case, late in the day, we don't even get out at the high. We get out closer to about 695 and change, 695 and a half, and we're worth about $3.50 intrinsically, but we're taking it out at 478, right? So that extra difference is your time value that we don't want to lose coming into the final day of the option's life. So we take it out, 53% gain, $498 profit on the 3 contracts in, now the 3 contracts out. Okay. So here's another one coming off of a low, mid-December, snapping up hard, big follow through after opening flattish. And you see, then we say, okay, this is showing us more volatility. We like that. We buy those at $374 a piece, right? So that's a positive price action pattern. And then you can see the next day, we're actually getting out on 1223. So the entry actually here would have been back. The arrow is a little off there. Would have been back here on this gap up and snap in here, and then getting out. You can see at that next exit there, and you can see saying we got back into another one then on the 23rd and traded into Christmas Eve and popped it again for another 60% gain after the prior 60% gain, right? So here, here's part of this is what I call profit stacking, right? And, you know, if you can't get a double, you know what? If you can get 2 50% wins, that's the same thing as a 100% win, give or take, right? So the idea is that, you know, you can stack 2 60% wins and feel pretty good over those couple of days. So yeah, you put a total of about $974 in your pocket minus your commissions. So the idea is that it's just about being willing to come back, rinse and repeat, and follow your rules. Notice though, we've changed our expirations from one trade to the next, right? So you get out of one, you say, why am I getting out of one and getting right back into another call? Because we're buying ourselves that extra day of time. You know, now we've gone from the day before Christmas to the day after Christmas on our expirations because, of course, the Christmas holiday, we've got to count out past that. Now, not every trade's going to win. There's going to be losing trades, right? So here's an example of one that did not fire, right? We thought we had a nice reversal pattern coming off kind of a volatile wick there and reversing back. Thought we could come back up. We opened a little higher, got into about the at the money options near 679. You see, we opened a little higher. Then we were in a position where we, from there, got into a situation where we have an opportunity here to say, okay, guess what? We're buying those options at 330. We're basically saying, okay, look, we need to have a stop at half that, $165 when paid $330. So the principle here is that, look, we've got to put our focus on controlling risk always, right? Because if we don't, we're getting out probably in the middle of that harsh red candle, right? We are wrong there. It is not snapping back after the attempted slight higher open. It's getting just rejected hard. And we take that 50% loss, stopped at 164. And you say, okay, fine. We had 3 contracts in. We lost about $170, almost $166 a contract. And you say, okay, look, that's fine. You lose about $400. It's going to happen, right? Maybe a little more than that. We're almost losing $500. It's going to happen, right? So the bottom line is that I just want you to be prepared for that. Losers are part of the game. The big part of it is that you've got to have both the financial resilience, but also the emotional resilience to keep on coming back and keep on executing through the ups and through the downs, right? If you believe in your system, that's why I say I'd rather you start small and basically build the habit of consistent execution, seeing what winners look like, seeing what losers look like, and saying, okay, I'm going to build my conviction in the system after a trial phase. Then you'll start to be able to scale up and still be able to keep executing and not get into hope mode when you're down, saying, oh, well, I'm down now, I'll just hope that it comes back. No, that's not how it works. You clean them up, you move them on. So, like we said, quick double before Christmas here. This was a 12.19 snapback after a pullback phase. Now we believe we're getting a nice positive comeback. Bought it on December 19th, bought out to the December 23rd. You say, hold on, that's 4 days. Well, there's a weekend in there, right? So it's trading days, right? 2 trading days later, plus the 2 weekend days means December 23rd was our expiration choice. 678 call when we were trading about 680, right? So those were in the money by a couple of points and we only paid 375. We would have thought that might have been a little harder to hit the target, but we do catch the gap up the next trading day on that Monday morning, December 22nd, out at 750 soon after as it rallies as high as about 685 and change, right? So it's worth about $7 intrinsically plus some time premium left, right? So that's why we like to be able to position to take it at when we get out at the double and not hold and hope. Now, the strategy, we call it overnight spy trader, is actually currently sold out on our Big Trends website. It's been a popular one, right? A lot of people like to trade spy. It's very easy. It's very liquid. It's very focused, right? So if you're having trouble with focus, if you're jumping around too much, uh, I highly recommend that you put your focus on one trading vehicle, and there's hardly any better one than spy. So I've set aside a limited number of spots because I knew I was going to do this Traders Corner event. Said, hey, well, that's going to be coming up. I'm going to set aside just a small amount of these spots to try it out and let you try it and let the system prove it to you. Don't just take my word for it. I want you to see the trailers in real time and take advantage of it. Now, usually if you were able to buy it on our Big Trends website, you'd have to pay $297 a month. And I said, you know what, a month's not even enough time for a fair trial. So I said, let me set up something where I can give you a 3-month trial, the next 90 days, with all the benefits that a longer term subscriber gets, which means you learn the system, you get the settings and rule sheet, you get weekly video training from me. You know, I'm constantly telling you what I'm thinking about SPY, where we think we're headed over the week to week kind of updates. And then of course you get the day-to-day updates when we get new trades. We have real-time emails, and then you can get real-time text alerts as well. You also get an access to me and my analyst team via a separate dedicated email. So $297 a month times 3 months would be $891 you'd pay if you could get in off of our website. But basically, we're going to slash that for you. We're going to say, you know what? Let's give you the next 90 days for less than $2 a day. We're going to make it just $177. I don't do free trials. I'm not usually what I find is that basically if somebody does a free trial, back when I started Big Trends 27 years ago, I did some of those. And I found that people don't put any attention to something that they don't put money into. You put your time and attention into something that you invest in. And so a little investment, not a lot, $177 can be made back multiple times over on just one trade. $1,000 in that doubles makes you $1,000, right? Showed you a bunch of examples where we didn't get the full 1,000 and where we only made 900 or 750 or whatever. But the point is you can make multiples on your $177 on just one good trade. So it's really more about just saying, okay, are you ready to start getting a piece of the SPY action? And so for $177, saying, you know, with a 3-month trial, you can start small, you get comfortable with the system, and then you say, what's the renewal rate after three months? We give you our best pricing, VIP pricing for any paid subscriber. You get our best pricing that anybody gets internally for our Big Trends buyers. So even bigger per month savings when you buy the longer term subscription after the 3 months. But that's for later. Right now, I just want you to get comfortable with the system and try it for the 3 months. So what I've done is set up this special at bigtrends.com/corner. I'm just going to show you this page real quick because we keep our order pages really simple. I'm a big believer in the KISS principle. Keeping it simple has worked the best for me. The more I complicate things, usually the more I mess myself up in trading or in life. So keeping it really simple is a good strategy in general. So when you go to this page, you're going to see we've already taken those discounts. No other promo codes apply. We've taken that $891 value down to just $177. So it's just a question of how you want to pay, right? And if you're having questions, we can call our 800 Big Trends number here, which is shown up at the top right. Just remember 1-800 Big Trends, or you can email us through clientcare@bigtrends.com. That'll get to my customer service team that can answer any question you've got about the overnight spy trader service. Remember, you're not just getting trade alerts. We're teaching you the system over the coming 3 months so you really learn it in and out and get comfortable with it. So what you have to do is whether you put your information in on this page, and I'll come in and answer some other questions here in a minute. You put your information on this page, or for me, the easiest way to do a lot of my online transactions is PayPal. You can click the orange PayPal button, and that will take you securely to PayPal. Then you have a few clicks later, determine your money source, and you lock in this value for $177. In either case, you do have to review terms and conditions, which are hyperlinked there, how we do business now in our 27th year serving our Big Trends community, then hit the I agree box. If you're doing it, plugging it in with the payment information on that secure page, make sure you get your email in here over here correctly. We didn't double email it to make you confirm it. Just confirm it. Make sure you get your email correctly for sure, in addition to your billing info, because that way you're going to get our welcome email. And then that also tells you how to set up text alerts at no additional charge from us. So really simple, really easy and effective. And then frequently asked questions wise, before I pick up any questions we had here, we only set it up for the first 25 traders, but FAQs, It's simple. It's buying calls and puts, right? But it's typically at or near the money, right? Or slightly out of the money even, but going to in the money, right? Where that's our objective. We'll get the real-time emails out to you, and then we send the text alerts through the WhatsApp technology. Alerts can come between 3:40 is our ideal, but we say as late as 4 o'clock, but usually 3:40, 3:45 is where we want to get it. If we're clearly we've got our daily setup, it's not going to get thrown off by the last few minutes of trading. We fire away with a real-time email and a real-time text alert when you're set up on the text list too. So bottom line is that we'll never hold it past the next trading day at 3:45. How many trades do we average a month? About 7 trades a month. So we're particular enough. About a third of the days we're expecting trades. That would still be a little over or right at about 2 trades a week, give or take, and never have a day trade, right? So what's our recommended entry price? 306, $306 a contract on average, right? Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less, but you get the idea that it's still giving you a lot of bang for the buck against the index. And then you get all the learn while you earn bonuses, including weekly video training from me. You do get the settings and rule sheet. Part of our terms and conditions is that you're not going to share that. So no, that's just for you and your benefit to help you grow not just your knowledge, but and of course your portfolio, but knowledge is really where it starts. Dedicated email to reach my analyst team as well. And it's all yours today for just $177. So all you do is go to bigtrends.com/corner and just know it's only for the first 25 traders. Always nice to get some positive feedback from subscribers. Like Bob M said, a nice start for the new year. He took advantage of that one I showed you from the beginning of the year. And he said the target was set, and he said we got out at 638. It went to 640. He said nice profit. So he liked that was his money bags, not mine, with the target. So thanks, Bob M. And that trade. Remember, we were saying, hey, this was that kind of volatile reversal pattern, right? So the day was more volatile than average, and we did close higher, and we bet that therefore we're due for a snapback, and that was on January 2nd. Then that was on a Friday. Monday, January 5th, we're ringing the register. Remember, we had the January 6th options, and so we don't hold it into that expiration day. So you can pay for that many times over, right? That 177, that trade, making multiples of that 177. That's our objective for you, to get a lot of bang for your buck with big trends. So we're always about value. I see people that charge thousands and don't give you nearly the content or the quality that we're committed to. Like I said, for more than a quarter century, been blessed to serve our big trends community and excited for what's coming up in the coming years and decades. Bottom line is that it's all about having a plan, having an ability to execute through, let's face it, the markets and the volatility and the noise can make you uncertain, right? There are uncertainties. Uncertainties are real, right? So your job is to say, how do I manage those uncertainties? How do I get clarity, right? And so the first 25 traders are going to be able to take advantage of this with this super special. Bigtrends.com/corner. Let me make sure I didn't miss any other questions that we might have had here before I hand it back to Anthony here real quick. So let me see if I can go into the platform and see where are my chat questions real quick. Let's see, raised hands here. Sorry, Anthony. Did you pick up any questions here, Anthony? They're
Yep.
there, chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see any. Did I miss any?
I didn't see anything.
Okay, cool. I want to keep you on track. So I want to say thanks, Anthony, for having me. It's always a lot of fun to be with your Traders Corner community here. And really, folks, it's about continuing education. So stick with the rest of the day with tons of other great traders and presenters who can share with you their edges, right? You got to make sure that whatever edge you're putting into play, that you can follow it, that you can stick with it, and that it fits your gut, basically your gut level risk tolerance of what you can handle. If it's going to be too volatile or too much for you or take up too much of your time, you've got to make sure that it fits your life and your lifestyle. So that's what we're all about at Big Trends. We've got a variety of different programs that actually serve traders, everything from the intraday trader to the longer term position trader, or a lot of swing trading in between. So thanks, Anthony, for having me. It's always a lot of fun, and have a great rest of the sessions here today.
Yep. Thanks, Price. We appreciate you. Fantastic presentation and excellent insights. As mentioned, Price's offer is in the chat box, so make sure you check it out. It's bigtrends.com/corner. And don't forget, the link to register for the $100,000 Gladiator account giveaway is also in the chat, and I'll put that in again. Moving on to our next guest. Next up is Joel Wyse. from Affordable Indicators. Joel specializes in helping traders simplify execution and improve consistency using professional level trading tools. His presentation is prop firm tools for peak performance. He'll be covering advanced trade copier and risk management tools, chart execution features, and automated support and resistance systems designed specifically for prop traders. So everyone, please welcome Joel Wyse.
All right.
Hey.
Thanks, Anthony.
You're welcome.
Let's get rolling. Thank you guys for being here on a Saturday. I'm pumped to be here and just kind of show you guys what I've been working on. I presented here before a month ago, and man, a lot has changed in 1 month. Exactly 1 month ago, April 16th, I was getting ready for my wedding, very distracted with all the things leading up to getting married. And now 2 weeks ago on May 2nd, I got married, went on the honeymoon, and now I'm back and fully focused on building great tools for the NinjaTrader platform. I love NinjaTrader. So I've been writing code on NinjaTrader for over 15 years. And so the best days are right now. The best opportunity is right now to build great tools for you guys. And I want to thank Price for getting us kicked off. Definitely makes me want to get back into the options world. I did a lot of options trading in college and then sort of transitioned to futures. So on that note, we're going to transition, and I see most of the presenters coming up for the rest of the day are going to be focused on futures as well. So I'll get us moving in that direction. So my title today is called Prop Firm Tools for Peak Performance. And I need to just get acclimated here. I don't know if I can see the attendees list. I got the questions and the chat though, so that's good. And hopefully I can see your reactions. And I always wish we could do like a test. Here we go. All right. Well, I kind of see the people list. I like to scroll through and see, which customers which names I recognize. There we go. Okay, now we're on. I can see the names. I just like to do that and scroll through, see who's here. So let's get into it. I'm going to go through very quickly the first few slides. This is my office condo here where I'm presenting from today, taking you inside. This is pretty much what my setup looks like. Simple, 3 monitors, one big 4K monitor where I fit a bunch of charts. And back into my world at home, one of my favorite things still is the sauna and cold plunge. I've talked about it in a lot of my presentations recently, but I think it's such a practical way to build discipline and tolerance for hard things. We all know trading is hard, right? We've been in this game for a while. I have. And thanks, Rory. Great seeing you in here, man. And so, yeah, that is still one of my favorite things. Of course, after my wife now of 2 weeks, which I'm super grateful for. Kind of fun. Later today, we get to go to a wedding as a married couple. So actually the couple that sort of is responsible for introducing us gets married tonight. So we'll be doing that later today. But enough about that. Let's get into the trading. I am trading actively still while I'm pulled in so many directions with software. I was actively an Apex trader almost 2 years ago now. It's crazy. These are some old payout screenshots. But yeah, still continuing to work. And trust me, you guys are going to see updates from me as I'm getting payouts. It's a lot of fun. Obviously, I can develop great tools, but if we can't make money, then what's the point, right? So I want to really continue to provide value to my customers with practical solutions for trade setups, which I'm going to show you today. So the goal today is to showcase my most popular NinjaTrader add-ons for trading futures with excellence. And I still believe NinjaTrader is the top I know some of the presenters today, Leigh, Norman, Rory, all using NinjaTrader. Jim Simmons follows me. I know they've got Tick Blaze, but still with a large history on NinjaTrader. Adrian as well. I believe NinjaTrader still has the best days ahead. Obviously, they've been bought out in some things, but I love developing tools on NinjaTrader. It's so much fun. So that's what we're going to do. I want to talk about my trading plan, and I've got market replay running today for you guys. So we're going to spend most of the time just looking at charts. I'm going to show you the way I analyze the market, some of the tools I built to plot key levels, to enter, to exit, to do position sizing, all sorts of things. We're going to get into it today. So I think the biggest reason I've still struggled as a trader is over the last year, being engaged. Obviously, it's a different season of life, right? So I'm trying to manage that relationship, make it strong, make it healthy, plan our wedding, which we had almost 200 people. And so I think with trading, you have to have a plan, right? And you got to give it the time it deserves. You got to treat it almost like a full-time job. And so I think one of the things I'm excited about, especially as we get into the summer and then through the summer, kind of building out the software through the summer, but then into the fall, which is going to be great trading. I'm not saying there's not great trading right now. It's crazy. Like the market's hitting all-time highs. It's so much fun. Volatility is incredible. But I think is some of the most valuable things I can give you is like defining your trades. How many of you just get in and you just go rogue with your trades, right? There's no parameters. There's nothing defined. You haven't defined any rules. And then you find yourself, revenge trading, so on and so forth. And so these are some parameters I've set up for myself that I think could be helpful for you guys. So what time am I allowed to trade, right? Nobody wants to sit in front of the computer all day long. Now, my wife thinks I'm crazy because I do, and I'm coding, but coding is a whole different animal than watching the market, right? It's taxing to watch the market, to make decisions, to try and predict and understand what the market's going to do. And so by limiting it to 2 hours a day, you're taking the best trading hours, which are in the morning, and saying I'm only allowed to trade from this time. Even if at 11:35 I'm down for the day, I'm done. I'm coming back tomorrow. Every day is a new opportunity. How many trades am I allowed, right? If I limit the number of trades I'm taking, what this does effectively is makes me take each trade more seriously, right? Like I need to find a trade that I can be very confident in with multiple things lining up in order to take the trade. The market's allowed. Again, I believe, and I think some of these guys in here would agree. I know Leigh of 10-minute trades, I remember he has a specific setup on the NQ, I believe, or gold or crude. But it's like we can't be an expert in every market, right? We need to find patterns in one or two markets and just exploit the patterns that we see repeated, right? So the number of contracts allowed, again, you're sizing up to try and revenge trade or make up for a mistake earlier in the day. Not a good idea. So what you want to do is always trade the same number of contracts or the same position size. So I'll show you my position sizing tool today. Language and mindset, the last two. I always love talking about these. Something I'm still working on is having a positive mindset and keeping my language. I'll actually just say it like this: keeping my language honoring to God, right? And that I am putting Him first in everything that I do. So, didn't mean to get too religious there, but let's keep moving. So, I'm going to show you guys. These are going to be the main topics for today. Okay, 3 things I want to help you guys see: chart execution features for all trading plans, right? So I believe executing in the chart, interacting with the chart as you're placing and managing trades is the only way to do it. And that's why I'm building out a complete tool set of chart trading features for the NinjaTrader platform. Second, trade copier and risk management features. As you guys know, this is a big thing with prop firm trading. I'm sure you're going to hear about it from other presenters today. I believe And I can tell you guys, we've served over 7,000 NinjaTrader users now with our trade copier. So it's one of the most trusted solutions in the industry. And I'm going to show you some of the latest things I'm doing with the trade copier so that you can trust it, you can get on board. Third, support and resistance trading analysis. So I love looking over trade setups. Like I said, I want to give you guys some practical things that I look at when it comes to trade setups. So thanks, Rory. What's up, Ben? I see you in the room. Thanks for being here. I recognize your last name as well. Juan, yes, these indicators can be purchased and used on any version of NinjaTrader. Mark, thanks for the congrats, my man. So yeah, let's continue. I want to be paying attention. You guys have questions, just throw them in, or comments. I'm going to be looking over at the question box throughout the presentation. So we'll start with the Enhanced Chart Trader, and then I'm going to go straight to the charts. The Enhanced Chart Trader, what it is a suite of execution tools for entries and exits, and it allows you to build the perfect chart trader configuration based on your trading plan and your needs. So I'm going to hop out of the presentation right now and get into the charts. And so I was actually working on this right before we got on the call, trying to update on the call. I don't know why I call it the call, the presentation, trying to get my software to work with playback accounts. So historically, I haven't had it, configured to copy trades across playback accounts. I wanted to demonstrate some copies today. However, I don't think it's going to be there. But that being said, we can still look over the chart trader and some of the features of the chart trader platform. So let's do that. What it should be doing actually is if you have an account as a master account and the main account you're trading, you should see a notification here that you're copying trades. But for some reason, playback just doesn't always cooperate. So that's okay. But this is basically my trade copier window right here. I'll stretch it out and you guys can see master with 4 followers configuring all the different things. It is simple. I agree with Bryce. I love keeping it simple. And that's why I'm continuing to build this out to be more and more and more user friendly and plug and play. I don't want you guys to have to understand every little detail. I want this thing to just work for you and copy trades across accounts. So, but yeah, let's focus on the chart trader for now. So I'm going to start with NQ here. And what I want to show you guys is reload NinjaScript here and see. Yeah, so there's some things I'm still working on in the key levels as well. But this is playback data. And what you've got here, what you're looking at here is my basic chart trader tools. So simply put, let's say that you want to just place a limit order, right? Historically with Ninja, you would right click, and you can still do that, by the way. You can still do that right here. You can right click to place your order. However, I believe a more convenient way is to just use buy click and then click the chart, right? And so this is one of the most basic but well-received features that I've built into this is the ability to simply click the sell click the chart, and your order is resting and live. So what I'm going to do is compare this to what's standard on Ninja, and you can see like the big differences, right? You can see that you've got, actually it lags. Find that interesting as well. Did you guys see that? How it just lags behind? How NinjaTrader's order lags behind. But regardless, here you can see what ATM you have. You can see different aspects of the order on the basic chart trader tools. You can even attach an order to a plot. So watch how simple this is. Click the order, hover your mouse over the plot. See how it says 50 EMA? Then you're just going to click on the plot, and now the order is attached. So it's been fun with with AI, I've been doing a lot of developing with AI. I wrote all this from scratch. And then now with AI on the scene, like it's really accelerating the things that I want to do. I'm seeing them get done a lot faster, finding a lot more freedom and enjoyment in coding again. So it's really incredible as someone who has knowledge of NinjaScript and wrote everything from scratch to be able to pair that with AI has been so much fun. So anyways, I mean, one thing I'm noticing is when I click this plot, it selects it. So I don't want that to happen with these dots here. So that's something I'm going to work on Monday and add to my list. But yeah, I mean, it's just incredible fun now that I'm married and settled in and can kind of solely focus on that relationship and the business and sort of, all the other things that go into getting to that point. I'm just really, really excited right now. I think it's a great time to get involved. If you haven't bought any of my stuff, you're going to be able to see things shift and change quickly as I continue coding this stuff out. So attaching orders to plots, right there it is. Again, you can place orders quickly. If I use buy click, here I'm just got 3 limit orders below the market. I can combine the orders easily, move them all at once. So that's the basic chart trader tools. So stepping up into, and there's so much to cover, Yeah, like let's say I get into a position, right? We'll just hit buy market. All right. And let's say I want to go to break even. So I can scroll my mouse and determine +1, +2, +3. You see, as I'm scrolling it, it changes the break even amount. So let's go to break even +1. Okay, you guys see that? Let's go to break even +10. So we can continue adjusting our break even number using the scroll wheel. So I think that's just a powerful example of something that's built into the basic chart trader tools. Obviously, you've got all the same things you got with Ninja: buy at the bid, buy at the sell at the bid. Buy at the ask or bid, so on and so forth. And these buttons are more configurable. So with Ninja, they're just set, right? They're just the way they are. But here there's a whole set of options to configure buying at the bid or ask, or selling at the bid ask. So, and then you've got your market data down here, which I love seeing the spread. This was an improvement I made recently. Thank you, Rajesh. I see y'all's reactions. So if you like something or you want to say something, I'm watching your reactions when you react. That's right, Ben. Ben, I thought you owned the essential tools. So Ben asked a question: can you show the stop loss and take profit lines before the trade triggers into a position? So thank you, Mark. I appreciate it. I feel like I'm only giving you guys like a small, unpolished presentation today of what my chart trader is capable of, but I'm just going to cover as much as I can, trying to stay focused, and we'll just keep moving with as much time as I have. Yeah, even being able to click here. So let's move this down. Clicking here, you can change between dollars, ticks, or points in these displays as well. But yeah, Ben brings up a point. So let's look at the next tier of features. And this is expandable and collapsible if you want to hide some of these sections or get rid of them completely if you don't need them as well. But I don't know why Ninja doesn't do this over here, but it's an opportunity for me because I have a lot of fun developing these things and people love them. Thanks for the question, Paul. I'll come back to that. So let's stick with Ben here. Ben, who's a client of mine, owns the essential tools. Yeah, just as a reminder, Ben, maybe you've gotten away from using this. It's time to use it again if you aren't. But let's look at this. All right. So over here, we've got this menu. Let's turn on the ATM planning. All right. So now we have a plan, and I'm going to go back to the NASDAQ because, I like the NASDAQ. All right. So with ATM planning, what we can do is plan out our trade, right? So if I hover over the market, I can see where my target and my stop are going to be. So I know in advance where they're going to be. Or like I was using the buy and sell click, let's say that I want to buy, if it pulls back into between the 20 and the 50, I want to buy. So now I place the order, and you can see right here, if I click here, I just literally coded this a couple days ago to make this a little more clean. If I click here, now it's going to show me the target and stop. You guys see that? Scroll up here. Thanks, Ben. So Ben is using it. He's clarifying. He just thinks it's something I should show. So yeah, Ben, you're going to see this. All right. You can show and hide this. And let's say I want to adjust this. If I'm planning out my trade, if I buy the VWAP, see, this is practically how I would trade. Let's say I want to buy the VWAP, and I'm going to want to target a revisit of the high. So now I can go ahead and change my target before the trade is entered. Right? So let's do this. Let's do an example here so you guys can see this. Let's go ahead and get filled. And you see how I'm pre-planning this? So this is not, and then as soon as I got filled, it put my target where I had pre-planned it. Let's do it again. So let's hit buy click. Chart does look a little busy, guys. I apologize. Let me just get rid of some of these levels for now. Got a lot of different things on the chart, and I've been kind of refining my key levels as well, trying to release a new version of that. But again, so once you have this resting order, you've got your target and stop. I'll move my target way up here at the high of the day, right? And so now I'll tighten my stop. So let's see, go ahead and see this. Actually don't like the way that disappears every time I move the order. I just made that switch. So you guys see how it was filled and how it puts the target and the stop where I had pre-planned them to be. So yeah, I call that the ATM strategy planning feature. So you're pre-planning a trade completely, custom stops and targets. Obviously, it's still linked to the ATM strategy in some ways for the quantity, but you're able to predetermine your target and your stop. You got a break even button here too, right there. So that is ATM strategy planning. So Paul, take a swig of my iced coffee. Paul asks, if we sign up, what kind of onboarding is done to help us identify features important to us? That's actually you've identified a pretty big gap in my product line. There's always so many questions about, how it works. I mean, this here has 10 different products alone built into it, right? So we got Renko bars. We got the ability to trade range bars. We've got the ability to enter when a bar closes, right? So let's say you get this countdown here, right? So let's say that I'm trading and I want to get in if the bar closes up. So you see I activate that. Now, as we count down 3, 2, 1, we get a trade on the bar close. All right. So that's just one example of entering on a bar close that you can do with this, right? And that's a separate product. Range bars. So let's take a look at range bars. So if I want to go long on the next up bar, I mean, this is moving. This is so volatile. You can barely see what's happening. I think I had the offset. Yeah, the offset was set to 1. So that's crazy. We didn't get filled there. But what this is going to do is trail. So watch what happens. You can kind of see, I'll see how the order moves automatically. So the order is moving. Let's do another one. Let's just do a short. So you see how it placed the order? Let's do a long. This is a lot to watch, I know. So the order moves to stay in sync with the point where the bar will close. Then when the range bar closes, you're entered into the trade. You can see this example right here, right? We had the stop order, bar came up, closed, triggered us into the long, and that got us long. So again, these are tools for trading range bars. Yeah, you could enter on the close of a range bar if you want to, but with range bars, you're better off having the order there in advance, right? Because then you're going to get a better fill than if you go market as the bar is closing. So let's keep scrolling through here. Tell you what, Rory, if you're still in here, I appreciate you having me, man. I just really want to polish up my presentation a little bit more. I feel like am not completely in it today, but there's just so much to show, right? So let's look at position sizing. So a lot of you guys, more than likely, and this is going to be, we're on micros here. I'm just going to do a 10 lot trade. So again, here, Ben had pointed this out. All right. So we can pre-plan our trades, but now I'm going to go to the next step, which is using position sizing and quick select buttons. So you see, as I'm clicking these, it's selecting an ATM, 10-point target, 10-point stop, 15-point, 20-point, and 25-point. And as I do that, did you guys see the position is changing? So it's keeping us at a $200 risk for the trade. So as I have a smaller stop, I can trade more contracts, right? I can trade more contracts because my stop is only 10 points. 10 points on 10 contracts is $200. 15 points, now I can only trade 6 contracts to stay within my $200 risk. So you can use this, and if I click and move this, you can begin to plan your trade. So if I'm planning to go long here, and depending on how much space I want to give it, is going to determine how many contracts I can trade. So if I move the stop down here, I've got 3 lots with $195 risk. If I tighten my stop, I got 4 lots, still under $200 risk. So this tool allows you to automatically size your position based on the price, location of your stop. Did you guys also see this risk reward feature? So if you're going to keep your risk reward, you can leave risk reward on. Now watch what happens as I move the stop. Target moves to keep the same risk reward in place. Turn risk reward off. Now you're going to be free to move these around, and the target will not stay in sync with stop. Turn it back on, move stop. Target also moves to keep your risk reward in place. So yeah, I hope this is helpful, man. I feel like I'm all over the place. I hope you guys are getting something out of this, because we just keep jumping from feature to feature. And I know these things can be overwhelming to understand all the different options. So Sylvester, thanks for being here, man. I'm not going to look up your account now to see exactly what you purchased, but what you need to enter on the bar close, it's called close bar entry orders. So at the end of the presentation, I'll pull up the website and I'll show you exactly what product and what page you guys are going to go to look over my offer, if that makes sense. So yeah, thanks for asking, man. I appreciate you being a customer, being in the room today. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys this link now. So this link is going to take you to my website where I'll have the offer, and I'll talk about the offer at the end, but the link is now in the chat. It's going to take you to my website, and we'll kind of run through all the different options. And obviously you guys can go watch more videos in your own time. I've got on my YouTube channel published about 1 video every month or so, and hopefully that pace is going to increase as I keep building the team and get more singular focused on growing the company and building out, the software. So, yeah, it's the best days. So again, if I'm placing a trade, I mean, the way I trade is, moving averages. So just a reminder, one click, then you can click on this, and now you have a resting order connected to the 200 EMA. So as it comes down, you're gonna get filled, and we can pre-plan this, right? So I can all of a sudden now, my stop's only gonna go there, I can trade 3 lots. So you see the order actually updated to 3. You guys see that? The live order, pre-plan my stop here. Now I've got 4 lots. Can pre-plan my target as well. So this is kind of showing you the combined features of, you know, what I've kind of been looking at with you guys today. All right. So of course it's going to do some stuff like this. We've got, I do not use playback, and I don't really understand what's going on. It's trying to change the stop price. Stop price cannot be changed above the market. I don't know what that is. Dude, this is crazy. I've never seen something like this before. Anyways, that's super embarrassing, but hey, that's kind of who I am, right? I'm raw, I'm in the moment, and I'm not going to come in just looking at a PowerPoint presentation for the duration of the 45 minutes here. But what I want to show you guys, let me go up as another question. Yeah, Mark, I'm touching on the copier. This is crazy. I'm thinking like unbelievable. I just rolled back into town for my honeymoon on Wednesday night, Thursday. So as you can imagine, trying to get caught up on emails, customer requests, and then showing up to this today. Of course, now it looks like I just totally nuked my NinjaTrader right here. So with that, I'm going to show you guys. We're going to keep moving here. I'm just going to take you directly to my website if I can even get there. I mean, this is like probably one of the craziest things that has happened in a presentation for me. All trade in profit, no loss. Moving the stop should solve this. All right, well, let me try that. Let me try to move the stop. Let's see. The thing is, it's like literally, what if I pause playback? Hold on. Rajesh, come on, man. You know I'm not 100% win. I've been fully honest about my trading. I haven't traded much in a couple of years. Just on and off. Let me see here. All I'm trying to do is just shut down Ninja for now and then get back to, I want to give you guys the tools to just go look at my stuff and some of the videos I've created. Dude, this is terrible. I'm so sorry, you guys. I am so sorry about this. Because it seems like now I can't even. It seems like now, okay, yeah, here we go. Yeah, thank you, Richard. I appreciate you being kind, man. Playback has always been buggy. I don't know why I even thought I should try it today, especially not having used it lately. Even the task manager is not responding now. So yeah, I'm in the task manager, Ben. And then what it does is it's not even letting me. Okay. Let's just do this, guys. Obviously, I'm having a hard time shutting down Ninja. All these messages are popping up, and I'm trying to. Yeah. Well, the thing is, Ben, good old Ninja Trader is right? Obviously, I've made a career on Ninja Trader. The thing is, I never recommend playback mode, and I never use it. I don't know why I thought this morning I should load some data in. I think I just love looking at real-time data movement when I'm demonstrating my tools. And so, I thought, well, why don't I just load some playback and do it? So obviously next time I will be more polished and tested if I'm going to use playback and just make sure it works. So what I'm going to do here is scroll through this. This is my website. I've got a team here, myself, David, who's worked with me for 4 years now. My dad's on the team, and there's actually another guy, Alex, on my team that I met locally. He's a server here in Atlanta, where I'm from. He was a server at my favorite pizza restaurant, and I was like, man, this guy's good with people. Just did such an excellent job, and brought him on the team. So he's helping me kind of with a bunch of different things. But yeah, that's my team. And then what I want to show you guys today is the offer. So if you guys click the link in, and it's just crazy, man. It's so crazy that I can't even get the task manager open. Playback's a joke. But Dairy, I recognize you, man. Thanks. Thanks for saying that. I've seen you come in with some trade copier questions. So here's what I want to do. All right. I want to give you guys the offer so you can understand what I'm offering you today. So you're going to get 40% off any website purchase with the coupon code CORNER. That's going to be good through Sunday, May 17th. All right. And I barely showed you my key levels indicator today because we were kind of locked in on Chart Trader and then didn't have time to finish. But these are some of my favorite indicators I've developed for making decisions in the market. So my support and resistance indicator, key levels, the MA's trend, visualizing moving averages, right? Support and resistance suite. It's a combination of all these. But I've summarized it here. So if you guys just scroll through this, you're going to see everything you need to know. The trade copier only, or the dashboard suite. Again, these are one-time, lifetime purchases. And we can do that because the software is good, right? We don't have a lot of people reaching out with issues. It just works, and it's only going to continue to get better. One of the things I'm excited about that I can't even show you because my Ninja is still down is the diagnostics, right? We have an advanced logging that I'm doing in the trade copier now that helps us see every single action that's taken. And so when customers come to me with edge cases, obviously, no trade copier is perfect. If someone claims to have it, they're not being totally truthful, right? There's always give and takes in how these things work. But with the logging, I'm seeing you know, exponential progress in the quality of how the trade copier works. Okay. And I'll talk about that I'll show you my YouTube channel, which is where I'll send you guys to go look at some more things and see if there's anything here that can benefit you. All right. And then the chart trader. This is where I think Richard, y'all have been so kind. I'm sure some of you guys are like, man, this guy's a joke. Ninja freezes, and he's been using Ninja for 16 years. But I appreciate you, Mark, for saying don't sweat it. Congrats on the wedding. Derry, John, thanks for all the nice comments. So one of you guys had asked, Sylvester, you had asked about on-bar close. That's going to be right down here. So you've got, these are your options. I love how this arrow just is like hanging right here in the middle of the screen. It's hilarious. Perfect. The basic tools, okay, it's just going to be like the most simple rebuild of what's standard on Ninja, but with more features such as the break even button. All right, essential tools. This one is 60% off, you guys. So this is the best deal I give on this. Even like Memorial Day or Black Friday, I never take it lower than this because I think the features are just so incredible and only getting better. So this is where you're able to pre-plan your target and stop, do position sizing, do risk reward, ATM strategy, quick select. So you saw how it was, rather than selecting from a drop down, you just select between 4 different ATM strategies. That's the essential tools. And professional tools, if any of you guys want to go all in today, that's going to get you every single feature built in to the chart trader, which are listed right here. So Sylvester, here's your answer. Closed bar entry orders right here. Price based is for Renko entries, and you've got all sorts of other options in here. I would say the 3 most popular are closed bar, advanced exit orders, and price based entry orders. And there's some order flow stuff too. So I can't get into all the details, but one thing I want to do is take you guys to the YouTube channel. Right on cue, Mark. Thank you, my man. So let's do that right down here. I'm going to click on this link. You guys see this at the bottom of the website right here is the YouTube link. Also, while we're still on the website, you guys can call us or text us, leave a voicemail. A lot of times I don't pick up these calls. It gets pretty crazy. The best way to reach us though is through this button in the bottom right corner. This is where you're connected to everyone on my team. We can collaborate, help you, answer your questions, anything that you need. I'll show you what the members area looks like real quick. So when you become a customer, all right, you log in and you'll be able to see all your purchases, right? So your order history, you put in your machine IDs. Ninja's still just blowing up in the background. It's so funny. You put in your machine IDs here. I've only got 1 in right now. Deleted them all. I was doing some testing. And then all your downloads. So your Ninja script downloads are all right here. So everything you purchase, the chart trader, the copier, order flow, or other indicators that I have available, super simple to download those. Even now I've got, update notifications so that as I update the software, because we're updating it a lot more than we ever have, a lot quicker than we ever have. So there's update notifications in the window itself, in the trade copier window. All right, so back to the YouTube channel. This is where I want to kind of land the plane since my whole platform is froze. Guys, I don't even know why I can't use Task Manager. Like I've never had something this bad in the longest time. I think it just keeps trying to move that stop. And even if I go to like the control center, I can't pull it up. But regardless, this is my YouTube channel. And so if you go to playlists and you can click on, and I'll put this in the chat as well here. Can you guys see these things in the chat? I think Anthony was going to put some stuff in too, but I'm just putting these links in again so you guys can see what's going on. So this playlist, all right, is going to be all the videos of the trade copiers. So this is my latest video about 1 month ago, right before I left for my wedding weekend. Here's the prop firm features. I have a video on rhythmic and the position sync issue. 1 second. I've got this like audio blinking. I mean, Ninja is really blowing up. And I can see it's noon. So even the clock on my computer isn't working. That's wild. Guys, I'm so sorry. I thought it was 11:48 because the clock on my PC is froze as well. So this is what I have for you guys. There's my offer in the chat. affordableindicators.com/traders corner. Check out the YouTube channel. Even if you go back and you go to videos, sort by latest, you can see that I've got stuff on the chart trader. Like here's the risk reward and position sizing. Here's attaching orders to plots. I talk about rhythmic position sync issues, prop firm features, the 10 newest features. So I want you guys to check this out. But yeah, thanks for your patience with me. I am so sorry. This is like very embarrassing. I take it seriously to build the best stuff that can be trusted. And I'm sure it's tough to know what to believe at this point. But yeah, I really, really appreciate you guys giving me this attention. Sorry I'm a couple minutes late, but thanks, Anthony. Thanks, Rory, for having me and trusting me. Hopefully this won't happen next time. Appreciate you guys.
All right, thank you, Joel. No big deal. We all have technical trouble sometimes. We clearly see it's out of your hands.
It's terrible. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Thanks a lot, you guys. I really appreciate it. Thanks, Ben.
Thank you. Yeah.
I'll stop sharing.
Yeah. Great information and very practical tools for prop traders. You help a lot of us out with Ninja Trader tools, so your work speaks for itself. And Joel put his promotional link in the chat box, so be sure to check that out as well. And again, don't forget to register for the $100,000 Gladiator account giveaway using the link in the chat, and I'll put it in there once again. Next up is Jim Simmons of PropShopTrader. Jim will be discussing how prop trading tools are evolving and how traders are using automation and simplified payout structures to scale more efficiently. His presentation is a new way to trade, automated bigger payouts, no evals, and no restrictions. He'll cover how traders can access capital without risking their own money, how the prop model is changing, and how traders are building more consistent income streams through automation and simplified rules. So everyone, please welcome Jim Simmons.
Hey, thanks. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can. I'm making you a presenter right now.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say. There we go.
And
all right,
also an organizer so you could see the questions.
So let's see. I think we got it shared. You guys can see the title slide for my deck. Yeah?
Yep. Yeah.
Good. All right, great. Perfect. Well, let's go ahead and dive right in then. So I appreciate it. Thanks, guys. And hats off to poor Joel over there. Struggling. Yeah, it happens. We've all used Ninja Trader. It's not like we expect perfection with that by any means. So totally understandable. All right. Well, I see some familiar names here already. So welcome to everyone who's maybe brand new to Prop Shop, never heard of us before. Got a lot of great stuff to cover here with you. And for those of you that are already with us, good to see you here. So thanks for joining in. So today's webinar, this is about opportunity. All right. This is about how traders are using low cost accounts to create large payout potential. And it's frankly one of the largest payout potential opportunities out there in the prop space over the long run. And we designed it that way. We designed this for serious traders who are disciplined and consistent, who can take advantage of that larger opportunity over the long run. So we're going to talk about what a benchmark is and how that works. We're going to talk about payout scaling. We'll go over how traders are stacking multiple accounts and how trade copiers are being used and the progression path and how everything leads toward real prop capital. The structure is simple. The rules are clear. The scaling potential is massive. And that's why traders are paying attention to this model right now. Okay. Of course, before we get into this, please read through the disclaimer. There is no guarantees in trading, as you know, but there is risk. We all know that. Anything here that's presented is for informational and educational purposes only. Past performance does not guarantee future results. All traders are responsible for their own risk decisions and risk management. Please understand the risks involved before participating in any market. If we're all good on that, give me a yes in the chat box and we will keep it moving forward. Keep moving forward. Hey, Ben. Yeah, good to see you. All right, good to go. Let's go over the agenda. So again, what we're covering, we're going to cover the forge opportunity. Now we have several different types of accounts between swing accounts and day trading accounts, stocks and futures. We're going to look at that, but mostly what we're going to look at today is our forge accounts and what that looks like. We'll talk about how traders are choosing PST, how account stacking works. We've already kind of covered that. The biggest thing that traders need is clarity, right? How does this work? How do payouts work? How do benchmarks work? Progression, scaling, all of that. So by the end of this, you'll have a full understanding of that. Let's start with the opportunity because that's why we're here. The numbers separate Forge from most models in the industry. A 50K Forge account right now on discount is roughly $300. That's direct to payout. There's no evaluations. You enter right into a payout account. That account has up to $12,000 in total sim payout potential through the benchmark progression system. When we multiply that with account stacking, those 550K accounts create up to $60,000 in total sim payout potential. That's for trading on simulators. Now that's before you go to live. So that's why traders are paying attention to this. Traders are not getting moved after 2 to 3 payouts. We see that in the industry where traders are getting moved to live right away as soon as they hit a payout. And, it's just not sustainable. When the traders get to live, they're just not necessarily always equipped to be successful in that environment. So this is not any rushed progression. We give you time to prove that you have an edge, prove that you can scale, and repeat payouts. So this is one clean setup. Disciplined execution models copied across multiple accounts. We have a 25K account as well that you could take advantage of, but ultimately up to 4,000% ROI, which again is one of the biggest longer term opportunities out there. So very strong. So scaling, again, this is where it becomes powerful. Trade copiers are included with this environment. They're included in both web and desktop. Okay, so that means you can execute across multiple accounts simultaneously, one trading environment. Here's the beauty. We're going to talk about TickBlaze here in a bit, but there are many prop firms that are seeing the opportunity available with TickBlaze, and that's our trading platform of choice. So as those prop firms come into TickBlaze, you will be able to use the same copier with the same connection to copy to all of your prop firms in one platform, which is amazing, and the copier's included, and it's really a sweet copier. It's really easy to use, so our traders love it. So it is $300 as a one-time fee. Okay, it's a one-time fee. There's no monthly recurring. It's just you pay to play. You come in and do your thing. So yeah, good question. Now, all of this only works if you have discipline as a trader. Easier said than done, right? Poor execution copied across 5 accounts creates 5 losing accounts. Traders who use structure consistently can aggressively scale in this model. And the second major piece to this is automated progression. We talk a lot about automation, and we're going to go over why, but the benchmarks, which is different targets you hit to get to payouts, okay? That's really what it is. Those are completed automatically, and your payout progression is automatic, and your payout is automatic. You do not need to request a payout in this environment. There's no payout request windows. There's no trading windows. There's no evaluation phase. There's no waiting to get payouts. There's no downtime between payouts. So you start directly inside payout structure from day one, and we've built it to be seamless and just super easy, simplified, which is obviously a breath of fresh air. Now let's talk about why traders are moving to PST. A lot of the prop firms have become restrictive in a lot of ways. Unwritten rules, really strict consistency rules, scaling restrictions, complicated payout rules, and even artificial limitations. You think you're getting a payout, but surprise, you're not, because something went wrong and you didn't even know it, right? But traders are tired of fighting a system that is focused on, delaying or denying payouts and that sort of thing. And so PropShop has removed that friction. There's no consistency rules. There's no evaluation phase. There are very clear, very attainable targets, clear parameters, automated payout progression, and then you add the ability to trade futures and stocks. We're one of the only firms that offer stocks day trading. And by the way, we offer it in a way that is actually compliant with the SEC. There are firms out there that, now I'm not a legal advisor, but we believe that are not operating under SEC regulations accordingly. So we are. We have very, very good counsel, so we do things the right way. Day trading and swing trading. So you can have multiple accounts in different environments so that the opportunities that are available are scalable. So if you want to hold on to trades for multiple days because the NQ is hitting all-time highs, great. You're welcome to do that on the swing accounts, which is great. Multi-account stacking, tick blaze is included along with data as well, and the trade copier, which is amazing. Now, why should you listen to me? Why should you listen to us? PropShop has been around for about a year now. We have, we've done some things. You always want to know how many traders have come through, how large is the operation, how long has it been around, is it, how much have they paid out, that sort of thing. So PropShop has about 12,000 traders worldwide and growing very rapidly. We've issued 86,000 accounts. We've delivered over $5 million in payouts so far in our first year, and we have over 1,000 5-star reviews. So it's not a new thing necessarily at this point. It's still new-ish, right? But the point is, we've done some things, right? This is not a new thing where you don't know if are they going to be here tomorrow type of thing, right? So we've been there, done that, and we're cruising along and growing rapidly, which is great. Let's see. Just completed benchmark 1 on Light and Forge. Way to go, Derry. Excellent. Very good. Very good. Love to hear that. So this slide essentially explains the Forge model, how it works. So we're going to go through this. There's a lot of information on this slide. It's kind of jam-packed. So let's go through it. Really what you want to look at is what's involved for you as a trader. What do I need to do to get paid, right? That's obviously what we're after. The first thing you have to do, just like any other prop firm on the planet, clear your drawdown. What does that mean? That means you build, we're going to use a 50K account as an example. You build 2,500 in profits over the initial starting balance. Okay, that clears your drawdown. That essentially locks in your minimum balance. All right, so now your minimum balance at this point would be 50,100. That would be your minimum balance. Anything beyond that, as long as you don't hit the minimum balance, you have not breached your trailing drawdown. We do have end of day and trailing drawdowns, just a fun fact. So the next step is, once you get through clearing your drawdown, the next step is to hit 5 qualifying trading days. What qualifies a trading day? 250 in profit. That's it. That's all you have to do. 5 days times 250. How many of you can do 250 a day with 2,500 in drawdown? Yeah? Pretty straightforward. Most traders always say, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. The system is built around consistency. We're not looking for oversized trades. We're not looking for one lucky day. We're not looking for massive gambles. And we're not looking for traders who are putting their entire drawdown on the line for every single trade. It's not scalable. It's not sustainable. We can't bring it alive under that environment. So all of our rules are designed to find the best traders and progress them into live and give you a great opportunity to get paid along the way. So here's how this works. You hit 5 qualifying days. Now you've entered into the payout system. At that point, you would clear another 5 additional trading days, and that will get you to your first payout, which is $1,500. So at that point, you've traded 10 days and you've got your first payout. Automated progression that continues to progress as you hit 5 more days, you get another 1,500, and then it starts to scale up to 2,000, and then your final 2 payouts are 3,500. Now, 3,500 is a great payout for a 50K account. We stack the end of it bigger because we know that the traders who have gotten to that point, they deserve a bigger reward because they've done something that a lot of traders cannot do. So they deserve to get paid for that. So that's our mindset on that. Now, here's the beauty of this. Your profit goal for each payout is 2,000. Okay, so when you get to your first payout, you have a $2,000 target. When you get to the second, it's 2,000, 2,000. When you get to 3,500, your payout target is still 2,000. So we haven't asked you to do anything more, but we're going to pay you more, which is really sweet. At that point, once you complete benchmark 5 and 6, then you'll get moved into a live real prop account. So you get up to 6 payouts in that environment. Realistically, we have no reason to move you sooner unless a trader is just killing it and they say, I want to move sooner. I don't know. But most traders, they want to take as much out of that opportunity. They spent $300 to get into the system. They've between all the payouts, they've made $12,000 and now they get to move to live. So obviously traders want to take as much out as they can, right? Before moving into a live account. Every payout is automated. When you hit your goals, when you hit your targets, you're automatically paid. There's no request required. You've already done your KYC, which means know your customer, know your client. Has to do with, it's a banking regulation, just making sure that we, that we know who you are and you are who you say you are. So no, that's a good question. So they're asking, does that imply 0 losing days? No. You can have losing days. Absolutely. There's no consistency rules. So if you have a losing day, first off, you don't feel like you have to outrun it because of consistency rules. All we're asking is 5 days of 250. If you have a losing day, you have a losing day. The days do not need to be consecutive. You don't need 5 days in a row. You could trade 2 days this week, hit 250, come back, hit 2 days next week and have a losing day in there, come back the next day or the next week and have a day. It's really entirely up to how you want to trade it and how often you can trade. Not every trader trades every day, and that's totally fine. You do need to trade once, at least once every 30 days. Otherwise, the account will go dormant. But yeah, they don't need to be consecutive, and you can have losing days. That is totally fine. Yeah, no worries there. So we try to keep it very simple. And again, all the progression is automated as well. So pretty sweet. Here's the full payout schedule across the board, along with ROI. You can see that on the 25Ks, you've got 1,000, 1,000, 1,250, and then 1,500. And then we've already covered the 50K. In terms of ROI, even on your first payout, you're 500% ROI. And then as you go through the system, you can see it climbs all the way up to 3,300% or 4,000%. So, and then of course you could stack those across 5 accounts. So really, really great. Good stuff. Here's the parameters. Here's what's involved. One of the strongest components of this account is the linear structure. So we have linear accounts, linear drawdowns, linear targets. What that means is your targets are in line with your account size, but so is your drawdown, and so is your risk metrics. They're all linear on these accounts. So if we look at, going from trailing 25K to 50K, you go from 1,250 to 2,500. End of day is 1125 to 2250. Your daily targets 125 and 250. So if you feel like, well, I really focus on the micros and I just want to make 125 a day, cool. Do the 25K. I only want to make a benchmark target of 1,000, not 2,000. Cool. Do the 25K. There's still good money in there. 1,000 a week, 1,250, 1,500. So you just choose the account that makes the most sense to you, and you're not penalized for choosing one account versus the other. We employ a max position risk on our systems. The reason behind this is we don't want home run traders necessarily. We'll take them, but what I've seen over the years of running a prop firm and running the risk department, traders who have really, really good days tend to give it all back. And that's not what we're looking for. It's not what the trader's looking for, but unfortunately it happens. So what we are looking for as a prop firm is for traders to just hit a daily target, take the money, go about your day. Because if you do that day after day after day, you can make a lot of money. Because what we can do in that environment is we could say, this trader is very disciplined. We want to add more capital behind them. And now you get to trade with more size. Your daily target goes up, but so does your payouts. And that's how it's designed to be. We're not looking for a trader to hit home runs. If you do, we're going to take it. Obviously, it's not a bad thing, and we're not going to penalize you for it because there's no consistency rules. But your goal as a trader is to manage risk and make profit. So we have a max position risk. It's 50% of your drawdown. Most traders, if you ask them, do you need to risk 50% of your drawdown to hit 250 a day? The answer is no, definitely not. You don't need to. So, but we put this in as a protection for the risk side of things. Daily loss limit. We do have a daily loss limit on these accounts as well. And again, it's just 50% of the max drawdown. These will fail the account. So if you hit max position risk on these accounts or daily loss limit, you will fail. Okay, so just good to know how that works so you can be prepared. Max contracts, two minis on the 25K and then three minis on the 50K. You could trade same size in micros, 20, 30. Okay, but pretty straightforward. As far as rules, there's really not a lot of rules involved with these accounts. There's no consistency. So again, make as much as you want. There's no cap on your daily profits. We're not going to penalize you for having a good day. Not in these accounts. It doesn't make sense. There's no scaling contracts. You could trade your full size from day one. If you want to trade one mini one day, you want to trade three the next, that's totally fine. No evaluations. You jump right into the payout account right away. News trading, algo trading, and copiers are allowed. We do not restrict you from trading news. So that's a big one. What do you not want to do? Well, don't breach your max position risk, which we talked about. Don't breach your daily loss limit. Stay within the daily loss limit. Both of these, by the way, are static. What that means is if you're up $500 on the day, then, excuse me, if you're up $500 on the day, then essentially your daily loss limit has gone to $1,750. So you do get more breathing room. The max adverse is the same on every position. Max position risk is the same every position. Don't breach your max drawdown. Essentially what that means is don't breach your minimum account balance. Don't hedge positions. You can't go long NQ and short NQ on a different account. We don't allow that. It's a CME regulation. And then don't hold into the close. The positions are closed. Excuse me. They're closed at 4:45 anyway, Eastern time. So, and that won't fail your account by any means. Hedging doesn't fail your account. We give you the benefit of the doubt. Sometimes a copier goes sideways and one account's long and the other short for a period of time, and you notice and you close it. That's fine. We'll flag the account and you just let us know what happens. So pretty straightforward there. So what does real prop trading look like? So you've gone through the benchmark system, you've gotten your payouts, you've made $12,000 in sim, and now we're going to look at moving you into real prop. So what does that look like? Well, first off, your drawdowns are static and they're exactly the same as what you had in the sim side. Okay. Same structure on contract sizing and drawdowns. The drawdowns are static though. There's no consistency rules. It's an 80-20 profit split. Long-term capital scaling, there's no, if you're trading well, we want to put more capital behind you. So it's in our best interest as well. There's no payout caps. No payout caps in real prop. What you make is what you take up to the profit split. And that's from day one. There's no caps. Okay. There's also no thresholds in real prop trading. You don't have to outrun your drawdown. You don't have to hit any sort of target to get a payout. What we do require is just the same as what you had in your sim side, 5 qualifying profitable trading days per payout. That's it. You hit your 5 profitable trading days, we're going to get you paid. Okay. Swing trading, if you're on the swing trading side, it's 2 qualifying profitable weeks because swing trades are obviously, they take longer. Live accounts, again, uncapped earning potential and uncapped scaling. So if you're a good trader, let's get to work. All right. We give you everything you need to succeed. Top tier platform and data is included. Again, the trade copier is included. Scanners and systems, if you're trading stocks and you need a scanner templates, any of that sort of thing, we got you covered there. Education, strategies, trading rooms, community, all of that is included. So you have the opportunity to connect with other traders and come to the trade rooms and things like that. So very cool. Also, asset class diversification. So again, you can trade futures and stocks, day trading and swing trading, multiple accounts. You can have up to 20 accounts in total because you can have up to 5 day trading in stocks and futures, and you can have up to 5 swing trading in stocks and futures. So you can have up to 20 accounts. Let's see, in live trading, do you get paid on 1099s or is a split of your earnings? So it is, the way that it works, good question, is let's say if you made, I don't know, we're just going to use easy numbers. Let's say you made $10,000 in live. 8,000 goes to you, and then 2,000 goes to the firm. So it's pretty cut and dry. As far as taxation goes, if you are in the US, you would get a 1099 on the real prop side, not on sim. We don't send 1099s for sim, but we do for real prop. Let's talk about TickBlaze. You heard me mention that. So TickBlaze is an award-winning trading platform for discretional trading and algorithmic trading, institutional grade. And it was built for institutions. It's how the platform came to be, actually. Multi-device access. You can trade on the desktop. You can trade on web. The web trader is killer. It is so cool. You guys are going to love it. So check it out. You get it through the prop firm. As of right now, you can't get it unless you're in the prop firm. So be sure to come in and check it out. It's really a great platform to trade on. Trading view charts, but we've built out the back end of it. So, pretty great. Also, TickBlaze Marketplace has a lot of great resources for indicators, algos, level 2, options data, domes. I mean, you name it. There's a lot of great stuff in the marketplace, though, for order flow, level 2, charting. Again, you could do the options levels. There's a lot of really great tools in there. So come in and check those out too. Derry says, yes, been using it. Awesome. Very good. Glad to hear. Glad to hear. Let us know. And it is new. So let us know if you see any bugs or anything. Let us know right away. We'll make it right. But do let us know if you see anything. Does TickBlaze data include full level 2? It does not currently. It's an add-on, but we could look at getting you set up on that. It's going to be comparable to what you might pay with other arrangements. Pretty inexpensive. So let's go over pricing. We've got special discounts available. They are limited time. They are huge. Sorry for the blurry graphic. I didn't realize that was blurry. Apparently, I didn't copy the full size, but you could still see it. It's we're doing up to 85% off right now, which is insane. So get it while it's hot because it's not going to last. I think it ends today, if I'm not mistaken. Don't quote me on that, but I think so. So what you want to use, coupon code is corner. Use the coupon code corner. Okay. 75% off any single accounts, 80% off 3 accounts or more, and then 5 accounts is 85% off. The 75% off, like I say, on the 50K, it's like 300 to get started. Very, very competitive there. And then the 25K, I'd have to look, but I don't want to say incorrectly. Accounts, we are giving away accounts through the Traders Corner event. So if you have not signed up to get a free account, then absolutely do it because you can get a free account. There's nothing wrong with that. So Steven's saying the balance is messed up. Yeah, let our team know. We'll get it fixed. They are releasing some stuff this weekend. Had a couple snags in there. We've heard from some of our traders. So it is getting fixed. Absolutely. They've been furiously working to get that done ASAP. So they have some things coming out this weekend. So we should see some improvements, but let our team know. We'll make it right. We'll get you squared away. Yeah. And apologies for the frustrations there. I know that is frustrating. So, so how do you get started? Go to PROPSHOPTRADER.com. You'll see the offers. Make sure to use the coupon code CORNER or click on their link and choose your account, apply the discount, start trading, and so on. As for help, if you need any help along the way, just reach out to support@PropShopTrader.com. They are fantastic. They're very responsive and very helpful. Platform support, if you need any help specifically on TickBlaze, the platform, you can reach out to support@tickblaze.com and they'll get you squared away. So we've got plenty of time to go over anything that you want to go over at this point. So we kind of flew right through this. This was a pretty quick and painless presentation here. So how much time do I have actually? Am I an hour or 45 minutes actually? I'm curious.
I think you have until 1. We started a little bit early. I think Joel was having some technical issues, so we might have started like 15 minutes early or something, 10 or 15 minutes early.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, no worries. Well, cool. Well, let's talk trading. Could we use Ninja? As of right now, technically, no. You could soon. There's a company out there called ETP, Expert Trading Programmers. They are building TickBlaze in to their trade copier. So that copier connects directly into NinjaTrader, and then you would connect the copier to TickBlaze for data and for order entry and things like that. So it will be possible very soon, but as of right now, no, it is not. But it is coming through that sense. We are working on different solutions as well with TickBlaze to see if we can get something maneuvered there, because we know a lot of traders like still trading on Ninja, even in spite of all of Joel's headaches that he had. I will tell you, look, for what it's worth, I've traded on NinjaTrader for many, many years, and there was a time or two, that there were some frustrations that came up, and I will say, TickBlaze is not infallible by any means, but let's just say I haven't been frustrated nearly as often. So it's been a huge relief to me as a trader. I've traded for, I guess it's been 18 years now. I love trading on TickBlaze. Now, granted, I'm biased, but it is pretty great. Do you supply algos? There are some algos included with TickBlaze. They're pretty generic. I'm just going to shoot straight. They are pretty generic. They're going to be basic stuff to kind of wet the whistle, get you started, kind of get you running on algos. But there's a lot available through the marketplace that TickBlaze offers. Some really, really cool ones. I would say one to look at would be the stacked signal algo, which is a order flow signal algo. I really like that one. There's a bunch of them. So yeah, we want you to take advantage of the discount too. We do. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, we'll see what we can come up with on that. Again, I think the trade copier through ETP is a good way to do it. As soon as it becomes available, we'll see. I know we've been keeping them busy with other stuff. We work with them on some other things too. ETF. I'm gonna look at their website just to see. For trading programmers. Let's see if I can find them. Copier. Platformless trade copier. Nope, not that. Maybe this one. I don't know. I'll look. How do we access the trade copier on TickBlaze? What you would do is on TickBlaze itself, there's you would enter a new window. I don't have it up right now, but you would just go to new, and instead of doing like a new chart or a new workspace or a new following list or whatever, or domes, instead of that, you would just go to new trade copier. And then once you're in the trade copier, you create a new group. And then once you have that, you just, all your accounts come up and you select who do you want to be leaders. You can have multiple. And who do you want to be followers? And so there's a lot of functionality as far as that goes. It's pretty slick. I wonder if I can show some screenshots of it, because it is really slick. There's a series in YouTube as well that that will show it. Let me see. Platform Ignite Copier. Here we go. Yeah, so here's the Ignite Copier. You can see, you know, in the video here, they're kind of going over how to set leaders, followers, and so on. You could set copy multiples. I know you can't really see that here, but if you want one account to follow at 2 to 1, the other account to follow at 5 to 1, you know, sky's the limit as far as that goes. You could do fractional following, and again, all of them have P&L restrictions as well. So if you want one follower to stop when you get to 1,000 in profit for the day, then it'll automatically turn it off and close that position. And then you can have others that are set to 500. I mean, you can have the leader set to max profit, max loss. It's really slick. So here's the beauty of this particular copier as well. It's built into the web trader. This is the only one that we know of that's built into the web trader platform. We haven't heard of another web trading platform that has a trade copier built in. And if it does, cool. This one is really great though. You guys will love it. So anyway, all local, it's not cloud-based, any of that stuff. And you can learn more about it here. It's called Ignite Trade Copier. Pretty slick. Yeah, here's the video tutorials. This is where you'll want to look at it. So yeah, you can see, you know, kind of how it works right here if you want to just kind of check it out. So pretty slick. Yeah. Let's see, we got some more questions coming in. Great. Once I passed, I had difficulty with the first benchmark to get 6 to 8. Yeah, I hear you. It's, you know, it's designed to be, trading's hard. You know, let's just call it what it is. Trading's hard as it is. And we try to keep it simple because, you know, we do have accounts too that have smaller targets, 200 a day versus 250, and only 1,000 per benchmark versus 2,000. And so they pay less, but they're easier to get paid out on. So that would be a good one to check out. Already have 5. How can I use today's coupon? You know, Ben, we are working with the team on figuring out, can we have sort of extra accounts that are available to purchase at a bigger discount that are kind of there for you for later. We're looking into that now. I don't know what's going to come of that, but we do have some other things that we're working on behind the scenes too. So there's some pretty cool stuff coming. Yeah. Is the copier available for legacy accounts? I think so. Reach out to support on that and just let them know, hey, I'd love to get in there and use the copier. Yeah. Already have ATM strategies. Yeah. Does TickBlaze ATM create as robust as Ninja? Yes, and some. Yeah. Let's put it this way. The generic, I call them generic, but the included, we call them TMS scripts for TickBlaze. They call them TMS, trade management scripts. The one that comes included, you can have multiple targets. You could have trailing stops, break evens, all that stuff. But what's really cool is you can set a dollar amount of risk in that TMS script, and it will automatically size your positions for you. So if you have let's say you have a 40 tick stop, and you know it knows based on that 40 tick stop and your required risk per trade, it'll size the position according to the correct number of contracts for you, which is pretty sweet. So beyond that, though, you can actually code your own TMS scripts if you want. There's really nothing you can't do with that. So yeah, it's pretty great. It's pretty great. Let's see. Derry saying, to pass a benchmark, I highly recommend listening to Sean's training on quickly moving to break even. More stops, but they are free. And when it really moves, big profit. Yes. A lot of everybody's got their own way of managing risk, and that's totally fine. A lot of our best traders, they just don't take stops. They move their stops really, really quick. As soon as they're like 5 ticks in profit, depending on what you're trading, obviously, the stop moves to break even, because there's no point in taking a loss when you don't have to. There's some trades that need a little bit more breathing room. So depending on your strategy, but a lot of our traders that are trading, pretty quick targets, they're moving to break even pretty early. Yeah. Very cool. What else? What other questions can I answer for you? Platform, prop shop. I'll show you the website a little bit here. I've got it kind of tucked away on the side. But here's Prop Shop Trader. If you go to our website, you can watch this video of a gladiator. It's interesting. Anyway, you trade up to 20 accounts, right? Day trading, swing trading, no consistency rules on any of our accounts right now. The only firm offering day and swing trading, no payout caps in live in real prop. Over 5 million paid out, and kind of goes through everything. You can go to intraday or swing trading, futures or stocks, and then on futures day trading, you have Forge or you have Light. So you can see on the Light accounts, your benchmark target's 1,000 and your daily target's 200. When you go to Forge, that doubles here, and then you go 250 on your daily target. So bigger payouts, bigger targets, makes sense, right? Usable with TradingView, sort of. I don't think I'll be able to get to the web trader right now because it's the weekend, but let me try. Let me see if I can get in here. Obviously, markets are closed, but I'll see if I can do a quick demo. Yeah, cool. Here we go. I don't know how I'm going to get any data, but here's the web trader. Yeah, I can't do the trade panel because there's no data right now, but you have a trade pad and a dome. All of the charts are TradingView. So these are all TradingView charts. If you have custom tools in TradingView, right now they're not integrated in here yet. We're looking at that as a next, kind of a next step type of deal. We wanted to get it out, get it functional, so that our Mac traders could trade with us right away. But yeah, so this is TickBlaze Web. You've got your watch list here. Super simple. There's no data, obviously, because it's the weekend. But you've got some really killer tools in here. The trade copier, once it gets integrated in here, it's going to show up right here. They're just finishing up the trade copier. You don't want to release it until it's ready. Let's put it that way, right? Because obviously that could be really bad. So they're just making sure everything's good to go on the copier before they add that in here. But everything's here. But the really cool thing too is trading stats. If you come in here and you click trading stats, you have a very sophisticated trading journal of sorts, which goes over, equity curve. You've got your P&L, profit factor, win rate, and then you have sort of this spider web type of thing where it shows you your score. Apparently, I'm good. I don't know. There's not that many days in here, so. But you can see your winning days and your calendar and your performance summaries and all that. Really cool. So definitely check this out. I mean, this is all built in. This is not an extra subscription. So, first off, the fact that you can have a full TradingView charting without paying anything extra is huge, because TradingView ain't free. And then also to have this entire performance section, I mean, this is insane. I mean, this is worth at least $50 a month, if not more. So that's all built in as well. I can't show you the charts really, but you do have the option of doing multi-chart layouts in here too at no subscription. So if you want to go to a 4-chart layout, it's all built in, which is amazing because all this stuff costs money with TradingView. So it is really cool. So TickBlaze Web, check it out for sure. Are equity options coming soon? Soon, no. I'll be honest, not soon. Coming, yes. Just probably not soon. On NQ, what is the? Don't say average. No, on NQ, what's the average that you see most traders go to break even? Most traders never. Just shoot straight with you. Most traders YOLO. It's they're all in. All the chips are laid to the middle of the table. They don't care. So, but a good, it just depends on your strategy. 50 to 80% of your target At that point, it's a good time to go to break even, but it's up to you. And it really depends on your strategy. Some strategies take a while. Like my strategy, it'll go 90% to target, come back to break even, go 80% to target, back to break even, and then it goes and hits target. So you just never know. And NQ, it depends on how many ticks you're trading for. NQ can move 20 ticks in a second, and you'd be out, and then it goes to target without you. So you just have to really look at your own strategy. The best way to do that is to go back and look at all your trades and see, are you taking too many stop outs that were in the green? Then that's your answer. So TickBlaze desktop, how to edit the buy and sell buttons. When you say edit the buy and sell, I don't believe there's a way to do that currently. Like colors and schemes and that sort of thing, or you're looking to move them, or right now they're colors. Yeah, there's no way to do it yet. No way to do it yet. I think it's been submitted though as a feature request, so I can't say that it's going to happen anytime soon. There's a lot going on over there, but we'll see. We'll see. Will there ever be a dashboard that shows all accounts at one glance? Ooh, good question. I tell you what, let's put it into play because I want it. That's a really good idea. Dashboard with all accounts as a summary. Yeah, let's do it. I'll pass that along to the team. As for when it comes out, I don't know, but that's a great idea, and I would love to see that happen. So we do have new trader dashboards coming. Time frame on that, I'm not entirely sure, but it's going to look more like that web trader with all the really cool, profits and all that stuff in there. So inside for prop shop. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Do you have a sim mode you can use? Yeah, absolutely. TickBlaze is free to use. So if you want to just download the platform, get it running, check it out. They do have a 15-minute delayed feed that comes included. If you want to connect your own data feed, if you have like DX feed or CQG or Rhythmic or any of those all connect into TickBlaze. So you can connect the data and then you can trade on sim. Absolutely. The web trader, as of right now, does not have a simulation mode, just so you know. Yeah. Cool. Well, these are good questions. How are we doing on time? Are we out of time, or we still have time? You said we have till 1, right? I think we're still doing okay.
Yeah, like 13 minutes, 12 minutes. Yeah.
Cool. We'll keep answering questions. I mean, traders geeking out together and talking trading, nothing wrong with that. I mean, who wants to sit here and listen to me talk when we can all hang out and talk trading? So very cool. What other questions you guys have? Anything else I can answer for you? Anything about the prop industry in general? Anything I can answer for you there? I don't mind even talking about other prop firms and opportunities. There's a lot of really cool stuff out there. If you're curious, how risk works, or how the prop firm behind the scenes works, or how many traders are really making payouts and that kind of thing, that's always fun to talk about. So feel free. There's no question off limits. I'll answer what I can, obviously, but yeah, feel free to. Now's the time. Head of risk for Prop Shop Trader. We see it all. We see it all. Was kind of leave it on the payouts page. That's always fun. Yeah, not too many other questions coming in. We might have a little bit extra time to give back to you. We'll hang out for a couple more minutes, and then if no questions come in, we'll finish up. Speak about how other brokers add into TickBlaze. Does the prop firm have to be on TickBlaze to use? No, good question. So if you have a Rhythmic connection with your prop firm, you can connect into TickBlaze, and it's totally free to use. So web trader, however, would not connect to Rhythmic. So you can connect to the desktop, just not the web trader. But yeah, you can connect to any Rhythmic prop firm. You can connect into TickBlaze right now. Tradeovate is not available. Rhythmic is. Just good to know that too. Is everything controlled by you, or is it like Apex using Tradeovate, Rhythmic, Ninja? Yeah, exactly. So TickBlaze is like a Rhythmic and a Tradeovate, which is probably more like a Tradeovate in the sense that Trade-Evate and NinjaTrader are the same company. TickBlaze has its own order matching, which is like the Rhythmic or Trade-Evate side of things. They have their own data, so they've got that covered. So that's like a Rhythmic as well. And then the platform is built in as well. So it's all one big ecosystem, which is why a lot of the prop firms out there are coming into TickBlaze, because it's a new system that offers a really great back end for the prop firms, and then also really great pricing. Obviously, prop firms, the margins are pretty thin. I know a lot of traders think, well, the prop firms just make gobs of money. It's actually not true. The margins are pretty thin. So anytime that a prop firm can save money, they're going to take advantage of that. So a lot of prop firms are coming into TickBlaze. Yeah. Any giveaways today? Yeah, we have some giveaways through the Traders Corner event. So Traders Corner posted the links, so be sure to enter that. They have a survey. Actually, let me copy it and I'll paste it in here again. There you go. So that's the link. Make sure to join so you get the opportunity to win a free account. Yeah, massive payouts. Yes, that's what these accounts are all about. How many live traders do you have? They come and go, unfortunately. There's some that are still with us that are doing very, very well. We have some traders that are still in there from previous models. And unfortunately, we've seen a lot of them hit their drawdowns and things like that. A lot of the traders that came through on the newer accounts with the benchmarks and the minimum daily targets, they are killing it. They are crushing it. They're doing so well. And that's what this is all about. We wanted to design accounts that are going to encourage the right behaviors so that when you get to live, you're actually going to succeed. Not I YOLO traded for 3 weeks and happened to get 3 payouts, and now I'm moving to live and I have no idea what I'm doing. That doesn't work for us. It doesn't work for the trader. So doing everything based on daily targets. They come in, they hit their own daily target every day. They make their payouts. They're happy as can be. It's great. So we really believe in these systems, that this is a really good system. Yeah, let me post it in the questions. I know you guys may not see the chat box too, but actually, I don't know if oh, here, submit a question. Let's see. Let me send that. I don't know if you guys see that or not, but I posted that in the questions box too. So that's there for you. Yeah, we've had in total of the live traders, we've had, I don't know, probably about 100 or so that have come through live real prop in the past year. Some of them did very, very well until they didn't. And then some of them are still doing very well, which is great. So, yeah. What else? There's got to be other questions you're dying to ask. Nothing? Nothing else, huh? I think we've covered most of them here. Let's see. Were the traders live or day trades? Day traders, swing traders. They were mostly day traders. Yeah. Had a few hedging violations. Support is awesome. I appealed it. They cleared them. Other firms would have just closed them. Yeah, exactly. That is really great to hear. Thanks for making that comment. The support team's great. We try to make everything make sense. If it makes sense, great, we'll run with it. If it doesn't make sense, no. we're a prop firm. We're in the risk business. If there's no like group trading where you're all copying each other, there's none of that stuff. But any of the shenanigans, we don't allow those. But we do have cross checks for same IP stuff, trading rings. Fail, get paid, fail, get paid. That stuff doesn't fly, churning, all that stuff. Just like any other firm. You're trading on simulators. Obviously, we have to protect the risk and the opportunity. So good. Well, cool. Well, I think we're good. We covered a lot of really great questions. So thanks for hanging out and being interactive with these events. It's always fun to chat with other traders versus just listening to me talk. On the stock side, can you leave positions running for days? Yes, absolutely. That would be on the stocks swing accounts is what you'd be looking for there. Yeah, absolutely. Do you have resets? We do. We do have resets. They're priced pretty competitively along with kind of what you would pay on a really great discount. So yeah, those are available, resets on those. How do you swing futures? Yeah, we have swing accounts for futures. So lower contract quantity available, and it does vary based on the instrument, based on margins and that sort of thing. But we do have swing accounts if you go to PROPSHOPTRADER.com, and you can take a look at those. Yeah, if we go here and then go to, you would go to swing trading on futures, and here's the details on those. So sim payouts total available is 3 and 6, and then intraday, it is intraday trailing, so it's 2,500, but it locks at 27.6. So that would be, you know, once you get to 27.6, your minimum balance is 25,100. So there's no daily target. There is a weekly target, which is 1,000. And yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Reset fee is 250 on that account. No daily loss limits, none of that. So yeah, pretty cool. Swing, swing. How do you swing? Oh, how to swing futures? Yeah, you just enter the position. You just don't close it. So it would hold through the overnight, you know, or through the end of day, like the 5 to 6 o'clock. It would just hold through that. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you, Richard. So the good thing is I'll give you an update on that. So he's mentioning that he's encountered bugs with some of the entries and orders and things like that, which is obviously critical. It's absolutely critical. They have some updates coming this weekend. We've seen major improvements that they've done on the back end with the dashboard reporting and some things like that. So that is working. There was an issue with the break even button. What was happening? This is no joke. What was happening is that the target, when the target was getting hit, the break even stop was never getting canceled. It looked like it was getting canceled, but it wasn't. So traders were getting into positions going the other way at their break even. And so thankfully they have fixed it. That build should come out on Monday, hopefully Tuesday at the latest. So they fixed that. And then also any of the dashboard stuff, they have a fix coming this weekend on that. So most of it's been improved, but there's still a couple underlying issues. So if you need help though, yes, reach out to support. And Richard's saying, thankfully support was really good. But yeah, definitely power through that. We'll get you taken care of though. Any accounts that are affected, we'll get them reset, whatever we got to do, we'll get you taken care of. Absolutely. Because that's not acceptable, obviously. CME rolled out futures where you could stay in the trade without rolling. Yeah, it is interesting, huh? I don't have much of a take on that. You know, we have swing trading, day trading. TickBlaze itself, with their data, they automatically roll, which is interesting. But this is more on the simulated side, so it's easier to do that. I haven't heard too much about the rolling into the new contract type of thing. But that would obviously be a factor with swing trading, right? That's a huge factor with real accounts. Yeah. Yeah, good. For me, the failure threshold had big discrepancies causing me to be kicked out of trades. Sheesh. Yeah, no, that's not good. Thankfully, that sounds like a one-off type of situation. Unfortunate for you, but fortunate for us. That's not widespread, but yeah, we'll definitely get that fixed. Interesting. Yeah, that's not good. We'll get it fixed. Are we allowed to trade futures E-mini pre-market and after hours? Yes, absolutely. The only time you can't trade on the day trading accounts is the 5 to 6 o'clock close and the weekends. That's the only time you can't trade those. So sweet. Well, this was fun. Thanks for asking a bunch of questions, and hopefully you guys got something out of it and got a chance to get some questions answered. That's great. So thanks for being very interactive. Again, that makes it fun for everybody. So appreciate that. Guys, thanks for taking time out of your weekend to be a part of this event. You know, weekends, there's not very many of them, and it's precious time. So be sure to get some rest, some time with your families, and we will see you back in the markets on Monday. Don't forget, we have a holiday coming up the next week, and always pay attention to the news so you know what's going on. If we can help you with anything, whether that be your prop accounts or even trading in general, we are happy to help. We've got some really cool things in works behind the scenes that should come out in the next week or two as well. So if you're not already on our mailing list, be sure to join that. We promise we will email you a lot. But in all seriousness, we'll keep you posted on some of the great things coming out. So very cool. Awesome. Yeah. Hey, Rod. Good to see you. All right, guys. Have a really, really great rest of the weekend, and we will catch up with you next time. Take care. Cheers.
Hey, cheers. Thank you, Jim. Excellent presentation and very valuable information, and thank you for answering all those great questions. Jim's promotional link is in the chat box now, and the coupon code is CORNER. And remember, winners of the one of four $25,000 Gladiator accounts will be announced at the end of today's event, so be sure to stick around for that. Next up is Adrian Tomulet of Expert Trading Programmers. And Adrian, if you're there, I'm going to make you the presenter right now.
See, this is the guy that's doing the copier that has the connection to TickBlaze. I was just talking about him. So good to see Adrian here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, very cool. So pay attention to what he has to say. He's great.
Yeah, so next up is Adrian of Expert Trading Programmers. Adrian is the co-founder and lead developer behind the ETP Trade Copier platform. Really great how all this flows together. His presentation is 5 funded accounts, 1 trade, how prop firm traders are losing accounts to problems that have nothing to do with trading. This session focuses on the operational side of prop trading and how execution failures, not bad trading, are causing many traders to lose funded accounts. Adrian will also demonstrate technology designed to solve these problems in real time. So everyone, please welcome Adrian Tomulet.
Hello, everyone. My name's Adrian Tomulet, and yeah, like Jim mentioned, this is going to be a presentation about the exact trade copier that will work with the TickBlaze platform. We're excited to announce that we will be launching that variation of the trade copier very, very soon. Okay, so let's get into it. Give me 2 seconds. Got too many screens going on. Okay, so what will we learn today is how to copy from one leader to many funded accounts without changing your platform, how you can spread the risk across multiple prop trading firms, and this is what Anthony was also mentioning, how you can spread the risk across multiple prop trading firms, like hedge the rules, outages, and disputes, potential disputes that might be coming. And how you can use trade copier templates to mitigate execution and daily limit risk. So first of all, who am I? Before we dive into the presentation, I'm sure you'd like to know a little bit more about us. My wife and I founded this company just over a decade ago to combine our 2 passions, trading and programming. During this decade, we've learnt the ins and outs of programming, trading, and just life in general. Through the hard times and the good times, we stuck with ETP, and we have grown into what it is today. A company that employs over 7 programmers for diverse trading platforms, a company that has created over 4,000 plus indicators and strategies for diverse clients, from Joe Trader and a simple indicator to trading companies and prop trading firms with server integrations and in-depth statistical analysis. We've done it all. However, with all of these achievements, what we are most proud of, and unfortunately, we only thought of asking clients 3 years ago to do this, is that we have a 5-star reputation on Google from 61 reviews. That is 100% customer satisfaction. And really, what we're most proud of this is because what we strive for is we strive to keep our clients happy by meeting their expectations and even in some cases exceeding them. Okay, now let's get into what we're actually going to do. So Myself and my wife are the builders of the platformless trade copier. It is a Windows local first solution. We're also going to expand this into Linux and into Macs very soon, close after our very next upgrade. Right now, the platform will supports Rhythmic DXV, native NinjaTrader 8 add-on, Trader 8, Platform X, CTrader, MatchTrader, TradeLocker, and DXTrade, and the TickBlaze platform as well. That's also coming soon. The focus is on reliable multi-account copying plus per account risk control. And this is very important for reliable multi-account copying, and it's going to tie in very well to what we're going to be talking about today and how you can spread your risk across multiple prop trading firms with the aid of only one trade copier. So first of all, let's get into the features. So we've got 1 leader, too many followers, mixed firms, and then mixed account sizes. You'll be able to, with this trade copier, you'll be able to copy 1 leader account from any prop trading firm into other accounts on the same instrument in many follower accounts. Why we say mixed firms is because this is firm agnostic. The moment that you connect to multiple firms inside of the trade copier, you will be able to use accounts from all different firms, and you will also be able to do mixed account sizes, meaning if you have a large account of $100,000, for example, and you've got smaller accounts of $25,000, you'd be able to use multipliers to trade either from the larger account to the smaller accounts or vice versa. The connections that will be supported in the very next iteration, which will be coming soon, 1 or 2 weeks, are Rhythmic, DXV, Trader 8, Project X, CTrader, DXTrade, TradeLocker, MatchTrader, and TickBlaze. And you can trade from your preferred platform. What do we mean by that? So for example, if you really love the CTrader platform and you have a TradeLocker account or a MatchTrader account and you can't connect those into CTrader, then what you can do is you can connect your CTrader prop account into our trade copier, connect your TradeLocker or MatchTrader account into our trade copier as well, have the leader as the CTrader account, and then have the followers as the TradeLocker and MatchTrader accounts. This goes the same for Rhythmic, DXV, Trader 8, and Project X. So as you can tell, the first 4 are from futures, while the others are more CFD based, and the last one is really both. They actually have stocks as well, which is really cool. And that's from PropShopTrader. They use the TickBlaze platform. We also have a native NinjaTrader 8 add-on, meaning that you don't have to you only have to have a live market data connection inside of NinjaTrader, and you'd be able to use your SIM accounts to be able to trade from NinjaTrader into any of these other platforms. And last but not least, and why I say not least, is because we value your security and your trades significantly, and that's why we went with the local first approach, meaning you install it on your trading machine instead of having it run on the web. Why we want to do this local first and why we've done it local first is because we value your credentials. We will never see your credentials. We will never see any trades that you take from your machine. And this is the main reason behind why we went local first instead of doing a web platform. Security really matters to us, and especially in trading where your strategy is your value, or your trading strategy is your value. It's really important that no one sees your trades except for the prop trading firm that you are trading in. So no one can copy you unless you actually signed a contract with them to be able to be copied. So before we dive in, I want to talk a little bit about the prop firm landscape. So why we really like the prop firm landscape is because we have where's my click? We have cheap entry and access to capital with limited personal risk. What do I mean by this? Back in the day when we started trading, Collective 2 wasn't even around, so it was way back in the day. And we had to use our own money to fund our own accounts. Especially in futures, I think at that point we needed at least a $10,000 account in futures to be able to trade. Now that's a lot of risk. And the actual $2,500 drawdown or $1,500 drawdown that most prop trading firms have for, or they don't even have a $10,000 account, but let's just say they did, that would have been the risk of your own capital. So when you lost $1,500, you lost $1,500. Why us personally at ETP really think the prop trading firms are a good addition to this space is because you can spend a couple of $100s and literally get the same potential profit like you would from having your own account and trading your own account. So the risk is essentially much, much less. You're risking $200 instead of, oh, if you blow the account, you've blown $200. Back in the day, if you blow an account and you started revenge trading, that would have been a $10,000 wipeout. Just and unfortunately, up back in the day. So that is the reason why we here at ETP actually think that the prop firm landscape is a really important landscape to get into. Also, rules vary widely in between the prop trading firms. So what I mean by that, some rules are tighter on the daily loss, some rules have trailing drawdowns, some rules have end of day drawdowns, they have different consistency percentages, there's new prop firms coming in, there's old prop firms that you know you will get a payout from without any disputes that you would like to trade. And the decision becomes hard because so many prop trading firms are around nowadays that you have to go on Trustpilot, you have to find out, who they are before you actually dedicate your time. The problem with trading just one or two prop firms really is you're exposing yourself to significant amounts of risk. If one of your payouts gets denied by one prop firm, that's it. You don't get paid for that cycle. And the cycles also are completely different depending on the prop firms as well. Meaning some prop firms might pay you out in a week, some might pay you out once a month, some might pay you out once every 2 weeks. Now, obviously, everything comes with its own caveat, and the ones that pay you out once a month, you probably get a higher potential payout than you would from the weekly ones or the bi-weekly ones. So the choice just becomes harder and harder as you get the further you get into this situation. Now, what we support, and there's another thing that really ties into this whole prop trading industry, is you get accustomed to a certain trading platform, whether it be TickBlaze, NinjaTrader, whatever, Quant Tower, you innovate web platform for your trading. Because let's put it very bluntly, we're all creatures of habit, and it's really hard to start changing your habits, right? You start off with a trading platform, you learn that trading platform, you don't want to move to a new trading platform because you want to move away from a certain prop trading firm to another prop trading firm. It just becomes a whole pain in the ass to have to deal with. And instead of sticking with the prop trading firm that you've already come to realize is not for you and for your style of trading or whatever, the decision comes really, really hard because you might have to change the platform, not just the prop trading firm. And our solution with the Trade Copier actually allows you to keep trading on your same trading platform while also giving you the opportunity to trade other prop trading firms, not just the ones that you've vetted and you think don't make it up to scratch. Oh, see, I got a little ahead of myself. And then the sim payout cadence, right? They've got different thresholds, they've got different cadences, they have different requirements for payouts. So spreading your risk across multiple prop trading firms and getting payouts at different times could actually help you create a continuous cash flow. Something that would be really hard with just one prop trading firm. Like I mentioned earlier, and that's why I said I got a little bit ahead of myself. Like I mentioned earlier, the getting denied a payout from one prop trading firm is really bad if they're the only prop trading firm that you're actually trading with. If you have multiple prop trading firms that you're trading with, this would enable you to still get payouts on other prop trading firms while you get denied on some. And it's totally fine. Brings the level of stress down. All right, so let's get into some prop trader frustrations. So the first one that I keep harping on about, single firm exposures. Now, firms change rules. They change rules because their internal calculations change as well, and they find that they're either not as profitable as they would like to be, or that they're in a deficit. So firms end up changing rules. Some firms might have outages. If you've ever traded with Rhythmic, you would know for certain that you have seen outages as well. And this also works. We've seen some platform X outages as well. And you never know when an outage is going to happen. If it happens at the CME, that's totally at the CME level, that's totally fine. But if it happens just at the simulation engine level, that's when it starts getting annoying for traders, because the market is moving in your direction or it's moving against you and you really can't do anything. So a single firm exposure would mean that Any outages, you're down for the count. If you have to dispute a payout, then that freezes you for a certain period of time and you can't actually trade with that prop trading firm until the dispute is over. And like I first mentioned, the rule changes. Some prop trading firms come in with little to no warning. Hey, we've changed these rules, and you have to deal with it. The second one is the shifting rules. Trailing versus end of day drawdown. New constraints midstream. What that means is sometimes prop trading firms either tighten the drawdowns and they never extend them. Why is that though? Or some new rules might come in midstream. You're halfway through your payout account and a new rule gets dropped on you and you have to work around it and you have to adjust your strategy to make sure that you don't actually trip that rule. It becomes very laborious to get to that point, to work around the rule changes. And like I keep saying, the payout uncertainty or delays across firms. The payout uncertainty really has to do with what I've been harping on from the get-go is you might get reviewed. Maybe your KYC hasn't gone through. Maybe you tripped a flag that you were not supposed to trip. And you get denied a payout for one cycle, whether that cycle is a week, 2 weeks, or a month. It's never fun to get denied a payout. Or you might have prop trading firms that have a different payout cadence where you request now, but you only get paid out in the next 2 weeks. And if you fail that specific account within that 2 weeks, or if you don't trade that specific account within that 2 weeks, you might get denied the payout. These sort of rules, especially when it comes to payouts, because let's face it, you worked your ass off to get a certain, to follow a certain, to follow some certain rules and to get to a certain P&L. And having the payout not be honored kind of feels like you've been cheated. Platform fragmentation. Your preferred platform isn't supported everywhere. Like I mentioned in the previous slide, the platform fragmentation is a real thing because there are so many broker connections like Tradeovate, Rhythmic, DXFeed, and not all of them work with your preferred trading platform. But like I said before, we're all creatures of habit, right? So not being able to trade on your preferred trading platform, then you start looking only to prop trading firms that are on your prop trading platform. Or to brokers, you might even want to switch brokers. So for example, maybe you're done with the whole Rhythmic, or you're done with the whole Tradeovate thing, or you're done with the whole DXFeed thing. And you want to move to, what else is there? I think you want to move to CTrader, for example, because you really like the platform and the CTrader brokers are much better for your certain trading style. You don't actually have to leave your trading platform. You can still keep your same trading platform going forward by using the trade copier. Now, what is this one really grinds my gears, and security is very, very important, especially in the day and age of AI and so many new security issues cropping up just because people start getting sloppy and they just want to get things out quickly instead of doing things properly. So, security on web-based copiers. Even if their security is really good, what I mean by security is you connect your account, you give them your credentials to connect your account on their servers. They are able to see, one, your full credentials, and two, your full trading history and your full trades going forward as they happen, because they have to copy your trades into your other accounts. But what's to stop them from copying your trades into their own accounts or selling your trades to a third party? And you wouldn't even be the wiser, because you would be trading in sim accounts, for example, especially when it has to deal with like Tradeovate or Rhythmic. While you're still in the evaluation phase, you're trading on a sim account. So you never see the market going against you. This is really something that like I said, it kind of grinds my gears, because they really, yeah, I'm not going to go into too much detail here. Again, like I said, I could have harped on that for a while. Okay, discount windows. Different prop trading firms have different discounts. Some might be having a 60% off sale. Some might be having a buy one, get one free. You don't want to miss out on those, right? Just because you're tied to the one prop trading firm, and you can't actually flip from one prop trading firm to the next. So you want to get the best deal possible so that you're not spending so much money for your evaluations, and you can essentially get payouts for a lot less. You can get more bang for your buck. That's the easiest way to put it. And the last but not least, the compliance stress. Staying within each firm's specific rules. Why it becomes a stress, in my opinion, and I've stated this multiple times, is because if you're trading just the one prop trading firm, if you get denied, if you get an account failure, if you get literally anything, you're pretty much sitting duck for the next cycle, at least the next cycle, until you get a new account or you requalify for a payout. So the stress, especially if you're living off of trading, the stress gets really high when you get denied a payout and you only have the one prop trading firm that you're doing this on. Now, I've harped on about the negative side of prop trading firms, and I really don't want to keep doing that, because they are really, really good and they always make sense, especially when you get access to capital without tying up your own money. You have a flexible schedule, focus on quality setups versus the all-day grind. You can do whatever you want. It really doesn't matter. You can do swing trading, you can do day trading, you can do all-day trading if you really want. If you want to stay up for 23 hours a day trading, that's really up to you. Also, diverse prop trading firms have diverse rules, diverse products, and payout calendars across the different firms. So it really makes sense to pick something that really works with your trading style And it really works with your trading psychology as well. And the best thing about the prop trading firms is once you really have nailed down your trading strategy and you've seen it actually makes money end over end, it's really good to systemize your execution and then really repeat what works across multiple accounts and multiple prop trading firms. Now, let's get into how the trade copier eliminates frustrations. So the very first frustration was single firm exposure, rule changes, outages, disputes that freeze you. The second one was shifting rules, trailing versus end of day drawdown, new constraints midstream. Third one, payout uncertainty, delays across firms. Fourth, platform fragmentation. Your preferred platform isn't everywhere. Security and privacy of the web-based copiers. The discount windows, those are also very important. And then the compliance stress. So, first one, our trade copier would eliminate this very first frustration because you can do multi-firm copying from one leader account to multiple follower accounts. So they don't have to be from the same prop trading firm. So let's just say, for example, you've got Apex, you've got a PST account, and PST don't do Rhythmic anymore, do they? You've got Apex with a Rhythmic, and you have a PST account, for example, with TickBlaze. You also have what else is there? Bullnox with a Rhythmic, for example. You're able to connect all of those prop trading firm connections directly into the copier. Everything is local. We don't store anything, or anything that we store is on your local machine, so our servers don't see absolutely anything. And the best test for that is if you really want to test it, you can install the trade copier on a new machine and connect with the same account, and you'll see that all your settings will be fresh, because we do not copy anything to our servers. So giving you the ability to copy across multiple prop trading firms with just one leader account, this unlocks a whole realm of possibilities. One, actually, I'm going to get ahead of myself again, so I'm just going to go into the next one because I was about to start hopping around these 1 to 7 things with the explanation. So the shifting rules. What we've designed inside of our trade copier is a risk template that you can attach either to a specific group or to specific accounts. And why this risk template is really important. Different accounts from different prop trading firms of different sizes, even if they're from the same prop trading firm, they've got different sizes. They have different rules. So to make sure that you don't actually hit any of your rules, you can set up a risk template to essentially stop trading before you actually hit your drawdowns for your prop trading firm, for example. Or if you have more than X number of losing trades in a row, then you stop trading for the rest of the day. There are many ways to go about this, and I'll show you through the demo. But having a risk template that you can attach either to a global group or account really helps, especially when using multiple prop trading firms. best thing about this is you can get paid by multiple prop trading firms with the same strategy. Having one leader account and not having to worry about trying to trade on multiple accounts. I'm not sure if anyone has ever traded or tried to trade multiple accounts at the same time, even in the same trading platform where you have a drop-down menu and you go in and you click buy now, and then you hit the drop-down menu, and then you move to the next account and then you hit buy now, and then you go back, and then you hit buy now, and then you hit go back again and you hit buy now. By the time you get to your fourth account, with a 1 to 2 second delay, depending on how quick the market is moving or what sort of market you are actually trading, that can incur significant slippage. And what I mean by significant slippage is not that each individual position would be slipped. It's just from your initial signal and where you were actually supposed to be trading from. By the time you get to your fourth account, you're probably 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 ticks away from where the entry was actually supposed to be. So any P&L calculations that you've made prior to this, or any strategy expectancy that you've calculated, and you know the potential expectancy of the strategy, that can get very skewed very quickly. The platform fragmentation, where your preferred platform isn't supported everywhere. So this gets solved by trade copier, because we connect directly to your brokerage account through our API. We don't actually connect to the platform, except for NinjaTrader 8, where we connect directly to the platform. So you have to have that open on the same computer as you do the trade copier for them to actually get linked together. Otherwise, all you need to do is connect your broker account to whatever platform you normally trade from, and then you connect that same account inside of the trade copier, or connection, not necessarily account. And then you're able to see it inside of the trade copier, and any trades you place on the trading platform get automatically grabbed by the trade copier itself, which really gives you the opportunity to trade through accounts that connect to your specific trading platform. It gives you the ability to trade any other accounts that don't actually connect to your specific trading platform. Now, like I've mentioned before, more than a few times actually, this is local installation only. Nothing gets distributed over the internet by the copier, meaning your username and passwords stay on your computer whenever they're saved. Your trades only go to your broker and then stay on your computer. They never get sent anywhere else. And this is very important because, especially in trading, most traders spend years refining their trading style and their trading strategies. And having someone get the ability to copy you without your express consent, it's not, I don't know, it just does not sit well with me at all. Now, the discount windows, and this is one I really like, because like I said, different props do different discounts at different times of the year. Some might do a special discount over this weekend and give you a buy one get one free. It doesn't necessarily like have to touch a specific holiday or anything like that, or a long weekend, because everyone does the long weekends and the specific holidays, but every now and then some prop trading firms do like a 40% off just for no apparent reason. So being able to take advantage of the discounts from multiple prop trading firms without having to worry, oh, how am I going to connect this? How will I be able to trade these accounts? That really gives you the freedom to essentially shop around. And it also gives much more money in your pocket because you're able to, if you take advantage of all the discounts, instead of just sticking with one prop trading firm, and then once you're done with all your resets, it starts getting really expensive. So instead of purchasing a new account altogether and paying potentially full price, you could probably get another account at another prop trading firm for 60% off, 50% off, whatever, and trade that until your preferred prop trading firm goes back and does another sale. Instead of sitting on the fence and not doing anything while they do it before they do another sale, you're actually able to keep putting your strategy through its paces and potentially even get payouts. Now, the compliance stress, this kind of goes back into the risk templates, where you can set up your risk templates once. Well, I say once, but if the rules change, you obviously need to go in and adjust your risk templates. But you only adjust them once as the rules either were created or as the rules were either adjusted. That's what I mean by once. So you set up the rules at the start and obviously on changes. And then you go and do the then you go and do your trading, really. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, now I'm going to do a mini demo of the trade copy. Now, being Saturday, it's there's not going to be any trading, unfortunately. It's going to be really interesting if I can actually even get a connection up and running, because I've tried with Tradeovate and CTrader, and I'm not able to connect. Maybe this one, this Rhythmic one. It depends on if the servers are up or not. So in this mini demo, oh, look, yes, we've got a connection. Okay, awesome. I see Anthony has put in the coupon code and the offer. I've actually got a link. Where's my? Oh.
Yes. Sorry if I put that in there early. I just want to make
No,
sure I got it in.
that's fine. Yeah. That's fine. No, that's actually quite perfect. The only caveat here is that I have a link to the actual product page as well, but I'll put that in after. And the code is actually corner 25. Sorry. That gives you 25% off the price, but that's fine. I'm wrapping this up very soon. Okay, so we're connected. You can see your accounts are here. Now, these are obviously test accounts from what I can tell.
You have until 2, so I wasn't trying to rush you or anything.
Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine. And I really want to get to the questions because that's my favorite part. I do tend to harp on. I've been told by multiple people that I do tend to harp on. But I really want to get to the questions because that's the fun part. I really love the question side of things. Okay, so you've got your accounts. You can set up your account groups. You can see here we've got 1 leader and then 5 followers, right? This is the leader account, Adrian 0. These are the followers. You can set up your account groups by this, and by going here and have, these are all the unassigned accounts. Now we don't have any unassigned accounts because they're already in a test group. But yeah, you can flip the leader fairly easy without any issues. And this is what I meant by the trading template. So you can use different trading templates and different risk templates for, and here is the risk template, right? So using global. And I'll show you what I mean by the risk templates. So inside of the template configurator, we've got different type of templates. We've got instrument templates, we've got risk templates, and then copy templates. So the copy method templates are sort of are the templates that give you a markup. So for example, if you're trading a $25,000 account, but you want to copy into a $50,000 account, you want to essentially multiply everything by 2, right? So you've got the copy method, you've got percentage or exact quantity, but let's just do percentage. You do a 200% increase on everything. And then this also maps to the inverse instrument. So for example, if you're trading MES on one, you'd be able to copy into ES on the other, and vice versa. These are the copy method templates. The instrument templates, if you want to only trade specific instruments in specific accounts. So for example, you have a leader account where you trade 10 different 10 different instruments, right? And on the follower accounts, for example, on one batch, you want to trade, you want to copy anything that you do in YM, while on the second batch, you copy anything that you do in NQ. You can set up your instrument templates where, like you see here, where you're actually just trading the YM. So anything in that follower, account will get ignored unless it's the YM. And then the fun part of this is the max daily drawdowns. So you can set up the max daily wins, like how much you want to win, max daily loss, and then max daily trailing drawdown. And you can set these to whatever you want, and you can also enforce them on open trades. Now, this is going to get extended significantly when we input the max number of winning trades, losing trades, and so on and so forth. We're still in the early phases of this drawdown. And other features of the trade copier, and this is going to wrap it up. Yep, is we have an orders tab now. So I'm not sure if anyone is familiar with literally any trading platform where you have an orders tab and you're able to see any open orders. We've batched these up by accounts because on a trading platform, you probably have one connection, while on the trade copy, you have multiple connections. We've had clients that have connected up to 10, if not more, connections in total, meaning they could probably rack up somewhere around 100 accounts. Now, you want to be able to filter through those, otherwise you will go crazy trying to find your orders and positions and stuff like that. So we've done a batching system. Now I can't show you again because the market is closed today. We've done the same for any open positions. We also have a notifications tab. So this is a new addition that we've built into the trade copier, where if something goes astray on anything inside of the trade copier, we can give you alarms on Telegram, email, Discord, and webhooks. Now, this is very important for some traders because, like any technology, nothing is 100%, right? So having the ability to get notified instantly on your phone, whether it be on a chatting app, whether it be directly in Discord with a bot, maybe you set your own way of notifying yourself and all you need is a webhook. That's also very doable, or an email. For any of these alarm types, so position mismatches, stale orders, copy failures, it's really important to have this sort of stuff. And then you're able to also see all the alerts that have gone on throughout time. Now, these will be sent to our servers because we need to notify you as they're happening. But these are, hey, this failed, notify the client. It's an emergency situation. And then we have the settings, which are pretty standard, the help and the log tab. So inside of help, you can see in the new version, we've added these little question marks literally everywhere. Right? This gives you a guided tour of everything that you're able to see on this connections tab, for example. Account groups tab, you have this little question mark. It tells you exactly where you need to go on the account groups tab. Templates configurator, same thing. If it's a risk management, then it takes you through the risk management stuff. If it's templates in general, like, hey, these are the templates that you have. So we've tried to do a help section for literally anything inside of the application, right? We've got a lot of tours going through and essentially explaining every little bit of the trading platform, of the trade copier. Okay, so I went ahead and already talked about all these. Okay, questions. Now the offer, sorry. The link is this, and I will copy it. Oh, damn it. Sorry about that. The link is this. Where is my copy button? Oh, there it is. Never mind. I had it in the browser. So, I'm going to send it to organizers only, Anthony. If you can copy it to everyone else, that'd be great. Thank you. Questions? Anyone? Anthony, where am I able to see the questions? Sorry, I'm not familiar with GoToWebinar.
Oh, it's okay. At the top left-hand corner there, it says people, chat, and then questions.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
You,
so there's no questions really.
Yeah, I don't see. Yeah, I don't see anything.
Okay.
Anne asked, can I copy from, let's say, a Bolinex Rhythmic IC leader account connected to Ninja to my PROPSHOPTRADER account that only works with TickBlaze?
Yes.
You know, yeah.
Yep. That's the whole idea of this trade copier, is to literally use the platform that you are very familiar with and that you don't want to leave out, and copy to whatever prop trading firm you want. And yes, we are getting the TickBlaze connection in the next update. Now, that's going to be coming either end of next week or the week following that, depending on how our testing is going. We want to make sure that everything is stable for absolutely everyone. And we've got about 10 traders already in testing with this latest build. We're just ironing out the kinks right now. I'm not able to actually see the questions. Your question will be sent to the staff. My questions are literally if I want to send a question.
Oh, sorry about that. I probably should give you different privileges, maybe. The only other question I see is that I think it's Juan asked, can you explain EOD?
End of day. Okay, so there are some prop trading firms, including PST actually for that matter, where they only calculate your trailing drawdown only gets updated at the end of the day, meaning it doesn't. So normally the trailing drawdown calculates from your highest peak balance, highest peaked closed balance, which can change obviously with it throughout the day. Now, what the end of day does is it only calculates from the highest peak of the end of day account balance. So throughout the day, you can go really high or you can go really low without actually triggering a failure of account, because it only gets calculated at the end of the day. Does that make sense, Leigh?
I haven't heard anything back, so that must have been a good explanation. I got a couple more questions here.
Sure.
Can wealth charts be hooked up with this trade copier as well?
No, not yet, unfortunately. Wealth charts is a little bit gated, but we'll find a way to get it.
And one person's asking, can you give a rundown of what your company does outside of the trade copier? Are you offering more than just a trade copier, I guess?
Okay, so our company builds, this is actually public knowledge, so I can actually say this. We built the order management system for tick plays, meaning the execution engine for tick plays. We've built backends for prop trading firms where they integrate directly with account creation and statistics generation for prop trading firms. We've built very low latency servers. I'm actually really proud of how the tick plays OMS came out. If anyone wants to see that, go on LinkedIn and find Sean Kozak and see the post he did about that. We had 6 millisecond latency in between the order hitting the OMS and the update going out towards the client. Right, so internal processing time was 6 milliseconds. It's insane. It's insane how quick that is. Is that what you wanted to find out?
Hey, that seemed like a pretty thorough explanation there. I think we all learned something, so that was pretty good. Daryl wants to know, who will I speak with when I call in the trade copier?
You're speaking with Raj, the head of support. If you call into the trade copier, meaning if you get a meeting or if you just hit us on support@experttradingprogrammers.com.
And I think that's it. I don't see any more questions. Just
Okay.
people saying you did a great job.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
Thank you. Well,
thank you.
Thank you guys so much for sitting here on a Saturday listening to me. Like Jim said, and I really liked that. Saturdays are precious. You only get a handful of them. So, thank you for taking the time, being around here. It's always a pleasure doing these sort of things. I harped on a little bit too long. I would have loved to do the whole question and answer thing for a little longer. But It is what it is. I'm long-winded. Thank you guys so much, and I hope you have an awesome Saturday.
Hey, thank you so much, Adrian. We really appreciate you being here.
Thanks for having me here.
Yeah, thanks for being here on a Saturday with us as well. Extremely
It's-
eye-opening presentation. Adrian's promotional link is in the chat box now, and his coupon code is corner25 to get $50 off. So be sure to check that out. And if you haven't already entered for the giveaway, the registration link is also in the chat. And throughout the day, I'll continue to put it in there. And at the end of the day, we're going to pull 4 lucky winners for a chance to win a $25,000 account. So thanks again, Adrian.
Thank you guys so much. Have a good one.
You too. All right, next up is Leigh Goldstein of 10-Minute Trades. Leigh specializes in futures trading and event-driven market opportunities and has spent years mentoring traders around the world. His presentation today is our favorite trading tools revealed. Let me get Leigh up here as our presenter. How are you?
I'm good. You can hear me, I assume. So I'm struggling, obviously, with this new mess of GoToWebinar. I'm sure I'm not the only one who can't stand it, but I can't stand it. So let me get my, see if I can even share my charts.
Okay, yeah, you should have the opportunity to share. I'll continue to give you a little introduction here.
Yeah, it's saying it cannot share my screen. Let me try it again. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
There we go. Okay.
Take your
Can
time.
you see me now?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, good. And I assume you can hear me. Just, I cannot see, Anthony, by the way, hello, and thank you for introducing me. I can't see people's messages. Now, you know, I'm not that stupid. Okay, I think I can figure that out now. I can see okay, I think I'm good.
If you can't see him, I'll answer him or I'll ask.
Okay,
I'll tell you.
that sounds good.
Yeah.
You know, I've never seen a piece of software. Usually when software gets updated, it's for the best. This is a total mess. I can't stand this new GoToWebinar. I really can't stand it. So
it looks cleaner.
That's right, but it's so confusing.
Yeah, I like simpler myself too.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just don't have to change what you don't have to change. Anyway,
yeah,
it's nice to be here. I guess I'll get started. And thanks once again. I always enjoy when Traders Corner invites me to do these events. Saturday, I agree with Adrian. Saturdays are a gift, and it is sometimes difficult to work on a Saturday, but it's also relaxing a little bit because the markets aren't open today, and nobody's made or lost money, and you can think a little bit clearly maybe about what your plan is for next week. So that's one of the big things that we stress at 10-Minute Trades, what the plan is. What are we going to do next week? Because everything we do at 10-Minute Trades, we do on a schedule. So let me see if my slides will change. That's the biggest thing I'm struggling with right now. I can see my slides, but I'm not getting them to move. So that's a problem. Let me see if I can figure this out. So bear with me, folks, for 1 minute. I can see my slide, one slide, and all I can get is my main slide, and they will not go through the slides. So that makes it a little bit complicated. Give me one more second. Okay, let me know if you can still see my slides. If you can, then I'll get going.
Yeah, it looks like you moved on to the second slide.
Okay, good. All right. So my name is Leigh Goldstein. I'm the trading director at 10-Minute Trades. Please remember, it is possible to lose money trading futures. Everything I'm going to talk about today is for educational purposes. And today our main thrust is prop trading. And at 10-Minute Trades, we trade almost the same, whether it's prop trading, whether it's cash trading. Prop trading is the world's greatest gift to trading, and it's probably the world's greatest curse. And I say that because it's the world's greatest gift because you no longer have to spend $5, $10, or $20,000 of your own money and come up with that money to open up a brokerage account. So you could then blow half of that money or all that money while you're learning to trade. So the amazing gift of prop trading is the fact that you don't have to lose money to learn to become a good trader or a horrible trader. And becoming a horrible trader is very honestly one thing that prop trading really, really can help you to become the most horrible trader, because you're trading monopoly money. Very often you're constantly thinking that you're trading monopoly money, and you're thinking that you're not trading real money. There's no risk. You could lose $2,500 on one trade, and what does it matter? It doesn't matter, because all you have to do is spend $39 to reset your account, or $19, wait for the account to rebuild for next month. So prop trading, if you aren't very aware of what's going on, you're going to become the world's worst trader. And they love that, because that's how they're going to make their money on us. Nobody is going to ever make it easy for you to take money out of the markets. And I think that's the most important thing as a trader that you can't lose sight of. And what we've learned in our trade room is that you really have to you have to treat prop trading as seriously as you would treat cash trading. And it's very hard. And the reason it's hard, and we all know this because we all do it, but you could get to the end of an account, you might be down. First of all, they tell you, here's $50,000, but really it's $2,500. We all know that. If you lose the 2,500, the account blows up. So there's no 50,000. It's a $2,500 or a $3,000 account. Whatever your drawdown is, that's the size of your account. That's another thing you should not forget. There needs to be a little bit more straightforwardness in prop trading, in my opinion, so people really know what's going on. You're not getting a $50,000 account. You're not getting a $25,000 account. You're getting a drawdown account, and that's the size of your account. And think about it. Trading a $2,500 or a $3,000 account is much more difficult than trading a $50,000 account. So again, it's one more reason why you need to treat it as if it's real cash. But what happens is maybe you're getting to the end of the month and you've almost blown your account because you've lost almost your full drawdown. You know the billing is coming up for that particular Eval account. And what many people do is they'll trade like a lunatic, trying to pass that account, breaking all their normal trading rules, because what do you got to lose? The account's going to rebuild. So you really don't want to fall into the trap of bad habits, learning and creating all these bad trading habits. So what we've done at 10-Minute Trades is we have our trading tools. We make them a part of all of our trading, whether it's prop trading, whether it's cash trading. If you have good trading tools in place, it helps you to be disciplined and it helps you to be a better trader. So that's what I wanted to stress today in this webinar. I've been at 10-Minute Trades. This is my 10th year, I think, that I've been here. And you can go to our YouTube site, 10-Minute Trades, just Google our YouTube site, and you can see a webinar on every single thing that we do at 10-Minute Trades, our breakout trades, our spike trades, our trap trades, reversal trades. But I've never given a webinar like I'm going to give today at Traders Corner, where I'm really just going to talk mostly about the tools that we use, and I'm going to try to give you most of those tools. What I'm going to do is I'm going to send an email after this webinar, because I was hoping it was not going to be the new version of GoToWebinar. I cannot give you my links very easily because of this current version. So I just want you to know, don't worry about the tools that I'm showing. Most of them I'm going to give to all of you for free, because that was my goal here today, was to show you our trading tools and to let you have any of the ones that I can give you for free if you're not a member of 10-Minute Trades. So we trade a system called appointment-based trading. We use the Ninja Trader platform, and we trade futures. And we do constant prop trading these days. Anybody that tells you you can't trade the news, because appointment-based trading is a fancy way to say that we news trade. but you can trade news in a prop account. Very honestly, you just have to choose the right company. There's dozens and dozens of prop account trading companies. Some of them don't allow news trading. You choose the ones that do allow it. We currently use Bullinox. We use Lucid. Our members are using Take Profit Trader. Our members are getting paid. I can show you withdrawal forms that people have on a regular basis. I hope you can see that screen. So I can tell you this, that members are getting paid trading the way that we trade. And that means you can trade our magnet software. You can do occasional breakouts. I'm sure all of you know because you've been to a million webinars. And if you don't know, the important thing so that you can get paid, forgetting all the millions of accounts that sometimes some people have, you don't have to have 80 million accounts. You don't have to have 30 trade copiers. You could have 2 or 3 accounts that you work on. And if you keep your consistency level, that is the most important thing, I believe, that will help you to get paid trading in a prop account. So when I say your consistency level, that means you don't want to have a $5,000 winner and then an $80 winner and then a $200 winner and then a $3,000 winner. They're not going to pay you to trade that way. You want a $300 winner, a $380 winner, a $220 winner. You want to be consistent because prop account trading has rules and you have to follow the rules in order to get paid. And let's face it, all that anybody wants is to get paid. That's it. Nothing else really matters. So think about one more thing. The eval in most prop accounts is the trade like a maniac portion of prop trading. Evals, maybe it's $19 a month until you pass the eval. Or maybe like Lucid, we pay around $80 a month and there's no charge after that. The key is once you pass your eval, now it's if you're truly trading in a cash account, because if you then make enough money to get paid, you can use that account over and over and over and get paid over and over and over. So it is very serious and it does become exactly like cash trading. And a lot of the psychology becomes cash trading psychology once you pass your evals and get close to taking money out. I know a lot of you know what I'm talking about. A lot of us have been there. And a lot of us have blown up some accounts as well when we've gotten close. And part of the issue always is control your emotions. We wrote a whole new software strategy that we felt would also be more prop trading friendly. And we call it the magnet strategy. And I'm going to do it just a quick little bit on that as we get along here. But let me go through my presentation. So at 10-minute trades, we have a system. Our system has very important elements: weekly schedule, daily trade reports, trade room access, and our software. Those are the tools in our system. We have 3 software strategies. Inside our various strategies are setups. So you might have the news trader strategy, and inside the news trader, we have our scalping tool, we have our breakout spike trading tool, and we have our range trade. Then we have our magnet strategy, which is a strategy that trades market exits when you get to a very popular level. That's the best way I could explain a magnet. Let me show you a quick magnet. So we trade the market open every single day at 10-minute trades. And we had 3 magnets in one morning on one open this week. And it was very interesting, and I'll try and show it to you. Watching this middle chart, our magnet software trades exits. As I was saying, it trades exits. So one thing very important about the magnet software, it's very consistent. It's not a $1,000 winner and an $80 winner. As long as you keep your contract volume the same and similar, when you have a winner, your winners are going to be similar to the size of your winners. So you can keep your trading very consistent with the magnet type of setup. Very simply, Everybody knows what the VWAP is. It's a level on the chart. Lots of traders put their orders around the VWAP, just like they put their orders around high of days, lows of day. So our magnet strategy trades the exit when price gets to the VWAP. When we get to the VWAP, we exit. We can put our orders anywhere we want on the chart. Obviously, you're going to put your order, if price is going short or down, you're going to put your order right above the VWAP. So as price starts to flow through that VWAP, it's going to put you in the market. It's going to fill your trade. Now here I was on the wrong chart. You're going to see I put myself on the correct chart. When our price went through our order entry, when it goes to test the VWAP, my first target is there to be taken out. If it keeps going and I have a 2-position trade on, then I can keep trading as it goes through the VWAP. So this week, we usually like to test high of day and low of day. That's my favorite magnet because they happen all the time. But a lot of times the market, the spreads, the distance from the pivots, and these are just pivot points, the distance sometimes is very big. So this particular morning, it was too far for us to get to the high or the low. And we noticed, look at the VWAP, we can test a pass through that price. Market was fairly negative, and we had the PP right below it. So our first trade, we made money testing the VWAP. Then we said, hey, let's test the PP pivot. Our magnet software has a targeting system in it. And literally in 1 minute, we can change our target from the VWAP down to the PP. And then we just move our order line so that our trade takes place when we get near the PP. That heavy line is my order entry. We also have a signal system in our software now. That's a whole other trading system within a system. After we get our first trade, hopefully a winner, of course, we can then trade our signal system if it reverses the level we just tested. So this particular morning, I made money when it tested this VWAP. Now it's going to go down. It's going to test the PP pivot. I'm going to make money when it goes there. Watch, and I'm speeding it up. I've turned the magnet on. It's going to go and test. It does. There it is. That was my winning trade on the PP. And then the YM kept going down for a test of the low of the day. We also had signal confirmation of a possible downtrend. So testing the low of the day, we put our order entry line near the low and got filled, and bingo, price goes down and it went through the low. That was all within about 30 minutes, 3 targeted magnet tests. And we teach our members in the room all day long how to trade these magnets. This magnet strategy works on any chart, any time frame, any instrument. You can set up custom levels to be a magnet if you have an indicator that you love that we don't support. For instance, if you don't want to use our pivots and you have an indicator that creates its own pivots or levels, you can program that into our magnet software also within just a couple of minutes. It's very, very easy to use. And think about it. How many times have you watched price test the VWAP, test the low of day, test the high of day? It's constant. It happens all the time. We devised this system to do the testing and exiting at those areas. It's a really great way of trading, and our members are absolutely loving it. We released the software about 2 months ago, an updated version. We added all the targeting to it, and we're just really pleased with the software. So I was talking about the elements that make up our system. Our main tools are the schedule, because we trade on a schedule. So we have a weekly schedule that we send to all our members. It shows the event we're trading that week. It shows the time that our trade room opens, the name of the event we're trading, the instruments we're trading, and if we're streaming on YouTube. Then we also have another tool that we call the daily market mover. Now, our weekly schedule is free. Anybody can get our weekly schedule. All you have to do is go to our website, 10minutetrades.com, and opt in for our free video, and we'll automatically start sending you the weekly schedule. Why would you want the weekly schedule, even if you didn't trade news, even if you didn't become a member of 10 Minute Trades? Because you want to know when important events are taking place in the market. So if you're thinking about taking a trade or you're in a trade, you're not going to lose money on that trade because you weren't aware that there's going to be a market moving event. We schedule our trades around market moving events. We generally never sit in a trade room just waiting for things to happen. We're either trading a specific news event or we're trading around specific news events. So when we're in the trade room, we know there's going to be volatility, and we're generally not wasting our time waiting for volatility that we don't know is going to come. So we also have many daily trade reports that we make for our various events that we trade. Not every event that we trade has a report that tells our members how to trade it. Some of our trades are just discussed in our trade room. We talk about how to set them up using our software. Appointment-based trading, it's simple, it's time-based, and the important thing to remember is it's pre-planned. That's the key. You can schedule your trades on specific days, on specific times, at specific times, up to a week in advance. The whole idea is to have really, really great software. We have 3 software strategies. We love our software. Our software can be used for our trading specifically, or you can use it for any trading that you're doing now, because our software is fully discretionary if you want it to be. And it can also be scheduled so that you could trade specific news events right before they're released in the market. Great software controls your risk. It allows for you to trade the safest setups available. And trading the best performing events is the key. We are vetting the events to trade and have been vetting the events to trade for the past 10 years. So I think we have a pretty good idea what the best news events are that we should trade if we want to try and make money trading the news. We have a really good idea what those events are. Our software strategies are custom add-ons to NinjaTrader. Once again, they have multiple setups. They're easy to set up in the trade room or on your own. If you're not a member of the trade room, you could still use our software. You can have automated setups, semi-automated setups, and you can move your targets. We have trailing stops, all the normal things that you would use an ATM for. You know what I mean, the automated trade manager language that many platforms have. Well, if you use our software, you don't have to use any other language. You can just use our software to manage your trades. So I love our software. We've been updating it from the day that I got here 10 years ago. And we now have a large variety of different ways we can trade the markets. There's 3 categories of market moving events, 3 categories in which all market moving events exist. Well, we probably could add a 4th now. We could say tweeting could be a 4th category now. But you've got category number 1 would be high impact economic reports, GDP and jobs reports. You've got earnings. Of course, earnings season is just getting winding down now. We trade futures. We developed a method of using futures to trade the stocks that move the futures. We have a whole earnings trading system that we have, and also market open and closed trades. And like I said, we are trading market opens every day using our tools to help us. One of the tools that we use is our range trade. We trade a 5-minute range trade every single morning. If you watch this right chart, we're trading the RTY every single morning with a 5-minute range trade. Let me see, I hope I'm showing the right video here. So our software starts to create a range, and it spends 5 minutes before the open. From 9:25 to 9:30, we draw a range. and you've heard of opening range breakouts and all the, there's a million of them everywhere. This is a 5-minute range breakout. That's all it is on the RTY. The range ends at 9:30, and then our software puts the orders on the chart when the range is over. That was a fairly big range that particular morning. I'm going to let the software run. That's how fast that range trade worked. Our software went short, and it was literally out of the trade in about 2 seconds. It went down, and it was a winning trade. Every single morning, we're trading the RTY 5-minute range. I would say we have an 80%. It's an 80% win rate on that trade. It's been a fantastic, fantastic trade. We also trade the MNQ at the open. That's a little bit tougher to trade, but the MNQ gives you other types of different opportunities. I don't know how many of you were watching the market Friday at the open. The MNQ was pretty darn volatile. We had 143 tick 1-minute candles. That's a very big candle for 1 minute. Sometimes you'll get filled, you'll hit your first target, and then what you can do, so just so I can explain, here's our opening trade on the MNQ, and it could be NQ, it could be the ES. We find that the NQ almost always fills you and hits your first target. That's a great thing to know. This particular trade that morning, it hits our first target right there. Our stop automatically moves to safety. That's part of our software. And then we got the opportunity, as price keeps going, sometimes you get the opportunity to trail. You move your stop into profit. And if the market cooperates, you keep moving your stop into more and more profit. And if the market keeps cooperating, keep moving your stop into profit. And some days when there's a lot of volatility, the market goes in one direction at the open. I'm still moving my stop into profit. It kept going for about 45 seconds of more and more profit. And we teach our members how to use our breakout tools to trade in that way. And it's not complicated. It's actually very easy. And ironically, there on the right, I was also trading our RTY range trade. And most mornings, that RTY range trade is putting money in one of our funded prop accounts. There are hundreds of these triggers within the categories where you could pick and choose the events you want to trade. We find these events and the great tools that we use and tools that you should know about, forexfactory.com. That's a free calendar, and you can find market moving events a week in advance on forexfactory.com. The same thing is true of investing.com. Investing.com, you go to tools, you go to economic calendar, and you can go next week. And now I can see all the events that are going to take place next week. Another great calendar that shows you tools. And then one more really nice tool that we love is Financial Juice. I love Financial Juice because Financial Juice has something special. If you're a pro member, Financial Juice talks the news in your headset. Not only is it a great calendar, but if you're wearing a headset, you don't even have to look at news, but you can hear the news in your headset. For us, because we're constantly trading news, we can listen to what's going on. It helps us to manage our trades. It's a fantastic, fantastic calendar news trading tool. Also, they're constantly really up on announcements, tweets, everything that's happening in real time. So today I want to talk also about other tools that we use to trade all these markets that anybody can use for their computer. So one of the things that we teach our members is to optimize their computer. There's a very nice free tool, and I'm sure a lot of you have seen CC Cleaner, and you've seen all these tools that you could pay for. And a lot of people probably don't even know that Microsoft now has a tool called PC Manager. PC Manager is free if you're a Microsoft. If you have a Microsoft account, which most of us do. And don't forget, I'm going to give everybody the links for all of these tools. You can install PC Manager, and it helps to clean all your unnecessary files off the computer, do a deep cleanup. It'll get rid of programs that are starting in the background. You don't want programs running when you're trading. So PC Manager is a very, very nice tool. I'll send you a link for that. It helps you to optimize your computer for free. Nothing beats great free tools. Another free tool that we have and that we use all the time, before I get into how we set up our charts, we have something that we call our pre-trade checklist, and we are happy to let everybody have our pre-trade checklist because anyone that trades futures can use this checklist. It's simple, but sometimes simple helps you to stop trading and making mistakes. Check for the correct symbol. Check that you're trading the right time frame. Do you have the right type of trade? Are you trading a breakout, a spike trade? Are you trading a reversal trade? Do you have your margins checked if you're trading cash? Is your trade activated so that when the time comes to trade, is it ready to go? Are your position sizes correct? All of these things we make sure that our members have access to so you don't forget. In the heat of trading, it's so easy to forget all of the important things because you're worried about making money or not making money. So it's super important to know what you're doing before you take the trade. Another thing, extremely important, you want your computer to be in proper sync, proper time sync. On our pre-trade checklist is a website called time.is. All you have to do is go to that website and it checks your computer to make sure your computer is in sync. Now for us, when you trade news events, being in sync is super important. Think about it. What if my computer was 5 seconds out of sync and our trade software is scheduled to trigger at a second before the news comes out? So if your computer, for whatever reason, is 5 seconds out of sync, you could lose money on that trade because it might trigger you at the wrong time. So we have a website where you can go and check your sync. And then we have free tools, a free program, 2 free programs we give our members, Dimension for a sync program, and PT Time Sync, Karen's Time Sync. Both of those programs will put your computers in sync so you're in sync with the rest of the world. When the government releases reports, the jobs report, it's always released on time. It's very important for your computer to be on sync. That's a tool that we make sure our members have. Another great tool, one of our favorite tools that we have. Once you're in sync, then you want the ability to have a clock, right? So we have a free clock that we give our members. Now, I'm not going to spend a lot of time now showing you the clock because this new GoToWebinar is such a pain in the neck. I can't show you my clock right now, so you're going to have to trust me. I'm going to give you the link to a very simple, excellent trading clock. It looks a lot like the one you're seeing here, and it allows you to always have that on your trading charts so that you know exactly if you're trading events with us. And let's say you're trading a 235 event, you'll know 3 seconds before that event takes place that your orders are going to show up on the chart. So we have a clock. It's called Topmost Clock. It's free. We give it to all our members so they're always on top of their time. I don't have to tell you how important it is to be in sync. So everybody, like I said, I have a nice PDF. I'm going to email to everybody that registered for this webinar. Also, we trade earnings. I explained that one of the things we do at 10-minute trades, some of our greatest trades over the years have been our earnings trades. So we have something we call spike trades at 10-minute trades, breakout trades. AMD had earnings last week, and their earnings are earnings that we trade every quarter. We know there are rules about the way that we trade earnings. We need a company to follow certain rules. Otherwise, we can't trade their earnings. It's not complicated, but they have to, number one, release their earnings the same time every quarter, at least within a minute, preferably within 30 seconds. So AMD, over the past years, they always release their earnings at 4:15. So they fit the bill. They also have to be a company that affects the markets, the futures markets, when their earnings are released. AMD fits the bill. One of the reasons they move the markets is because their stock price is fairly expensive, but more important than an expensive stock price, the market is interested in what AMD does, and AMD is weighted. They have a heavy weight in the indexes that we trade. So in other words, if we're trading the NQ and AMD releases their earnings, they're going to show up. Their earnings are going to move the NQ. So we trade AMD's earnings on the NQ. We also have other tools that are really important and helpful. A lot of you, I'm sure, use TradingView. We use TradingView free. The TradingView free application, you don't even have to pay for it, has a phenomenal feature. It shows you when you load TradingView, and it's really simple. You get to the right screen, and let's say you're not an expert. You don't know what instrument you should trade for AMD. So all you need to do is type in AMD, and right at the top, TradingView shows you what instrument or exchange that stock is heavily weighted in. So it gives me a real heads up that if I'm going to trade AMD, I'm going to trade the NASDAQ futures. If I'm going to trade IBM, I'm not going to trade the NAS. I'm probably going to trade the YM because IBM is more weighted on the New York Stock Exchange. And we also know IBM is weighted on the Dow. And our testing showed that the YM, the Dow futures, are the best for IBM. TradingView also has a great feature for free. It shows you the stock movement before and after the market open for free. So we can put TradingView charts on our trading charts and watch the chart so that we could see the stock price on the actual stock chart, which of course you want to do if you're trading earnings. Even though it's moving futures, we're watching the stock price on the stock chart, and that helps us manage the trade. And then we also use Thinkorswim for $50. It's not a free tool, but it's only $50. It's lifetime. You could open a Thinkorswim account. You get live data. You could also put Thinkorswim charts on. But if you notice here, we have a little news widget that Thinkorswim, their charts allow you to create this news widget in 1 second. And you can have multiple news widgets open on a chart. So you could be looking at 3 different companies that are releasing earnings at almost the same time. So you know what's going on. Sometimes Amazon and Meta and Microsoft release their earnings very close to each other. So we may have 3 of these news widgets open because it tells us exactly when the news comes out. Those are tools that we teach our members how to use. But AMD, I wanted to just show you what a great breakout is, why we love trading AMD. That was probably our favorite prop breakout trade of the year. $1,100 profit. Obviously, you got to be careful with consistency if you make $1,100 in a prop account. But if you're using earnings to pass evals, most companies don't care if you make $1,100 on a trade. It helps you to pass that eval more quickly. That was a perfect trade. Our software, if you notice, it puts our orders on the chart, and then the earnings come out, the market moves, and it puts us in the market short because that's the way the market went. We also have a template that we give to all our members to set up their charts. I believe that our trading charts would be as good for anybody in the audience today as they are for us. We put enough indicators on our charts that they're not complicated, but there's enough information that you could track the trend of the current market. Our charts are optimized for magnets, current day, open, high, low. We put pivots on the charts. We put VWAP on the charts, volume up, down, net change, display, and the squeeze. These are all momentum-oriented indicators that show us what direction we're going to get our best trades. We have a video that shows you how to set your charts up manually. I don't mind sending you that video. I'm happy to send it to you. But we now include, when someone becomes a member, all they have to do is take a little file that we give them, a template. They install it into NinjaTrader, into the chart template folder, and we show everyone exactly where that folder is. And in 30 seconds, your charts are now set up exactly like ours. And as I've said before, look at our charts. They're not what I call Christmas light charts or Christmas tree charts. They're very clean. They're very simple. You have the squeeze, you have some pivots, and you have clarity for trading. And that, I believe, helps you to trade better because you're not looking at a million indicators that half the traders that are looking at it don't know when the indicator is giving them the correct signal. So I truly believe keep your charts simple, clean, and easy, and it will really help you to trade better. Finally, because the time is flying, folks, like I said, I'm going to give you all these links. We have a great scalping tool that's part of our software called the reverse continuation. We've got a signal generator in our software. After a new low is made, it'll often generate a signal to go long. And we have ways that we teach our members which of these signals we want to take in our trade room. So all of these tools we give to our traders, not even forgetting the fact that we create what we call a spike sheet. It's a sheet that shows us how a trade has spiked every time the news came out, for instance, for the past 6 months, so that we can design our trades around the way that the event moved every month previously. In other words, we don't just randomly trade the news. We watch the way the news traded every month, the same event. We track that event. There is a pencil and a ruler that's part of NinjaTrader. It takes about 2 minutes for us to teach you how to use it. And then you can create these sheets that show you how much an event spiked so you know what your setup should be. Finally, before I let you know what our offer is, again, almost all of these, other than our software, all of the tools that we give, almost every one of them is free. Earningswhispers.com is the final website I'm going to talk about because we do so much earnings trading. It's a fantastic website to find when the earnings are being released, the companies that release their earnings. You just go to earningswhispers.com, click on calendar. Next week, obviously it's Monday. They've got this little control panel. We show our members how to use earningswhispers.com to find their earnings trades and to find trades that maybe we're not trading. All the tools that help you to become a profitable trader, and all these tools are absolutely useful for trading prop. So folks, I just want you to know that we also show our members how to record your videos, record your trades for free. I haven't even gotten to half of the tools that we have. And I want you to know this. So we have an awesome deal for everybody that's watching today. I've got to believe, I know I've gone fast. I know sometimes it can be confusing, but all of these tools can help anybody to trade better, trade safer. And these are things that we, other than our software, almost all of our tools are free. We strive on finding free tools. Can you imagine what we offer if you're a paying member, if all these things you can have for free? All the great tools in this presentation, plus if you're a member, you can join us for all of our news, earnings, and magnet trading rooms, every instrument we trade, every spike trade, every news event, every burst, every explosion, every event that we have tested to offer potential excellent profits, you can trade with us. We also, as a bonus, if you join with us, we'll let you have our Magnet Master class. It's a video on demand. We have a mini Magnet Master class for the new software that just came out, our quick start so that you understand the methods we're using, how to set up our software. You get our trade room access, our daily trade reports, all of our strategies. All of this, we call it Pro Membership 2.0. If you need help, you have any questions, just email me, help@10minutetrades.com. All of these things you get, and how do you cancel? So one of the things that no one ever talks about, what do I do if I want to cancel? All you have to do before the billing starts next month, just send me an email, help@10minutetrades.com. Please cancel my membership. You don't have to look around for a million buttons. It's easy to cancel. We want you to be a member. We want to teach you how to trade these events. We want to show you how to use the prop account trading. I will guide you and teach you. Here's the deal, and I'm going to shoot. I don't want to go over my time. Last year's price, we've raised our prices this year. We're now charging $197 for 30 days. We have a deal for Traders Corner. It's going to expire tomorrow night. News Traders, www.thenewstraders.com. It's $97 for 30 days. It's an auto renew for $97. There's no other higher charges. Everything we do is included. And I want to thank everybody so much for joining with me today. www.thenewstraders.com. If you sign up this weekend, we'll have you ready to go by Monday. All of these things you get, all the strategies. Our members love us. If you need help, just send me an email, help@10minutetrades.com. Anthony, I can't see any questions. If there's any out there and you want to shoot them to me, or if there's no time, that's fine. Thanks
Yeah.
for having me.
Yeah, we got time for you.
Okay.
Ben's asking, did you manually move your stop, or does the ATM move the stop?
Okay, so you can do it both ways. Our software has a feature called Target 1 Stop Move and Target 2 Stop Move. If you're trading a 3-position trade, you can move your stop if you hit the first target or the second, or you can not move the stop at all when it hits the first target. So the answer is both. You can do it manually, or our software can do it automatically.
Okay. Joe's asking, where's the link to sign up to the daily market movers list?
Okay, so that link is just www.10minutetrades.com. It's actually right on this screen here, www.10minutetrades.com. And when you get there, just opt in for the free video, and then it'll ask you a couple of questions. You'll know what to do.
Still looking here for more questions.
No problem. Thank you.
Let me see. I'm just looking.
Yeah,
People
no
were
problem
just
at all.
saying, good things about your presentation. So I got to read through those too.
That's always nice.
Yeah, it is.
He was the worst. That guy made me sick.
Okay. What prop firms, do you know what prop firms allow news trading besides PropShop?
Yeah, so we're using Bullinox. I personally use Bullinox. I personally use Lucid, and members in the room are using Take Profit Trader. Right now, those are the 3 big ones. We're not really recommending Apex. They have a lot of rules. They're a good company overall, but too many rules. So Bullinox, Take Profit Trader, Lucid, those are 3 that many of our members are using.
I think that's it.
Okay.
I don't see anything else.
All right. Once again, thanks so much for the invite, and I hope see you again real soon.
Thank you, Leigh. We appreciate it.
Okay, I'll see you soon.
See you soon. All right, folks. Thank you, Leigh, for being here. Great practical information and trading insight. We always enjoy him being here. And Leigh's promotional link is in the chat box, so make sure you check it out. And once again, the giveaway registration link is also available on the chat. So next up, we have Norman Hallett. Norman, you should be able to present your screen. Norman brings over 4 decades of real-world trading experience and specializes in helping traders overcome the emotional and psychological barriers that impact performance. His presentation is why day traders who know exactly what to do still lose money and how to fix it. This is an incredibly important topic for traders struggling with consistency, hesitation, and self-sabotage under pressure. So everyone, please welcome Norman Hallett.
Yeah, it looks like we have that same issue that we had last time.
I think maybe
I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave and come back in 60 seconds. I got a brand new computer that, let's see if that helps out.
Okay.
I'm going to click the leave button. I know that, and this is leave the session, the green one. Okay.
Yeah. All right, everyone. We're just waiting for Norman to get set up with his new laptop. And if you want, grab something to drink. Also, I'll put in the chat box again where to sign up for the Prop Shop Gladiator accounts. We're going to give 4 $25,000 accounts away at the end of the day. So be sure to sign up for that. Just put that in the chat as well. So make sure to sign up for that while we wait for Norman. And
all right, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, well, cool. Let's try this again on the sharing, and let's see if we can do that. I don't see the box this time. You may have to resend it. I'm now an organizer, which is good. Okay, waiting for the share screen thing again. You okay? Are you with me?
Yeah, we're here.
Okay. All right, hang in there, everybody. I've
Yep.
got a good presentation for you. So let's try the share screen. Hang on. I got it. I'm in. Let's see. That is going the entire screen. Okay, this even looks different here. Let's share it. Let's pray here. Again, I've got this thing that just keeps going.
Yeah. Maybe you're sharing the wrong monitor.
No, I only have one monitor. Kind of interesting. I'm going to unshare, I guess, and let's try this. Let's try to share. Hang on. I don't know why I have so much trouble with this new version, but we'll get it together. It's worth it, everybody. Hang on. Okay, let's see if it allows me to. Let's go with a window. Let's try this. And let's try to share just the window. Can you see my window?
Yeah, we can see your presentation now.
Okay, great. So that's interesting. I showed entire screen before, and that could have been the reason. Whoops, we don't want that. Are you still with me there?
Yeah, we're here.
Okay, don't know why I love it like I do. Let's do it this way. Let me just continue on like this. I'll just go. I'll go slide by slide. I think that they're going to see enough there. Okay, let's just do it. Let's not let everybody wait any longer than they have to, because this is a very different presentation. All right. Shall I? I think you did the intro.
Yeah.
Pretty much people know.
It's all yours.
Thank you, Anthony. Listen, everybody, two polite guys. All right. I want to first say that you're about to see a presentation that is much different than than one you've probably seen before. I think I see how to do this here now. Okay, great. I am not here to sell you anything today. I'm here to give you the total insight on why traders, I'm going to say the majority, I think that figure's more like 92 to 95% of traders are not successful. And when I say not successful, they're either break even or below that line, and most of them are below or well below that line. And there are reasons for that. I've been doing this for 25 years, as most of the, I mean, what a great lineup, Anthony, you have today. A lot of people have been doing it. I think everybody here has a valid and winnable approach. The key is to match who you are specifically with the approach that you use. This is, if it's a mismatch, I'm going to get into that in my presentation. It's not going to happen. This is where you wind up doing things that you know you shouldn't be doing, even though you know you shouldn't be doing them. And I'm going to show you the solutions to that. And if you want more information on that, I'm going to ask you to contact me, and I will send you a brochure on what I'm about to talk to you about today, because this is important. I'm not going to, this is not about talking about, there's not one chart in this presentation. In fact, it's really just 2 slides and basically one. So let's go get into it. I call it the consistent payout roadmap. This CPR, you can see here on the logo that it's a heartbeat. I was going to put the paddles in. We have an automated version of an animated version of that logo where the heart beats, and you know, from near death to with the word clear. Traders need to be shocked into the truth, and that's what I'm going to give you today. A bit of shocking truth. Some of it you may not want to hear. And I don't mean to be directing it specifically to you, but if it resonates to you and you want to admit that this is you, then slide with me, because I'm only helping you expose the truth about you, and then and I'm going to give you some simple solutions on making that truth a positive truth about you. Okay, I'm the Disciplined Trader. That I've been around since 2000. We started, and it's named the Disciplined Trader because our focus is on the psychology of profits, the mental and emotional piece. The problem is, I started my career, not a problem, but the addition is that I was known as the guy who created trading plans for professional traders. So I know the technical part of it also. I have a math degree from the University of Cincinnati. I've run large trading rooms. This is not exactly the one because we didn't take a picture of this in 1980 through 1988, where I ran one of the largest option firms in the country. Each of these people were responsible for trading a client's account and making money. They were paid on the percentage of the profit they made for clients, and if they didn't do a good job, they were quickly in my office, and we determined what the situation was, and they went back out there and tried to reverse the fortunes. And I would say that simplicity in trading plan, I noticed that Leigh's charts were very simple in their trading plan. Really like Leigh and the way he does business, as I do most of the people that I've seen here today that you've already listened to or about to listen to. So I'm in good company. I always love that. But all of these trading plans are not going to do you much good unless you can follow them. And that seems to be the issue with most of these traders and most of the professional traders that I still write trading plans for, and traders that I coach. I work for Payne Weber as a commodity trading advisor. Those were some of my biggest years. I was making 20% of the millions that I was trading. And when you do well there, you can do well. And I've written several books. I won't get into it. It's a short presentation. I also, again, the Disciplined Trader, started in 2000. I recently have had a bent toward, in fact, recently, the last 4 years, on prop trading. And that's why I believe I was invited here by Anthony and Marie. And the idea is that, in fact, I've written a book on if you're just starting out prop trading, you may want to go to Amazon and check out my book, Their Money, Your Profit, Cashing In on the Prop Trading Revolution. It does still take a little bit of the emotion out when you're trading somebody else's money, kind of, because it's not your money. But I think you're going to see, as everybody that I coach said along the way, you're going to have those same issues appear, even though you're trading somebody else's money, because you got to be profitable in order for you to get paid. And most of these firms, including Apex, the one that I happen to recommend because they've been around the longest and they've paid out the most, and I like solidarity in my trading plans. You can also write me at that email I'll give you at the end. You can write me and I'll give you a special code for Apex. In any event, this is my background. Let's get into what I want to talk about today, and that's you. I'm going to keep my eye on the clock here. I'm going to, looks like we've got about a half hour to do this. The first thing that I want to create is a label for my presentation and what we all want. This is what we all want. We want consistent, reliable income as a prop trader. If you're not a prop trader, everything here really holds, but prop trading, I'm going to bend my my comments toward that. Prop trading, I think, is in my book, I call it the biggest revolution in day trading since the micro contract. And I think it's actually, and exchange trading and options is a number of things that we have in our industry, but certainly the advent of trading somebody else's money, if you're good, makes a whole lot of sense and is very, very exciting for some of the people that I coach. And if you're out there winning, you know what I'm talking about. Well, when I coach traders, my wife and I both coach traders, and I get the number one question I get, or the statement I get, is I haven't found a trading plan that works. Traders come to me, the average is probably 4 trading plans, but I've had traders with over 10 trading plans and variations of such that they've tried over the years and have had little or no success. Enough so that as soon as they may have some initial success, which is actually common when you move to a new trading plan, but then all of a sudden the mismatches start to take over, and I'll explain that in a second. But if you're saying that to yourself right now, that you really haven't found a trading plan that works, my response is I can help you create or identify, you may even have it already, the perfect trading plan for you. And there are 3 things that we do to make sure that you have the perfect trading plan for you. The first thing that I do is, actually it's the second thing, but let me talk about it first. I'm going to hand you the Loaded Gun Simple Trading Plan. The Loaded Gun Simple Trading Plan is a trading plan that I came out with about 4 years ago. I'm sure you've heard about it if you've been day trading. It's I think it's the best trading plan around. Everybody that has a trading plan probably thinks theirs is the best, but I think that if you've read a lot of the reviews on the Loaded Gun Simple Trading Plan, I think you'd agree it's one of the best out there. And it's one of the best out there because it's simple. It's a simple trading plan that's easy to adjust to who you are. You're going to get that simple trading plan and everything that's involved with that, what I call nuances that help you with that adjustment and so on. But I'm going to give you, if you don't have a trading plan that you really trust right now, that you see, a lot of people come to me, the majority have a trading plan that they know can work, but they just can't get it to work, and they don't quite know why, and they know it's a good plan, but either they can't follow it or whatever, but they really like certain elements of the plan. So if you have a trading plan that you like, and we meet one-on-one, I'm going to understand what you like about the trading plan. I'm going to understand who you are, and I'm going to identify what your strengths are. You're very, say you're very you have the patience of a saint, and so that you're willing to you want to see everything line up before you get in. You're willing to do that, and you have the patience to do that. Well, if you have a trading plan that has you jump in when as soon as something happens that is not your style, you're going to hesitate because you need another hurdle to be jumped. And so you need to, the idea here, the whole idea of this end of the triangle, this side of the triangle, is that I need to match you, your trading plan to you. I mean, when everything you've heard up to now is let's work on your brain to get you to be more patient, to let's meditate and get you to be relaxed and drop your fears of losing and so on. Let's change your head. I'm not talking about that in this side of the triangle. I'm talking about change. It's actually easier to change your trading plan to who you are. So I know the kind. You saw the rooms that I've run. I've run trading rooms as many as 63 in one room, and as well as being responsible for the performance of others in other offices. So I know traders, and I know what to listen for. And when we talk one-on-one, I'm going to ask you the kinds of questions that are going to expose you. You're going to lay it out everything to me that is important for me to understand, to adjust the trading plan that you love, and maybe an element or two from Loaded Gun if you insist on sticking to your trading plan, and that's fine. I may have a couple of pieces that I call it Frankensteining. We can Frankenstein a trading plan for you that fits you, and that's done by understanding you and then using certain nuances to, for instance, if you don't have the patience of a saint, I don't have the patience of a saint, and therefore I like the action. I want to be in the action. Doesn't mean you like. So what I do is, if you have a trading plan that's not giving you signals quickly enough, you're getting strung out, and you lack patience, and we can work on the patience and the brain part, but we can also have you move to, say, move from a 5-minute candle to a 2-minute candle. That's a simplistic way of accommodating somebody who lacks patience. But that's one thing that I would look at immediately. There are 2 or 3 other things that I can do for a trader that likes to be in a trade and is very good at managing a trade once they're in. There's really, and I want to say it here, I hope you're following me. There's not much to look at here, but I will say that there's 2 basic kinds of traders. I like the action trader. And so I need a trading plan that has a trigger that I can rely on, that will give me a pop once I apply the trigger in order to take a quick scalp. I call that easy money. So if I have a trigger that I know 2/3 of the time or not will get me on the next candle enough of a move, to 2 or 3 candles, and enough to take a nice, and I'm not talking about 1 or 2 ticks, a nice pop, I'm going to liquidate half of my applied contracts, and then I'll manage the rest. But you can only do that if you have the kind of trigger that you can rely on and that's frequent. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. And so I'm a person that likes to put on all my contracts on early, and then as the market, and then get my pop, take out half, and then manage the rest, because I'm very good and I can show you how to be a good manager of the remaining contracts so that you're not getting out too early. So all of that's me. But then there's the other kind of trader who is a more who is a trend following trader, somebody who when they get their signal to go in, they'll go in with 1 contract or 2 contracts of a potential 5 or 6 contracts. Well, they'll take on the 2 contracts as the market matures, as it breaks the first, on a long trade, as it breaks the first resistance, they'll put on 2 more, and then they'll take on 2 more as the market advances. That is a trend, a trend following trader, and following the trend is your friend, and I would say that most traders are like that. The problem with me in that is that if I put on that second round of positions, contracts, and it comes back halfway, I had a winner, and I gave it back by seeing the market come back halfway to what I was I anticipated to happen. Now I'm even. I don't like that situation. I don't like it. Okay. And so I want to stay out of that situation in my trading plan, because that situation is the situation that makes me do stupid things. So what I'm saying, bottom line, is that your trading plan has to match you. So the person the guy who runs our trading room is a trend following type trader. He loves to do what I've just told you I hated to do. Both are great. Both will work. But, and the problem with the way I like to do, if I put on all my trades at one time and it backs up, I'm taking loss on the full boat of trades. So I need a reliable I need the right kind of trigger. So two kinds of trend following and somebody who likes to be in the market and works on a trigger trader and a trend trader. I need to determine that first, and then I need to determine all those other things. This is what this side is about. And I know you've never heard about this, because I've never heard anybody do it. Matching the trading plan to you. There is no one size fits all trading plan. Okay. I don't think you're going to get that anywhere else. Okay. So I'm going to give you my trading plan, and then you can use, but I want to see your trading plan. I want to understand how you trade. And then we're going to Frankenstein it. You can take on mine if you really don't have confidence in what you're using, or I can show you how to adjust your trading plan to fit who you are. Okay. And we're going to do that through that one-on-one identity discovery call at first, and then we'll have follow-up calls, as many as you need them over a 6-month period. Okay. And I apply what I call nuances to match your identity. And I've talked about a couple of those nuances kind of secretly here, but they are the things that I can do to match who you are. First, I have to discover who you are, and then I match the trading plan with you instead of you having to change yourself. It's much easier to do it that way. It's not complete. It's not all that you can do for the mental and emotional part of who you are, but it's something that is very, very effective, and something I don't think you'll see anyplace else. Okay, and these three, by giving you a trading plan or helping you with your trading plan, or a combination of both, discussing who you are, making the match, using the nuances, I call that the unique plan DNA alignment. And once you've experienced and have enveloped or whatever the unique plan DNA alignment, you now have a trading plan that works for you. Okay. The second thing that I hear, second statement that I hear all the time, is I'm not in control of my emotions. This is our specialty at the Disciplined Trader, and that's why we're called the Disciplined Trader. It's kind of what I'm known for, and at least for the last 20 years, the first 10 or 15, 20 years, I was known for trading plans. That never leaves you. From my math background, I still love to do that, but and it's of course part of what I'm doing here, which is great. But you can have the best trading plan in the world, and if you're not in control of your emotions, you're going to fail. So you need to say, I'm in control of my emotions completely. So I need to take you from I'm out of control to I'm in control. And here's the way we do it. Okay, first of all, another one-on-one to identify the mental and emotional issues. This is done with my wife, Tisha. Tisha is, if you've got a couple of decades ago, some of the psychology magazines, you'll see her on the cover. She is well known for, especially in California with students and so on. In the beginning of the Disciplined Trader, we actually were serving not only traders, but traders were golfers, and we came out with all kinds of types. Tisha is a world-renowned expert on working with the subconscious mind, and that's what she's going to do with you to get you to be a controlled, disciplined trader. But she has to do the same thing I do, and that is to ask you the right questions to identify who you are from a mental and emotional standpoint. You may think that you have the fear of losing, but if questioned properly, it may very well be something much different than that. In fact, sometimes it's personal, and sometimes it's a breakup of a marriage. Sometimes it's a death in a family. Sometimes it can be anything, a loss of a previous business. it's something from war, post-traumatic stress disorder, whatever it is, inside or outside of trading. Tisha can handle it. Not that I'm saying I want you to be her to be your therapist, but if she identifies it as that with you, she can help you in that too. Okay, so we're handing you, and I say this, I'm getting excited here and I have goosebumps. She helped me. I've been married, we're going to be 45 years, I better get that straight, in July. And when we first met, I was just running that large option firm. I just was graduated to a vice president, and I met her, and remember I told her she asked me what I did, and at that time I didn't want to tell anybody I was a trader because it was misunderstood. You were like a gambler. So I told her I was a philanthropist, and so she makes sure I fulfill that each New Year's when we go to get together to see who we're going to give to. But I'm just saying that my wife is the best at this. Not only, but since 2000, she joined me, gave up her office and joined me in the effort to help traders because she saw what it did for me, her helping my head, and now we see what it's doing for the people that we help. So you're going to get coached by Tisha one-on-one, emotional delivery, 6 months of whatever you need, the first and then follow-ups. So whether it's hesitating to pull the trigger, fear of losing, over trading, revenge trading was the big one seen last year. Lack of patience seemed to be a couple of years ago when the markets was slower. So we have the tools to help you, and Tisha is going to help you with the mental part. Now she uses we have scientifically, we're going to amplify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. Most therapists, let's call it in this particular case, will look at your weakness and try to make them strong. In trading, Tisha's discovered that's not the best thing that you do that, but the quickest and most effective is to identify your strengths and make them even stronger. What are you good at? Let's make you really good at it from a mental and emotional standpoint. If you're patient, let's make that the cornerstone of what you do and how you think, and make it okay to be that strong, patient person. The opposite would be the opposite, right? I mean, if you're not weak, if you're weak, then weak in emotions or in patience, she would help you to neutralize that and as she said, eliminate the weakness. I always call it neutralize because I don't think people believe that they can eliminate a weakness mentally. It can. I call it neutralizing. Tisha wanted me in this slide to say eliminate because that's what it does, and that's what her goal is to do with you. I'm just saying that amplifying your strengths and neutralizing or eliminating your weaknesses, this is what is going to keep you on track to follow the trading plan that fits you. Now you've got the mental and emotional strength that you're totally in control, and we're talking periodically troubleshooting for performance. And I say that because you have 6 months with Tisha in order to move forward with her on as many situations that may come up in that period of time. So you have the initial meeting. She'll record for you either what we call she'll record a meditation for you. She'll record sometimes affirmations. People like affirmations. It's not the strongest way of doing it, but if you're consistent with it, it can help. Quick meditation. I'm talking about 4 or 5 minute approaches, not birds tweeting and oceans and half hour sleeping. I'm talking about something that you can do on your own before trading in 5 minutes. We also do something called EFT, which is the emotional freedom technique. This is used now for post-traumatic stress disorder. I'm not comparing the trauma of post-traumatic stress disorder with the traumas that we go through, but we have traumas as traders nonetheless. The big loss, especially daily traumas, like you were asking for more out of a trader, you let it come back, and then you didn't want to take half. You knew it's at a support. Now it'll come back and get you out where you should have gotten out, but then all of a sudden it's a loss and you feel like an idiot. We have our own traumas, and so we need to have a process that can stop those feelings and neutralize them immediately. And that's what EFT does. Some people call it the tapping solution. It's an Eastern philosophy. It looks a little funny when you're doing it, but it is likely the most effective thing you'll ever do for your trading. Tisha will choose based on your conversations, which approach she'll take, and which scientifically, these are all scientifically proven, and we'll show you the studies when you ask for them, and you'll get the recording as such, and you'll work with those. And then a week later, if you want, you'll meet with Tisha again and something else, until everything that pops up is quelled. Okay, so you're going to get the trading plan that fits you, that is you. You're going to now be part of the personal empowerment blueprint, where after you experience that, you're going to feel 100% safe and confident when you trade. And I use the word safe because it doesn't sound like it tracks for traders, but it does. We need to feel that we're doing the right thing. We need to feel safe in our approach, that the outcome is going to be there. We're going to be confident and safe that that's going to do it. This is the process that will help you to do that. And I will say that the third thing that I hear from traders is, I'm not getting support. After the initial success with somebody's trading plan, you're so excited, you're following all the rules, and all of a sudden you kind of your impatience takes over, or your weaknesses kind of take over who you are, and that you didn't recognize you needed to change or whatever. But all of a sudden you need support, and the meeting is not until the group meeting's not until 3 days from now, and but you want to trade, and you're not getting the support that you want. So I've got lasting support for it. This is what you need to say to yourself, from I'm not getting support to I've got lasting support. We've got a loaded gun simple trading plan rule, a loaded gun trading room that is run by a former CBOT trader, a trader's trader. When they have a new guy on the floor, they used to give him to Danny to train. He's tremendous, and he uses a combination of loaded gun and some of the techniques that floor traders use. We have a literally an 85% stay rate on loaded gun for those that are paying it a la carte outside of this program. But I am saying that the trading room is run by him and his son Matt, who is, I gotta say that some months he does better than we do. Matt is 27 years old. I think Danny is whatever he is, 50 or that kind of thing. Young guys, according to me, and they're active. They take questions in the room. There's a lot of, and you're going to see in the room. You're going to be able to model traders that get paid. I'm not advising this room. I never advise a room to just copy trades. Sure, you can do that if you want, and some people do it. But what I want you to see is that winning is a habit and losing is a habit. And I want you to see what a winning habit looks like. And that makes it believable to you. And there's certain things that he does to inspire a winning habit. One of them is this guy won't take a very big loss. He has no problem with taking a loss. He takes short losses, and he lets the winners expand in that trend trading that I was talking about. So I'm saying to you that you're going to learn what winning looks like, not only with him, but you'll be in a room where others are getting paid and so on. So this is a trading room that is 4 year. It's a daily trading room. It runs 4 days a week in the morning session from 9:30 to 12 o'clock every day except for Thursday. And you'll be able to attend as much or as little as you want. But I want you to see it. Don't use it as a crutch. I'd rather you get in there, understand it, and then go. Trading rooms, even this one, it's 1 year anniversary. These things don't last forever. That's my experience. 2, 3, 4 years. You want to learn how to fish on your own, okay? But I want that trading room so you can see what winning looks like. And we have a school site. We also have monthly Q&A where we all get together, everybody in this program, the CPR program, as well as all of the other areas that are loaded gun people that just have we all get together and we talk about trading, some of the things that I'm looking at in the future, and so on. So here we have a total view. You're going to get the trading plan that matches you, and then you're going to have you follow that trading. It's much easier after it matches you. Now you're going to take out the wrinkles that used to be pitfalls, and now Tisha will help you to be all you can be from an emotional standpoint. Follow, and then all it becomes is adjusting your trading plan. Since now you follow anything that your trading plan says, it matters of adjusting your trading plan. And sometimes we need to do that somewhere down the line. You never know. Listen, I'm going to a big meeting. I don't know if you've heard about this, Anthony, but out there, it's called Cycles in the City. It's in New York at the end of this month. And Jake Bernstein, you know, Jake, and a lot of people be there just talking 3 days about cycles. I'm really into that. Anyway, and there's some reasons that I like cycles and seasonals, and I can share that with you at some other conversation. But all I'm saying is that we've got a lot to share, a lot to talk about. But this program, the CPR program, is all about you. Okay, after you get the support, you're never going to feel alone. Okay, and we call the support angle the total support framework. So you're going to have a unique DNA alignment where we align your trading plan to you. First, I want to see your trading plan. I want you to see Loaded Gun, take it or leave it, take some elements from it. We will adjust it to fit you. Okay, not having you abandon what you have if you love what you have. If you don't love what you have, let me teach you Loaded Gun. I think you're really going to like it. But whatever it is, I want to find out the quickest way to get you started in trading responsibly. Then you'll be meeting with Tisha so that you have your head straight in so many different ways. You're going to love Tisha. Tisha becomes the heartbeat of this whole thing, because really, in the end, trading is all about the mental part. Like I said, you've got a line up here today where you have nothing but trading plans that can work if you just run them, you know. But we've got the process for you, okay? And you're going to get support not only in the short but the long term. So we call the total support framework, and the total package, we call it the consistent payout roadmap, where we put all of this together, and we're calling it a 6-month program. We started at the beginning of the year. I am just wrapping up the second group of traders that we're bringing in. I think you've already seen, hopefully, that I look at things a lot differently. I'm looking at you as an individual, and I'm not discounting the trading plan. I'm an expert at it, and I can help match you with the trade. I know all of these trading plans that you've seen today and probably ever. In fact, I've written some of them that you've seen. None today, but in the past. All I'm saying is that I've got a handle on the plan. Tisha has a handle on your head. And we, as a group, we support each other in doing the right thing. That's what the consistent trading, consistent payout roadmap is all about. And all you have to do to be part of this is to write me, and I will send you the brochure on this. I'm only looking for desperate traders, so to speak, people who are saying to themselves, I don't know if this is for me. You know, I keep attending these events, and you know, I keep looking for answers that are not there, that I haven't really been able to achieve. I'm showing you something where we dig deep enough into you as an individual. If you're willing to expose yourself, if you're willing to be truthful with yourself, trading is a mental exercise. You argue with me all you want, but there's no reason why responsible trading plans that you own can't make you money. Some better than others, but they got to fit who you are. That's what we are all about. I fit to the trading plan. Tisha has you fit to the trading plan, and then we all support each other. This is a combination that you've never seen before, and then I'm not sure. I don't think any other firm is capable of doing this. I'm not eliminating all that you've learned, not eliminating all that you've fallen in love with. If you like to look at volume, let's take a look at volume. You know, let's leave that in your trading plan. You know, if you like the MACD instead of the RSI, fine. They're both momentum indicators. Let me show you how to best use those indicators that you like. But if you find yourself, if I find that if you keep on giving up losses, keep on giving up gains that you have, I need to zoom in on that with you and help you develop that part of the trading plan, so that, especially in prop trading, where that red line is, that blowout line is following you. I really think that most of you should have a scalping element in there, but we'll discuss that. I'm creating winners with this. I'd love to help you to do that. All you have to do is write admin@thedisciplinetrader.com and just put somewhere, give me the bottom line or CPR just put somewhere in the subject line, and I will send you the brochure on it, and you can take a closer look at all that I've tried to describe today. It's really simple trading. It's a really simple program that touches all the bases that you need for success. Okay, I think that is pretty much where I'm at there. I'm going to kind of reduce this. Do we have any questions? I think I've allowed the next person to come in on the same timing. Are you still with me?
Yeah, I'm just looking for questions.
Okay. I'm not the kind of guy that'll listen to a lot of questions because I do a lot of I'm kind of nonstop here. But I think I'm going to hold that up to clarity of presentation.
So I got one person commenting, your marriage reminds me of the series Billions. I don't watch that show, so I don't know. Does that mean anything to you? Anytime
I could be reminded of Billions, that's good. That's never really been my goal, Billions, but I've reached the lesser transport, but now it's multiples of that, right? I mean, but it's never enough. I've learned that making sure my pets are healthy and my brothers and relatives are taken care of and so on. Anyway, family, baby. But and money helps it all. So if you can be and listen, when you get the trading down, it's doable. You just have to be serious about it. And it's not how many times you fall, it's how many times you get up. But this time you get up, let's do it the right way. So if you're interested, I'm here to respond to you with a brochure.
And Juan's asking, I find these scientific tools very interesting. Out of curiosity, is it possible to follow this process, affirmations, recordings, in Spanish or French?
That's an interesting question. I think that not with us. I don't believe I think if you ask me in about 6 months, yes. I mean, AI is changing everything. We have a new major announcement coming out the beginning of next month. I can't really even allude to it now, but AI is changing everything, and certainly, right now anything that you see in English can be immediately translated to Spanish. But Tisha and I don't speak Spanish, but we can email me and I'll see what I can do about answering that question more fully in Espanol.
Yeah, you might be able to figure it out where you could do a translation and then have someone else read it.
Well, my Spanish teacher in high school made me read because I can roll my R's, even though I struggled a bit with it, but it's a whole nother story. I love Spanish, and you learn a lot of Spanish down here in South Florida. Have a terrific all different species of Spanish coming down here, and it's just terrific. The melting pot of South Florida. In any event, any other questions?
I don't see any other questions.
Okay, that's great. Again, I'm looking for people who are really serious about making this happen and really to buckle down with Tisha and I, and let's get you going in a direction that fits you. Who's our next speaker?
Rory Powers from Right Line Trading.
Rory. All right. He's got some good things to say too.
Yep. Is there anything else, like any other links or anything you want us to put in the chat?
No other links. This is something that, I hope I've explained it to enough so that you have an interest. I've put together a little 2 or 3 page brochure that kind of summarizes all of this and, gives you the pricing and so on. So we've made it very reasonable for what we're doing. And we really love the fact that we're working with, listen, we only want to work with traders that are serious about making this happen, not doing it as a hobby or I'm looking for, retired individuals who want that stream of income, people who are thinking of retiring and want to develop the income, which is even smarter before coming. So there's, whether you're trading for 60 minutes a day or 6 hours a day, which I don't recommend, we can help identify the best formula for you. So yeah, this is all they need.
All right. Well, thank you, Norman. We appreciate you being here.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing, and I am going to say goodbye in some way, I guess, right?
Yeah. Incredibly valuable insights, and a topic every trader needs to hear, and one like any other you will ever hear as well. There's no one else doing it except for Norman. So thanks again, Norman. We appreciate you as always. And are you in South Florida right now, or I thought you lived out in California.
Here I am. I got the highlight. Just worked out today. You know.
Oh, there you go.
See the traps. I'm known for my traps.
There you go, man. They're all pumped up.
I had a trainer that said that even when I do my legs, my traps are involved.
You must be building a lot of pressure up there, man. Yeah, those arms are getting big.
Yeah, they're getting. Yeah, listen, I'm back at it. I hired a trainer recently when I got kind of off track, and he just moved, so I'm on my own again. So I'm hoping I can continue. I'm sure I can. Hey, listen, I got the mental person I live with. She'll make sure I make every workout, you know. So
yeah, and your trainer probably taught you everything you needed anyway. So you just have to take it forward from there. That's all.
That's it. All right, everybody. Thanks for listening, and I hope they get to work with you.
Thanks, Norman. We appreciate it. All right, that was Norman Hallett. So be sure to check him out and look for any emails you might get from him. He's one of a kind, that's for sure. So thank you for being here, Norman. We really appreciate you. And don't forget, the $180 Gladiator giveaway registration link is also there. So if you haven't filled that out, be sure to do that. And after Rory presents, then we'll have we'll pull four finalists for $25,000 apiece for an account there. And our final presenter today is Rory Powers of Right Line Trading. Rory specializes in automation and artificial intelligence technologies designed to help traders gain a technological edge in today's markets. So his presentation is the Prop Trader's Automated Edge powered by Claude. Rory will break down how AI-driven automation is helping traders identify high probability opportunities, execute trades in real time, and improve consistency in the prop trading world. So everyone, please welcome Rory Powers.
Hey, Anthony. Thank you very much for that that very nice introduction. I really appreciate it.
Oh, you're most welcome. It helps when you got someone like Norman right before you.
I love hearing Norman. He always talks about Tish, and you know, it makes me think of my wife. Behind every good man there's always a good woman.
It's true. Well, I haven't experienced that yet. Well, not recently, but hopefully someday I'll get it there like you guys have.
I heard. I'm sure God will bless you very shortly. And Joel recently got married. I just was listening to all of the presentations. What a great presentation, great topic today with the prop trading. And my presentation today is on our AI automated trading system powered by Claude. We have a brand new integration that's extremely powerful. And I know it's been a long day, so I want to go ahead and get right into it. Before I get started, this presentation is really for educational purposes only. It's important to know I'm not a licensed financial advisor. I'm not offering any type of trading advice here today. And if you're not familiar with the risks associated with trading, please consult with a licensed financial advisor. First, I want to start with just a couple of some of our new members, a couple of testimonials from some of our newbies. The first one is Reverend Rick. And what's so exciting about Reverend Rick was his ability to get to the payout phase of his prop PA accounts using this AI auto trader. He's a part of our Discord community. He shared with our community of traders exactly how he had done it. And listen, you know, as traders, he really didn't do anything that any of us are not capable of doing. Okay, what he did was he strung together 7 out of 8 good trading sessions. That's not impossible to do. I'm sure we've all done it. He strung together 7 out of 8 profitable sessions. He copied it across 5 PA accounts, and he got a $7,500 payout, $1,500 across 5 accounts. And he did it within the first 45 days of trading the AI auto trader. And he's not alone. We recently, we have another brand new member named RJ. RJ, in the first 2 weeks, get this, the first 2 weeks of trading, of buying the AI auto trader, goes and buys his very first 6 prop accounts. Okay, six prop accounts, $100,000 prop accounts from Apex. Okay, he has one good trading session. The next day, he enables all the strategies, and him and his wife go out for what else? A scoop of ice cream. This is what he tells me. He says, my wife and I went out. I enabled him. I set up the copier, and we went out. And we had a scoop of ice cream. When I got back, he tells me, when I got back from having the ice cream, I had passed all 5 of my accounts. Over the course of those 2 trading days, he had over $30,000 in profits across those 5 accounts. $6,000 is what it takes to pass at the $100,000 eval. He got over 6,000 across 5 accounts, 5 out of his first 6 Apex accounts, and he had $500,000 or five $100,000 accounts with Apex. So the amount of time that it took to accomplish these achievements was significantly shortened by having this very powerful automated integration. A little bit about the team and our mission here at Right Line Trading. We've been around for 14 years. Our goal is to provide our members with an edge. How do we do it? By using cutting edge technology. We like to think we're developing indicators that have forward looking ability and use cutting edge technology. We've been around for, like I said, 14 years. We built a beautiful community of traders that we regard as our family of traders, our trading family. And I'd like to just take a brief second just to acknowledge the members of my team. We have 2 professional traders on staff. We have Mr. David Kushner and Mr. David Wyse. At Right Line Trading, we have 2 really nice equity streams, not only in futures, but also in trading options. David Wyse is a leader in the Reddit community. He has published articles there. He's maintained, it's incredible, about a 90% win rate over the last 5 years. Talk about consistency. He's the epitome of being a consistent trader. Behind the desk here at Right Line Trading, we have our college student, Mr. Brock Miller. He's getting his degree in computer science. And then we have our, what can I say, our computer guys, our tech guys. We have Mr. Sergio Luque Rodriguez, has his master's degree in computer science. The company is owned and led, and it's an honor to work for Mr. Mark Miller. Mark Miller has his MBA from Cal State. His expertise is in automation and robotics, and he's actually the one responsible for a major leap forward in our technology here at Right Line Trading. He was able to close the loop between Claude AI and the NinjaTrader 8 database. And it's opened the doors, and I'm going to show you exactly what I'm referring to really a technological breakthrough in our automated system. Very briefly about Mark. I think what I love most about Mark is he's a U.S. Army vet. Anybody that serves their country, put others before self, makes that sacrifice. I always hold them in a very high regard. I have a tremendous amount of respect for that. Mark Miller happened to be in the U.S. Army, and he was a sniper. Very exciting. A little bit about the voice that you hear behind the screen. My name's Rory Powers. I reside in South Florida, attended Syracuse University. My passion, of course, is trading the financial markets, saltwater fishing, and my beautiful family. What can I say? God has certainly blessed me with a family. What can I say? My wife, Christelle, and I have been married for just under 10 years. And God bless us with two beautiful children, two little girls. This was a recent trip that we took. We took a Mediterranean cruise. This was right out of our patio on the cruise ship when we had docked here in Italy. And it was just the history books just jumped out at us. It was just absolutely breathtaking. Once in a lifetime vacation. We got to visit the Vatican, the Sistine Chapel, the Basilica. Michelangelo's artwork jumped out at us and was really, if anybody ever has the opportunity to go, highly recommend it. Let's get on with it. The genesis of the AI auto trader was our lack of consistency as traders. And I say it kind of laughing because I'm really talking about myself. I've been with Rightline for a long time. This is my 12th year with Right Line Trading. And my favorite job here, and over the years I've had many, my favorite job, though, is answering the phones. In fact, if anybody has ever called Right Line Trading in the last decade, chances are you spoke to me. So I have a lot of, I've had the pleasure of speaking to hundreds, if not thousands of traders. And it's always reassuring to hear your stories. You know, it's not me, the only one that's lacking consistency, that sabotages his own results by making emotional bonehead decisions or slipping on banana peels. I thought it was just me until I answered the phones here. You see, this beautiful woman in my slide is kind of like a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, right? She, a beautiful conservative businesswoman, turns into a raving lunatic who's ready to break her screen with a sledgehammer because of emotions. And that's what we suffer from as traders. We let these emotions sabotage our results. She's got crumpled up pieces of paper skewed across across her desk. She's got the sledgehammer out, and she's seen her equity curve go down to where she's just about blown another one of her trading accounts. And that's the issue that we have as traders. Let's face it, you know, the reality is the trading environment has dramatically changed over the last several years. Markets today are increasingly dominated by algorithms, automation, high-speed execution systems that can react in milliseconds, in fractions of a second. Meanwhile, we as discretionary traders, most of us are still relying on manual decision making, emotional reactions, and outdated technology that puts us way behind the 8 ball. And what we're talking about really is, manual trading versus having automation. And when I say automation, it's not just any automated system. You see, we've narrowed it down to two things that are going to create trading success. Number one, ideally, we want to have the proper tool set. And that's not just any automated system. I'm kind of combining number one and two. We want to have automated system if we have human emotion sabotaging our results. I had to wave the white flag after blowing out 10 accounts and losing probably tens of thousands, if not $100,000 in trading. I finally had to wave the white flag and learn, hey, listen, the very definition of insanity is to continue to do the same thing and expected different results. I had to find a new path. I had to find another way to get there. And my path happened to be by trading these automated bots. Not just any automated bot, but a bot that is leveraged by artificial intelligence. That's why automation has become such a major advantage. Traders who are leveraging AI and systematic execution are able to remove all of the emotional mistakes, all of the inconsistencies that hold most retail traders back. So instead of reacting emotionally, they're using disciplined, data driven systems that are designed to adapt, execute, and manage risk automatically in real time. And that's the exciting part about it. The benefits of using our AI auto trader. I'm about to show you the technological breakthrough that we just had with the Claude integration. The benefits of using this Claude integration are pretty much exactly what I've just mentioned. It's going to be able to, in milliseconds, it's going to be able to determine the average true range of the market. It's going to do an MFE, MAE analysis and put your stop and profit targets in mathematically the best position for today's trading environment. Okay. It's going to be able to optimize your strategy parameters based on today's trading environment with the click of a mouse. So there's no more mismanaging trades. There's no more having stale inputs that were good on yesterday's trading environment. Everything is going to be optimized for today's trading session in order to get you to your daily profit goal. That's what we want to do is our day in and day out. We want to rinse and repeat, get to our profit goal in as short and efficient time as possible. So I'm going to show you how this integration works. Because the market isn't live right now, my live P&L leaderboard is really the first part of the dashboard. What you're looking at here is in real time. This is actually the dashboard here. And I'll open it up some. My first frame is on the live P&L. This is where it shows you which bots are performing the best and the worst today. If the market was open and my bots were running, you would see a leaderboard of the best to worst, the most profitable to least profitable bots in today's trading session. This is a dashboard that's connected through a closed loop system that's going to run on your computer with your NinjaTrader 8 control center. What we've learned, and that's how we learn from our mistakes, right? What we've learned, because listen, it wasn't because we weren't trying or we didn't want to come out with something that worked. My goodness gracious, over the past 12 years, we've tried, I'm telling you, so many different ways to do this. What seems to be working the best is this new feature that we call our best bots. And let me explain what the best bots are. We have a beautiful diversified portfolio of strategies that have different time frames that they trade on, different triggers that will get you into a trade, and different ways to manage the trades once they're in. So there's a diversification of not only instruments that they're trading, but the actual settings that they're leveraging. So what we've found was that the same bot, okay, in our portfolio of 12 strategies is not going to be consistent day in and day out. To think that we're going to have one bot that regardless of the trading environment is going to be profitable is just would be very, like believing in the Holy Grail. It doesn't exist. What does well one day, the very next day may very well get crushed. And that's the way these bots, that is the reality of them. So what we've developed is something called the best bot. The best bot is where the system is going to identify the best performing NASDAQ bot in my portfolio. And it's only going to trade that particular bot. So if you were to put your prop account or your live account in the NQ best bot, it's only going to take the trades of the most profitable bot in my portfolio. The bot that's found the ebb and flow of today's trading environment and is just winning trade after trade. That's the bot that's going to be trading your prop account or your live account. So it's going to eliminate all of the guesswork. I can't tell you how many people I've spoke to. They say, Rory, listen, I've got to go to work, or I have to do this. I can't babysit my machine. I can't babysit my computer. Can I set it and forget it? Well, listen, this best bot, just like RJ from Chicago, who went off and got a scoop of ice cream, at the local Dairy Queen, he set it and forget it. And for people that suffer from emotional error, that's the best way to trade the system, including myself, just so we don't sabotage our own results. So the best bot, the NQ best bot, is going to select the NQ bot in your portfolio and only take those trades. And the same holds true for the ES best bot. The ES best bot is going to scan 5 different ES bots that are running in my portfolio, and it's only going to take the trades of that. If I click on my modify button, I can instantly change the number of contracts that I want to trade. I can change my daily loss limit or my profit goal or the times that I want this strategy to trade. Let's say I want to increase the number to 3. And I only want to risk $250. And what I can do is load it and push it right through into my NinjaTrader 8 control center. So that bot now is going to have those parameters that I've just pushed through to my control center on NinjaTrader. Now we've taken it a step further. With the Claude optimizer on our next tab, what this gives you the ability to do, everybody has a different risk tolerance or a different size prop account. One of the drawbacks to trading a prop account is that they've made something, that was difficult to begin with. They've added rules and regulations that we have to adhere to that make it even more difficult to trade, okay? So what this gives you the ability to do is adhere to their daily drawdown limits, to your daily risk limit, and your daily profit target. So I would punch that in, and I would do as far back of a look back as I desire. Out of the box, it comes just one session, okay? Today in trading, what we found, because it's such a news-driven market, we can't rely on what these bots did last week or last month. It has no significance in how they're going to trade today. That's just the reality of it. So with a one-session look back in today's trading environment, if my daily risk limit is 500 and my daily profit target is 500, this is going to create an optimized bot. It's going to take my best bot, in this case was the sniper, and it's going to take into account what my daily profit goal and what my daily loss limit is. And it's going to do that MFE, MAE calculation. It's going to give me the perfect ATM strategy. It's going to recognize through a machine learning algorithm what was my max losing streak for this bot, what today's trading environment looks like, and it's going to be able to optimize all of the parameters in my bot to adhere to what my daily loss limit is, my daily profit target, and today's trading environment. And I can push it and load it directly in to my Claude bot. This is called the Claude bot. Okay. So this one will automatically trade an optimized bot based on your risk tolerance and your profit goals. Now, some of our best ideas come from our members. And I say that because in our strategy settings, we're able to, now listen, I can't tell you how many times in a fast moving market that I've slipped on a banana peel using NinjaTrader 8. I've been trading with NinjaTrader 8 day in and day out now for over 10 years. There's probably more about NinjaTrader that I don't know that I do know. And people like Joe Wyse and Sergio, who works for us, you know, they know stuff about NinjaTrader that you and I will never know probably for the rest of our lives. It's a very powerful platform. Is it a simple, easy platform? I would say no. However, we've made this extremely user-friendly. To in a fast-moving market, you're not going to be juggling or fumbling around with your control center. If you want to go into the strategy parameters and modify anything in your setting, if you want the ES Moneymaker to trade the micro ES, you could change the instrument on the fly. If you want to change the amount of contracts that you're trading, your stop, your trade management parameters, anything to do with your strategy parameters, the instrument that it's trading, or the account. You want to put it in your live account, your prop account, on the fly, load it into the strategy, and through this dashboard, it's going to push it directly into your control center. Okay? So it's incredible. You can pause the system. If I click pause, all of my bots are going to disable on my control system. I can resume, and all of them will resume trading. I can program it to only take long trades, only take short trades. I could do it the entire portfolio or one bot at a time. So the technology now, instead of fumbling with NinjaTrader, everything is at my fingertips in a very user-friendly platform. Okay. So where we're headed with this, I wanted to show you. Let me see if I can refresh this. Where we're headed with this is this system is right now has an API, a closed loop system with two endpoints, the NinjaTrader 8 and Claude AI. Where we're headed with this, and what you see, these large institutions, what they're using, and hedge fund traders, what they're using are very powerful algos that are leveraging AI. And what they do is they have an endpoint that looks at the economic news reports that come out over the wire during the session. This one, for example, is on the JOLTS report, or the CPI report, or the PPI report. And what they have are endpoints into these different economic news reports. And this AI integration will soon be able to use context-aware logic and determine what the economic news report was. Was it a beat or a miss? It'll be able to look at an earnings report. If NVIDIA drops their earning report and they crushed it, they're going to know, hey, let's take this bot that's running on the NASDAQ and let's put in this ATM strategy and let's go long. It's going to be able to do that in milliseconds. Listen, these large hedge funds and institutional algos leave us in the dust as retail traders. We can't keep up with them. Those news reports get released and our charts are bouncing all around like, going nuts with volatility before we even know what the report was. They've already made their profits and they're headed to the golf course. Well, that's what this system in the coming months is going to have the ability to do. It's going to be able to, we're going to increase the endpoints that are going to look at the economic news reports, the earnings reports, and be able to make context-aware decisions based on those reports. And that's the exciting part about the technological breakthrough that we've accomplished by closing the loop with NinjaTrader, Claude AI, and now we're going to attach many more endpoints that are going to give us this ability to do. So I want to keep moving, but I do want to show you, just as important, what we've learned is just as important as our triggers are about when we get into a trade, just as important is how we manage the trade, right? What hurts us the most, I think one of the things that hurts us the most as retail traders and how emotions, a perfect example of how emotions sabotage our trading is the way we manage trades. The way I manage a trade. If you watched me on a discretionary basis manage a trade, you would think, my God, he has got to be the worst trader I've ever seen. I close my winners so fast and I get caught on the sidelines like a deer in the headlights, watching the trade go for a mile in the direction that I would have had I not closed the position. When I'm in a losing trade, I'll stay in it, hoping the market reverses, only to blow out my account. Let me show you a very quick video about the trade management that this system is leveraging. It's really remarkable. This video is going to show the leapfrog trade management. And just to set the video up, I get into a trade trading 3 Apex accounts on the Affordable Indicators trade copier. That's the copier of my choice. And my leader account is one of my bots. My followers are my Apex account. I'm in the trade. You could see my stop is projected right here. And my profit target is here. My profit, my risk is about $250 on the trade. I'm risking 50 ticks. My initial profit target, and I say initial for a reason, is 100 ticks. Okay. So let's play the tape. Now, what you're going to see now is what we call our leapfrog trade management. Once this trade matures and starts heading towards my profit target, you're going to see my stop jump up like a trailing stop and take all of the risk off of the trade. But then something very special happens. Not only does my stop jump, but my profit target is going to also jump. And you'll see it happen here in just a moment. Now, the leapfrog just kicks in. And now as this trade matures to the upside, my stop, not only is my stop trailing, but my profit target is also leaping forward. Price will never catch it. As fast as that NASDAQ is, it's not going to catch that profit target. And my stop is just going to keep locking in profits as that trade matures. That was the $3,000 trade, trading those 3 accounts risking just $250 per account times 3 or 750. So that's what hurts us as retail traders, is our trade management. Having the ability to let these trades run for us, it's going to make a tremendous difference on our equity curve over the course of a week, over the course of a month, and over the course of the entire year. To have those runners maybe once or twice a week, we're not going to get them on every trade, granted. But if we get 1 or 2 a week and we do it every week for the entire year, I'm telling you, your winners and my winners are going to be larger than our losers. I get people that call me all the time. They say, Rory, what's the winning percentage of your bot? The winning percentage. The winning percentage is not significant or relevant unless you know what your average winning or what's the size of your average winner and your average loser. If my average winning trade is twice as large as my average losing trade and I win 50% of the time, I'm going to need a Brinks truck to take all of the money to the bank. Okay. So that's really what's relevant, is, are my winners bigger than my losers when I look at my winning percentage? Because these bots are only going to win 60 or 70%. They're not going to win 80 or 90%. So the best bot, we have, just to recap, is going to automatically select the most profitable bot in your portfolio. The Claude bot is going to, with the click of a mouse, based on your risk tolerance, give you the perfect ATM strategy and the optimized parameters to trade. And the bots that are, I like to refer to them as the soldiers in our army, okay? These are the soldiers in our army that on any given day may be your best bot, okay? It's not going to be the same one every day. The best bot could change from hour to hour. You could have the same one last all day. We've seen it happen, each of the 2 ways. But we have a beautiful portfolio of bots that on any given day have the ability to become the best bot for that day. For example, the NQ Mac truck from March 1st to April 30th. Now, listen, I want you to know that this is not a hypothetical. This is trades that were executed on a live market. It's not a back test. It's not a strategy analyzer being run. These were actual trades executed on a live market. These were trades taken in one E-mini after commissions. From March 1st to April 30th, the NQ Mac truck made $7,500 trading one contract. The ES Moneymaker, $6,500. Let's go back for 1 second. I don't want to gloss over the max drawdown. The max drawdown on this is $3,800. So it's important to know that not every day this is going to be our best bot. There's going to be days that it takes a drawdown and we have to pivot. Our best bot will pivot to a bot that's doing better that day. Our next one is the ES Moneymaker. This one is consistently one of our best bots, the ES Moneymaker. You could see the amount of drawdown on this bot through March all the way through April to May 1st, $1,000 of drawdown. Let me see if I can find my questions. Give me 1 second. I lost my place here. Okay, here it is. Perfect. Just in case somebody has a question. If I don't get to your question, please, if you would, it's just me here in the that can see the questions. If you would, please just put your name and your number. I don't want to keep everybody that long because they're doing a giveaway and I want everyone to have a chance to win. But if you put your name and number, if you have a question at the end and I don't get to it, I'll give you a call when I finish. So the max drawdown on this bot happened to be $1,000. Very little drawdown on that ES. The NQ Steven, man, this bot can, on certain days when it finds the ebb and flow, there's not a better bot. It'll smoke every bot in the portfolio. And then other days it gets crushed. I'm not going to lie to you. Having this best bot technology, though, it's okay. It's doing exactly what we want it to do. We want it to, on certain days, to crush it. And when it does bad, we want it to do terrible. So we know not to trade it. So our system, the best bot integration, knows, hey, Steven's it doesn't have it today. Let's pivot to a different bot. But when it's got it, it's got it. Just under $9,000 from March to May 1st, with about $2,600 in drawdown. The ES scalper is, man, our ES bots, they're not fast and exciting like the NQ, but they're actually more efficient and profitable. A max drawdown of under $1,000. This bot made just under $7,000 between March and May. So you could see we've got some extremely profitable bots in our portfolio. For our prop traders, we have what we call our one-day passes. Our one-day passes are optimized templates. They're very aggressive. Okay, I don't want to mislead you. They trade the maximum number of contracts. It's like at the end of a football game, throwing a Hail Mary. This is what a one-day pass is. With one trade, you could pass or fail your evaluation. If you're trading a $300 or $400 evaluation, obviously you wouldn't want to do this. If they have a 90% sale and you've paid $25 and you're looking to gain some PA accounts, this is a good way to do it. The one-day pass on the ES has an optimized time of the day that it trades, an optimized trigger, and an optimized trade management strategy that's going to get you to your profit goal in one trade. In between March and May, it was on a rampage. It made over $16,000 in profits. A very common question is, what is the winning percentage? Because I answer the phones here, and there's nothing worse than answering the phone with somebody who's upset. I'm a people's person, and I have a lot of love for everybody, and I hate to hear somebody who's upset. So I always like to underpromise and over-deliver. So I'm going to say that these one-day passes are going to win 33% of the time. I know it's a little better, but I answer the phones here, and it's just trading, okay? You could lose 3 in a row. You could win 3 in a row. But over the long haul, over the course of a month or 2 months or 3 months, you'll find it's at least 33% of the time you're going to pass. So so these can be traded on either a prop account, a live account, a sim account. As long as you have NinjaTrader 8 and a live data feed, you're in the game. I like to refer to these bots as prop trading on steroids. Why do I call it prop trading on steroids? Because via the use of a trade copier, I've seen these bots make people $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 in one trading session. I kid you not. These bots have the ability to do just that. A lot of our members are having a tremendous amount of success. If you decide to join me today, here's our special offer. I know when people see the technology of this, it makes everyone a little nervous. They're like, well, I barely know how to use Ninja. Don't worry. We've made this extremely user-friendly, and we do the entire installation for you. But listen, you could do the installation. If you saw the video, it's different than, you're just importing a zip file. But if you saw the video, we developed a tool that does it for you, so it's very simple. But listen, we do a lot of hand-holding here. Okay, we want this to be a win-win relationship. The majority of our clients come from word of mouth, come from our members telling their friends and family about the success that they're having. That's where most of our members come from. So we want you to be successful. We do a lot of hand holding. Not only do we do a white glove installation, but we're going to also continue to meet with you until your answers have all been, all of your questions have all been answered, excuse me. And we see that your system is running as it was designed to be running. The special offer is also going to include this AI auto trade, this Claude powered dashboard. Right now, it's important to know that it's included for free. That's not going to always be the case. Okay, it's not. But I want to give everybody a shot at this. And if you come aboard now, this is going to be free for you. Even the future, where we come out and we have those different endpoints that are going to be able to read the news reports, you're going to get that as a free update by coming aboard now. We have big plans for this system. The majority of the company's resources, time and money, goes into developing this system. I assure you of that. We trade this system live every morning, God willing. You'll find us on the right edge of the chart. If it's not me, it's Mark Miller. We also have David Wyse, our professional options trader, is also on YouTube Live. We're extremely transparent, extremely. We want you to see the bots. I'm going to invite everybody here to come join us on YouTube. Okay, come see these bots in action. You're in for a real treat. So let's go to the Traders Corner special. The Traders Corner special is going to include, I refer to it as the full Monty. The best bots, the Claude AI bots, the one-day pass bots for prop traders, the PA account templates, and we're also going to include two bonus strategies. One that trades crude oil called the Black Gold, and one that trades gold. We have one called the Golden Goose and one called the Gold Retirement Plan. Those are going to be, you're going to have free access to those bots as well. This AI dashboard with the Claude optimization, the way that the strategy parameters are optimized makes these bots much more profitable and efficient. It's a proven fact. Okay. We've run these bots without the optimization and with the optimization, and it's incredible the efficiency and the accuracy that they pick up, that they increase. So here's our special offer. We have two sizes, actually. We have the monthly and the one-time payment. For a limited time, we're including the full Monty. This sale ends on Sunday. That's going to include everything. It's going to include everything. The monthly membership is $496 per month. My associate Brock or Rob will put my link in the chat box, and you can click on that link and learn more. $496 per month, or the best value is the one-time payment. One-time payment, what we mean is a lifetime license. A lifetime license. You pay one time, $19.96, and you own it for life, forever. There's no ongoing fees whatsoever. Very common question. Do I have to pay a subscription to Claude? No, you don't. This is going to run on our server. It's going to run on a server. There's only two connections, one to Claude and one to your NinjaTrader 8. For that reason, you do not pay for tokens or a subscription. Okay, right now that you don't. The best value, let me tell you, is the $19.96. It's going to be something that has the potential to return dividends for years and years to come. Knowing the inside track of where we're headed with this, For 1996, I think it's a bargain, from what I've seen this system do. Use coupon code 50% off at checkout. Use coupon code 50% off at checkout. Ben asks if he bought a life. Yes, the answer is yes, Ben. Now listen, if you are a legacy client of Brightline Trading, you've purchased other products or services with us, put your name and your number in the chat box. I want to talk to you. If you served in the military, put your name and your number in the chat box. I'd like to give you a call. I've got something special. And I want to thank everybody for their time. Very briefly, just to run through a couple of testimonials. It's not just me and the staff here at Brightline Trading getting payouts. There's countless members of our community that are also getting payouts trading this system. We have people that their first 2 weeks are getting funded accounts. By their first month or two, they're getting payouts. These bots are crushing it. Is there any guarantee? No, there's no guarantees in trading. Past performance, we can't guarantee any future results. I don't want to mislead anybody. This is trading. The only thing we can provide you with, however, is an edge. And I assure you that this system is going to provide you with an edge. And I just want to end by just reiterating what I had mentioned in the beginning, that listen, today's trading environment, it's different than it used to be. We see it every day. It's being dominated by algos, automation, high-speed execution. That's why automation has become the major advantage. If you're trying to sit in front of a fast-moving market with your mouse and trying to outclick or outguess the market, you're going up against a giant. The more practical way to go with it is to remove emotional mistakes and inconsistencies, and instead of reacting emotionally, use a data-driven system that's fully automated, leveraging artificial intelligence. I hope you'll take me up on my offer, because I truly believe that this is going to provide you with a solution and help you to accomplish the goals that you always set out for with your trading career. So thank you very much for your time. I hope everybody has a blessed weekend. Anthony, thank you again for having me on Traders Corner. I absolutely love and appreciate you guys having me on your venue. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Roy. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. All right. Thank you, Roy. Fantastic presentation. Exciting look at where trading technology is headed. Really enjoyed the presentation today and all the graphics and everything. And Roy's link is now in the chat box. So now I guess we could pivot towards the winners of the giveaway today. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen. We'll do the same thing we did last time. Sorry, hold on. Let's see. All right, cool. All right. All right, what we're going to do is we're just going to use this random number generator again. And we got 4 people to the left here. The order, the winner's name will be over here. And I'm going to click this 4 times. And on the 5th, we'll have 1. And then we'll go 2, 3, and 4. And those will be our winners. I think last time I asked you to give me a thumbs up or something like that. And I won't go through that again. I'll just pick the first 4 based off of this, but we'll do it one at a time. So possibly if we're just doing one and you see a name here like Naomi won't be the winner until we go to the second order here. All right, just to keep it fair and everything and random. So all right, Let's just do this. 3, 4, okay, 5. This will be next. This will be our winner for number 1. All right, it's blank. All right, so Kim, you are our first winner here. And I'm just gonna black this out. Ugh, didn't work. Just want to black this out. And here, I'll just black this out too. All right, we'll look for number 2 now. So Kim, you are number 1. Let me write that down. Now we're looking for number 2. Wayne, you are our second winner. Sorry guys, we're using LibreOffice. I'm not too familiar with. All right, so here's our third. Andy, you with 3. All right. Juan, you were 4. I apologize. I forgot to spin it a few times when I think I picked Andy. So, but our winners are Kim, Wayne, Andy, and Juan. All right, thanks guys. I hope that wasn't too difficult. I'll stop sharing. Yeah, so now I'm just going to close this out for everyone. Thank you everyone for being here. We appreciate it. And if you were one of the winners, which was Kim, Wayne, Andy, or Juan, you'll receive an email saying that you received that you're the winner for one of 4 $25,000 winners today. And congratulations to our winners, Kim, Wayne, Andy, and Juan. And thank you everyone for being here. That brings us to the conclusion of today's event, Prop Trader Special Event, How to Pass, Profit, and Prosper. On behalf of Traders Corner, I want to thank all of our presenters and all of you for joining us today. We hope today's session gave you valuable insight into how traders are navigating today's volatile markets and succeeding in trade and prop trading. Have a great rest of your weekend, and we look forward to seeing you at our next Traders Corner event. Thank you, everyone.